Hello and welcome to the stream, everybody. I am back. I hope you guys have had a great weekend. Oh man, I was up way too late hanging out with the crew last night, doing lots and lots of fun things in New World. My eyes did not want to open. Once I got them open, I got over here and I said, okay, let's do this. And then all my stuff was screwed up. So I had to sit there and get my camera working. I don't touch nothing, everybody. I just turn the thing off. I turn it back on again. And when I turn it on, there's always something. Always something to be fixed. Now, today we're going to play some Satisfactory. We're going to be resetting our 24/7 server that we have. We're going to be going into early access versus experimental because they're supposed to have rolled it out. I did see an update, so I'm assuming that it did. We're going to take a look. See how it goes, and we're going to play a little bit of Satisfactory. Probably not going to play for 8 hours like I did last time we launched it. We'll play a little bit, get the start of it going, and then go from there. We're going to get into it. Let's see. Hey, Kismet, what up, what up? What's up, Papa Dude? Thanks for being here. An update mess with all of your settings? It always does, everybody. I don't know what it is. Microsoft Updater is like the worst program ever invented. I don't know. It's always screwing up something. So I'm in here fuddling around with it and wasting all of my time. But such is the nature of computers, everybody. Let me see if I can get on the server here. My machine was acting funny too here. Let's go ahead and click it. All right. It looks like it's getting on. I restarted the server so the server would update itself as well. And then I updated the experimental version. I'm logging in. Let's go ahead and check in and see. I'm going to go to the Satisfactory Discord here. And take a look and see if it says that it is out on experimental. Update 5 is now out on early access. I mean, it's out on early access. It's out on early access. Big thanks to those who took part in the experimental phase. Everyone has been supportive of us while we brought 5 to you. There we go. Much love. Has been one heck of a ride. I bet it has. All right. So now it is. Wow. Look at how many clicky clicks people have clicked underneath there. Wow. That's a lot of clicks. All right, cool. So we are set to go. But before we do that, everybody, I'm going to go ahead and take a quick tour of what everybody got done, just to kind of show off their work a little bit. Now, I didn't get jack squat done because every time I went to do anything, there was some hurdle I had to overcome in game. Like I was trying to build last time, and there were people in the way. And then I had to kill people. I don't really want to kill people. So I gave them the feedback of, please make it where people just vanish when they get out of the game and they're not in the game in the way. That's just kind of a dumb thing because then it just makes it hard for me to build and get my stuff done. You know, the mouse seems ultra sensitive. Ew, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, I see a train running. Cool. All right. Well, we're doing something. Now, sadly, all this is going to vanish, everybody, but that's part of the fun of playing the game. Now, when it's in early access, I'm not going to be restarting it as much as we would in experimental. Experimental is in it's a description there, just a way of testing the game, giving us some feedback, like the issues we had with the lifters and all of that stuff, which eventually they did solve, which is awesome. Because I was trying to do my lifter thing that I normally do, and then also trying to set it up so that we can keep expanding that particular branch. So at the very beginning, we set it up where it's starting to build out in each and every node, and then that node serves a single purpose. So in the case of like an iron node, that first iron node, of course, is just going to do plates. And then the second iron node will do rods. And then, of course, concrete, copper, and so on and so forth. And then, of course, bringing that into a central base. Now, one thing I really want to get some feedback on based on us playing together last time is some suggestions from all of you how we can work together better. Some of the things I did learn in this particular playthrough is, or one of the big things, is we need a central lounge where everybody can log out that we know is not going to be in the way of where we're building. Now, inevitably, it's going to happen. It's going to happen where we're going to be in the way because I do revamp the main base quite often. It's one of my favorite things to do. Also, don't build too close to the base, which we'll explore. We'll look at that as well because it just makes it where I have to tear that thing down. And I should make more signs that basically make it where when someone logs in, they can see what the server rules are and what our basic goals are. Things like that. So if you do have some feedback on how to better communicate so there's not everybody building on top of each other, you know, we end up with people logging out in such a way where it's hard for me to move stuff. and so on and so forth. So we just work better together in Satisfactory, because Satisfactory is one that that some people would just go and just try to rush ahead and try to get it done. Like we had the miscommunication of I was trying to get to the space elevator. Now I'm not gonna worry about the space elevator this time and all of that. I'm just gonna start with some of the basics. We're going to be doing that for a few hours, and then I'm going to let you guys loose to go as fast as you guys want to. So there you go. That's what the server's there for. The server's there to work together as a team. Try not to be the everything person where kids are, I'm going to work on the iron. I'm going to work on the thing. I'm going to do everything, and I'm going to go build the thing, and I'm going to build all the trains, and I'm going to get it all to max level and all of that stuff. I would suggest not to do that. I suggest, if you're working with other people, talk to them in chat, in game. Say, oh, well, hey, someone else is working on the power. Cool. While you're working on the power, I'll go work on the sulfur, or I'll go work on the quartz, or I'll go work on finding some oil or something like that, right? Better to find a good balance than to just try to be the everything person, try to prove how amazing you are. I just assume you already are amazing. So there's no reason to do that. But are you amazing at working together? That's always the hardest thing. So again, thanks for coming in, everybody. We're going to get it started here in just a second. I'm going to take a quick tour first, then we're going to reset, and then we're going to get in. Hey, Rotisserie G in the chat says, afternoon all, and happy National Eat a Cranberry and National Cashew Nut Day. I'm probably not going to eat either of those today, but you never know. You never know. Maybe the wife's got something downstairs I might eat later. You can't totally rule it out. Belt admissions cause lag. Encase them in walls to stop the lag. That is a really great suggestion, Fast Out. By the way, good to see you, man. Been a long time since I've seen you. I remember the old days. Remember the old days, the 7 days to die and all of that way back in the day. I remember. I do. I don't remember much, but I do remember good peeps who come in my channel and hang out and who are awesome at being part of the stream. I appreciate you. Jaeger coming in says, hi, everybody. Welcome. By the way, we're going to play some more 7 Days to Die when Alpha 20 comes out. They got me. They already put me on. I was like one of the first people they put on that streamer weekend because I love 7 Days to Die. It's one of my favorite games. It's up there with Satisfactory, or maybe it's a little bit above Satisfactory because I love the teamwork aspect of 7 Days to Die, but Satisfactory is an 11 out of 10, my highest rated game I've ever played. It's absolutely a game that's made just for me, everybody. This is my type of game. I love, especially when they put the trains in. I was like, they got me. That's it. They win. They got me hooked. Now, I played it for years, everybody. I still love playing it every single time. So let's get into it. Let's take a look at what everybody's done so far. Now, I'm sure this is just a practice run for them. Then we're going to try to tap every node and try to build gigantic mega bases and gigantic mega factories and have some fun. And you guys are all invited not only to watch, but also to come join me. So let's get to it. Now, the first thing we must do is hydrate. So let's hydrate. And I swear I just woke up recently. I just woke up within the last 30 minutes because, oh, man, I got up. I was so exhausted, man. I stayed up real late, man. I was testing a whole bunch of cool stuff in New World, getting a new lumberjack set, and I was checking sets out. And I spent about, 1,000 or 2 gold getting that going. And I was working with my team members. Team members making me food and all sorts of potions to test out, all sorts of cool stuff to show you guys later tonight. So be around tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time as well. I'm not going anywhere. I just got here. But I'm just saying also tonight, I've been working very hard over the weekend on a bunch of other stuff. Now, if you didn't notice, everybody, guess what? You got new emotes. That's right. If you're a sub of mine, you got brand new emotes. Go ahead and test them out right there in the chat. I see that Rotisserie G's already fired them up. You get 4 extra emotes as a sub. Thank you to Twitch, who did give partners and eventually affiliates brand new slots, free slots for their thing, as well as a bonus holiday emote of Norbert dressed up as an elf with a little Merry Christmas on his little heart thing, as well as a bunch of new and returning ones. One of my favorites is the yes. So when I ask you a question, hey, everybody, can you see and hear me? You can go ahead and test out the yes emote right there in the chat. Let's give it a go, everybody. All my subs right there. Now, you're like, Kismet, I'm a follower, Kismet. I can't afford to sub and all of that. Don't worry about it. You might get a gifted sub. You never know, right here in the channel. But also, I got more emotes coming for even my followers as well. So those are cooking away over there. They will come through on something called Frankerface, which is a free emote software. So if you don't already have it, Make sure to download that. You can find it, Franker Face Z, like zebra. You can find that. It's a free extension. Gives you more emotes in the channel. You can use them just in my channel. But now, if you are a sub of the channel, then you can use them everywhere. But Franker Face, you can use right here in my channel. So if you wanted to do like my old school arrow right here, you see me using my arrow. See right there in the chat. Let me go ahead and pull up my arrow over here. There we go. This is something I have used since the very beginning, and I made it fancy now. Now it's transparent. This is done in a $5,000 program called Maya, everybody. This is way OP for just a little stream, I'm telling you. But so I can point things out. Look, there's my love train. There is my things here. I came up with this idea, everybody. If you see anybody else doing this, this is me. Because I get the question all the time, Kismet, how do you do trades, or how do you do this, or how do you do that? And I can just point stuff out. Makes it super easy. Now, the hardest thing, being someone with sleep apnea, is remembering to turn it off. That's the hard part. I try to remember. You know, if things go off the rails, everybody, that's part of my charm. That's why people watch my stream in the first place, because they know it's just going to go off the rails. Now, here we are, everybody. Now, one of the things that I tried to do in the very beginning is I tried to stack resources by wherever the hub is. And the reason why I do that... Oh, get out of there. The reason why I do that is so obviously we can upgrade the hub, right? And look how far my peeps got. All the way to tier 8 that we're working on nuclear power, so very nice. Now, I did like tier 1 and 3, and I got really obsessed with it last time. I'm going to try not to be as obsessed because I do need to rest and then come back later for another stream later on. I stream twice per day, both a day stream and a night stream. For a day stream for all of you awesome peeps. And then, of course, my night stream for all some of you who also see the night one, and also... for the peeps who can only watch at night. So I appreciate all of you just hanging out in the channel. So yeah, so they crushed it. They absolutely crushed it right up there. I feel like I really let the team down. I hate being the person. That's why I don't play like League of Legends, stuff like that. Because you got to be Johnny on the spot if you're the base builder, right? The main base builder. Because people are waiting for me to get in there and say, this is what we're going to do, this is what we're going to do, right? That kind of thing. So what I did was I was working with an idea of running the concrete that I have down here. You can see it down there, and how I can make the concrete expandable. But then, of course, as in my normal fashion, I found how to break the game because the lifters weren't working. The one thing that I needed to make it lift up off the ground, which I love it up off the ground like that, everybody. It's one of my favorite things to unlock is the lifters. Because this way you can navigate underneath it. It's super clean. Because you, as the builder, need space to get in here and say, okay, is this one working right here? Okay, this one seems to be working and whatnot. If you're putting all that stuff in the ground, you know what you're doing in the very beginning? You're jumping over that stuff all the time, just constantly jumping over it. Now, this spot I chose right here as the thing is a big test. It's a great testing area because it starts with pure nodes. There's 3 iron pure nodes. There is a pure copper node and a pure... concrete node. There we go, or limestone node right there. And as you can see, I've got it kind of maxed out right now. I've got it only on tier 2, but it is maxed out with massive extraction right now of over 600 limestone, which is pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. Now, you can't continue your experimental build if you want to, but I feel like they've got it out now, and it is going to be updated both on experimental and on early access, so both of those will be working fine. Now, I don't know how anything's going to go after this point, everybody, because this will be the first time we have installed an early access server. Now, peeps over at Nitrato are amazing. They are my server hosts. If you want to get your own server or come join me, you're welcome to. But it's the only time it's okay to drop names. Drop my name, you get 10% off. You're like, Kismet, what do you get? I don't get nothing. I already got a server. I'm good. It's okay. I'm here for you guys, everybody. And again, we're going to be giving away tons of stuff, everybody. Literally, I have a ton of supporters, and one of my awesome mods, whose name is Scorch. Hey, LLC, what's up, bro? One of my awesome mods from the past who has been doing much better, which is great. I'm keeping tabs on her. I've been sending her messages over the last years or so. She was having some tough times after our last TwitchCon, and she is finally doing better, which is awesome. And then she said, Kismet, guess what? I have all these extra games. Would you like to give these games out during your charity event that you do every single year from December 1st to December 25th, as well as I'm doing another charity thing on top of that, which is Fallout for Hope between December December 4th and December 19th, which means that I literally have hundreds of games, not only from her, but also from other people who have donated, and a bunch that I have worked with sponsors on, as well as a bunch of gift cards. Oh my gosh, it's just incredible how much, if you put that love out there, everybody, you get it right back, and then I just give it right to you guys. That's how I am. So starting December 1st, be here in the stream. I'd literally, to give it all away by the 25th, I've estimated that I have to do 5 to 10 giveaways every single day. Every single day. Now, as we hit certain milestones as well on raising funds for St. Jude's Children's Hospital, which is what Fallout 4 Fallout for Hope is all about. I'll be playing Fallout 4, which I get tons of requests for. I've had 1,000 requests to play Fallout 4 again, and 1,000 more on top of that. Kismet, when are you going to play Fallout 4? Kismet, when are you going to play another playthrough? Kismet, when are you going to another playthrough? Well, now your answer is finally, your question is finally got an answer. December 4th, December 19th for charity. Again, we're going to be raising, we're going to try to raise $1,000 for St. Jude's Children's Hospital. An amazing, amazing group of peeps. It's a global super stream event with hundreds of streamers all working together to raise funds to save lives. And that's what I love to do. Now, as a father of 3 children, I can tell you it is a gigantic financial burden when, like in my case, my kids injured themselves. My daughter actually hit her head when she was young. That cost me thousands and thousands of dollars. Now, I'm not the young rich man I was when I didn't have any kids or wife or family or anything like that. I'm just like everybody else, got to get by, rubbing your pennies together and saying, okay, where's my $10 going to go? Okay, I got to put $5 here and $2 there and $1 there and $1 there. You know how it goes. You know how it goes when you're just trying to survive. So that's what we'll be doing in December. Right now, we're going to be doing this. Now, one of the things I forgot, being the forgetful person that I am, is this week is Thanksgiving. On Thursday, my wife would kill me if I didn't take that day off, everybody. So I put that on the schedule. I apologize. That was my bad. I totally forgot, as normal Kismet. I made my schedule. I was doing all that, and I was working on a whole bunch of stuff, and I posted that schedule. And the second I posted it, I'm like, wait a minute. It's Thursday. Thursday is Thanksgiving. So happy Thanksgiving in advance, everybody, for those who do celebrate Thanksgiving. And for everybody else, have a great Thursday, because I will be revamping my schedule later today where that Thursday will be off, because I will definitely want my peeps, my team in New World to spend time with their family, as well as I like to spend time with my family during Thanksgiving and whatnot. So we got a lot going on, as you can tell. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and look, I had to kill peeps characters, which absolutely sucks. I don't like to kill peeps. So what I did is I made a little bomb here. I'm out. I made some bombs, and I thought, well, can I kill other players with a bomb? Yes, I can. Do I want to do that? No. Should you be doing that? Absolutely not. Do not kill other players. We do not PvP on my servers. We do not do it for any reason ever. And the only reason I did it was to move people out of the way, and then what I did is I put their items in a box. So I thought, what a great idea, and this was mentioned last time by Minnie Murph, who came up with a great idea, by the way. Minnie Murph, great job, is the fact that we could create a lounge where everybody could log out, and then also a lounge where everybody could have a locker with their name on it, and then we have to move them for any reason, we could, of course, remove them and then put their stuff in that particular locker. So I think that would be a great way to work together. It'd also be a great way to work together. Remember, don't do the same thing that I'm doing, right? Or someone else is doing. So if I'm sitting here working on the main base, this is probably not where you want to be, right? It's like, say, a great example, if we look way off in the distance over here, we can see that people have been working down in these lower levels. I wish there was no fog, but you can see right down here, you can see that they were working on power, and then way out there, they were working on trains and whatnot. And then over here, you can see they were working on my stacking. Now, I set where the stacking was, and of course, being standard Kismet fashion, I came in and decided to change it. Because zeros, that's not true. That's totally not true, and that one is true. Don't forget to follow right here on the stream. Hit the follow button. There you go. And there's LOC. Now, one of my favorite things about any game is the ability to play together. It's the teamwork aspect of it all. Now, by the way, LOC, get ready. I'm going to be wiping this server, so don't get too complacent, because this is the experimental version. We're going to switch over to the early access version, all right? And then we'll let it run and run and run and run, so don't worry. Now, one of the cool things they did add, what the heck, mouse, is the ability to run things through the actual ground. And we've unlocked a bunch of stuff here. We're going to re-unlock all the stuff, but let's look at some of these logistics here. You got the floor hole. You've also got the pipe floor hole, which I think is just awesome. That's totally cool. Now, another thing I did see that they said that we may or may not have unlocked here. Let me go look here. It's under transportation. There we go. We do not have it unlocked, but they did also add a hypertube wall hole. Now, it figures out the height of your foundation, and then you can make it as long or as short as you want it to be, for sure, which I think is just awesome. Awesome. There you go. Let's see. So, if 7 Days to Die had trains, 7 Days to Die is already a 10 out of 10, but if it had trains, I'd give it an 11 out of 10. So, there you go. Player icons are no longer on the compass. They should be. He's probably in there. It's just hard to see because we've got so many other beacons going. I try to reduce the amount of things going, but, you know, the beacons are useful. Because, like, great examples, you got a cave entrance right there, so you can find your way to the cave if you're looking to kill spiders or find little squishy guys, little squishy wormies. Little glow worms and whatnot. So much that. There's Fred down there. Look, he's getting into trouble. All right, so I'm just giving you guys a general overview before we do reset the server, because it's going to take a minute for us to reset the server. So we'll probably just fuddle around in single-player mode. I'll show you a little bit of what I'm doing there, but look at what everybody's done here. What I've done is I've created multiple levels, because this is kind of an advanced area, so you got to build more vertically than horizontally. So that's basically what we're doing here. We're building very vertically to get started. They put in all of the trains and did all of that, though they did put it on the wrong level, so a little miscommunication there. That was okay. The trains were supposed to be down at the level of the thing. Now, one of the things that I discovered after I did this, and they raised it up to that level, which is great, is that I should have just one of them sticking up here, and the rest of them should go like that. Look how many I've got stacked there. Because here's the thing about a server, everybody. If you understand about time, right? Time is a factor as well. You should always consider that in everything that you do. In real life as well. Now, I'm a production person, everybody. You're like, Kismet, what's a production person? A production person who is someone who's always thinking of how to make something more efficient. Now, I've been a graphic designer for 30 years. I've done hundreds of thousands of projects, and every single one of them were on time. Now, how were they on time? Well, you usually have a production software or production board. In the old school days, we had a board where we had little things and we would switch it around based on what it did. I know that's really old school, everybody. Now they have software that does that, the logistics of everything you have running at the same time. And the same thing in game. What is your most efficient thing to be working on at that moment so that you can get more things done, right? That's basic understanding of production. How can I get 50 jobs done in the time I've only got enough to get 5 jobs done, right? And the more efficient you are, of course, the more profit you're making in your business or where you're working or whatever it is. The more profit you make, hopefully, the more money you make. Not always, because if you're not the boss and you're not the top peeps, usually you work harder and they get richer and you don't. So I try to be always at the top so that I'm getting the benefit of my hard work. I suggest you try to be there as well. Now, one of the things that I want to do, everybody, is really do a huge backlog of stuff, because there is an awesome time factor here on our server where it will actually keep the server running even if nobody's on there. So say I'm just outputting at the default, right? Say I get a bad node, like I get it's coming out at like 30 limestone. But if I set the 30 limestone going, it has an unlimited power, like say through coal, because the coal is going to extract the coal and then also extract the water, which then of course makes the power, which then of course has power to extract the coal and extract the water. You get the idea of that perpetual power. And so it can run 24/7. Even when I'm and no one else is in the game, guess what it's doing? Backlogging concrete, backlogging concrete, backlogging concrete. So even when we're not around, it is still efficiently working. And that is what you always want to do. Like right now, when I'm talking to you, also on my other computer, I'm copying stuff. I'm copying stuff to YouTube right now. I'm processing videos. I'm doing like 10 things while sitting here playing games and talking to you. That should always be one of your goals if you want to be very time efficient. Now, also, one of the great ways I suggest to do anything, if you are going to try to be more time efficient in real life or in game, is to make a list of what you're doing today, yesterday, last night. Last night, I know kind of a general idea of what I'm doing today. We're going to go take a tour of the server. We're going to tell you all about Fallout for Hope. I got it written down. I can look right at it or just write it off. And then we're going to reset the server and then start again. And then we're going to let it run 24/7 so you can pop in anytime, whatever time's convenient for you. Come in and help. Now, remember, we work together as a team. So don't you try to come in and Kismet, let me show you how to get it done, right? Let me just do what you're doing. No, you don't want to do that. If I'm sitting here working on the main base, you don't want to be sitting here right next to me making blocks and doing things right next to me. That does irritate me because I talk about it constantly on stream. And I tell everybody who comes and join me, but somehow people don't remember. Now, over here, we've got some vehicles going. They did massively improve the vehicles. The vehicles are so much better. And so we got this vehicle route going. It's running over there, grabbing some resources, bringing those resources right back over here. They've updated this as well so you can see the vehicle rotation. Oh, I think it's out of power or something, or it's off, or it's not running. And what it does is like it has a transfer rate of what your max transfer rate, what your incoming and maximum rate is. And so you can add more vehicles. You can copy the path and paste it onto other vehicles and then have 2 vehicles going, 3, 4, 5, as many as you want to get that incoming transfer rate up and then run it as well. So just really amazing. If you haven't seen the game in a while, they've added even more than that, thousands and thousands of more updates and things that are just amazing in this game. So again, this is still early access. This is experimental early access and is already an 11 out of 10. They just do nothing but make it more and more amazing. So I absolutely love the game. So that gives you an idea there. Now again, let's go up to the trains real quick so you guys can see that before we opt out of here and we go ahead and wipe this out. LOC taking a survey up there. All right, we got the trains up here. That was rocking and rolling. Now, I put an extra train here, but we can see it running automatically. One of the cool things they did add is the ability to do signs and toggle switches and stuff like that. Now, while you're actually driving the train, you can drive along and hit A, and it will switch the track. And you can keep going. If you're a train lover like me and who grew up with trains as a kid, the little model trains, oh, man, I'm telling you. I'm telling you, this is your jam right here. Now, they also have signal areas, and they also said that they added, let me go in and act like I'm going to take something out. They added actually a way of colorizing the different tracks so you can see the different tracks and their different lines and stuff. Absolutely amazing. Oh, 33X says, hey, kids. Oh, with the 4 months of sub love, getting that Kismet love train fired up today. Thank you, everybody, for help supporting the stream, keeping that Kismet love train going. We're starting to slide a little bit, everybody. Starting to slide a little bit. Trying to get back up to 200. What are we at right now? Is that 125 or 175? I don't know. I can't tell. But thank you so much for that awesome support. I appreciate everybody who does come in, whether you do subscribe or not. Remember, it's never required, but I do greatly appreciate those who do. All right. All right. So that came through over here. Now, I saw the train go that way. And it looks like, is this a push-pull train? No, that actually went around and grabbed it there. And it drops off various different resources into here. Look at that. Very nice, right? Now, this is what I like to do. I love the trains, everybody. Trains is among my favorite in the entire game. Because you can go and grab stuff from really far. Oh, here comes another one. You can grab stuff from really far away and bring it back to your primary base. And why do you want to do that? Well, you want to do that so you can continue to upgrade not only your base, but also the space elevator, which I have taken out and meant to put back, but I didn't get to it. I didn't get to it last time because we're gonna reset it anyway. But you can see the trains going in. They're turning around right here and then making their way back, and then bringing in. You can see here our steel. And also kind of intermixing here, which I'm not a big fan of intermixing, but if you have a sorter, which you do get in the game, you have several sorters as a matter of fact, you can run stuff down, and as you can see, it's then being sorted awesomely over here into these right here. Now, one of the problems with building it right here is the problem of it's right next to where I'm building. So if I go and I start to revamp the primary base, I have to literally take out someone else's stuff. So I much prefer, if you are going to do this, is to actually make a factory that is by the nodes. So that's one of the things that we'll try to do this time when we do reset, is instead of bringing all the stuff here, is to try to work the nodes that are nearby each other into a central factory, and then make that factory, and then send the output of that factory. In this case, it's going to be the output of, it's going to be the output of a gas filter, right? So coal, rubber, fabric, you try to take all that and put it there. Now, a lot of peeps, what they like to do also is take the raw resources and run that into the primary base and then do it. But also, I would suggest to build your factory offset, not right on top of the central base. Because what I'm doing in the central base is making a central area for all the resources to end up so we can upgrade, but also making an area in which I can show off the game, right? So I can show off, okay, this is how you add to concrete, and this is how you add to iron. So those basic nodes, those starter nodes, are going to be like my nodes to show off, right? So don't go in and start changing all of my stuff and taking my stuff out and readjusting how I have my stuff set up and all of that stuff. You don't want to do that because then it takes away the fun for me being able to do it at some point. But it is kind of sometimes frustrating because you got to have a space to put all the stuff, right? And that's usually our end goal right over here. Now, again, I don't mind if you guys go ahead, unlock tons of stuff and all of that stuff here on the 24/7 server. Obviously, it would suck if you had to wait a whole week before I come back on this type of game. Because this game is awesome in the fact that it has just a massive bunch of resources. I mean, an insane amount of resources everywhere. Now, we're going to start somewhere else. I'm going to surprise you guys with where we're going to start. We're going to start somewhere else because this is actually a really easy start, everybody. If you start right here, you're just using your pure nodes to get a huge head start. Oh, speaking of awesome people, Eb's coming as well with 13 months of sub love. Woohoo! Thank you, Ebs, for coming in, showing that love. I hear that they're going to give you your furniture back today. That they updated New World, and you get to make your furniture and transfer your furniture again. I saw that in the patch notes in New World, so I hope that you can finally get back to doing what you love to do, and that's make us furniture. And once we do that, I'm going to hit you up for a whole bunch. I have a whole bunch of rare things that I've collected that I'm going to give you. I was really having lots of fun. You know how much wood I collected yesterday, last night, and this morning? Over 15,000 greenwood. Now, I'm not kidding, 15,000. And so I was testing out being a lumberjack, and I got to have a little lumberjack outfit that has bonus to collecting wood. I'll collect a bunch of weirwood. I collected a bunch of greenwood and ancient wood to test it out. Now, what I'm doing is I'm getting that wood so I can put it in every single location, so I can work every single town board at the same time. But the higher end stuff, like when I get like rares and things like that, of course, give out to all my members. But right now, all the basics, I'm going to be stocking up in all of my stuff. And I had a lot of fun doing it. In fact, I did a little too long. A little too long, so I'm a little, today. Not like I'm not already like that every day, but a little extra today. So there we go. So yeah, 12,000. The patch notes. Yes, the patch notes should be on their Discord. I would check that out. If you guys want me to go ahead and give you the New World Discord here. It's actually Amazon Games Discord. Let's see. New World. Oh, wait. Actually, it just pumps right to our Discord. Yeah, it pumps to our Discord to the New World section. Right there. Downtime assesses various issues. Let's see. Where is that? It's under New World. You go down to NW Newsfeed. There we go. On my Discord, Kismet Tycoon HQ. So you go right there. There's all the news feed directly from them, so you can just click on it. That's why I did that. So that if you want any news about 7 Days to Die, Satisfactory, New World, whatever, I have it piped right onto my Discord in one central spot. So you don't have to go into 15 different Discords to find all that stuff. It's all piped right down into one area. Now, this is cool right here. Now, what's happening, everybody? You can see one of the things I want to show you before we go off of there, because this is what I call the mega sorter, everybody. I love sorting stuff. Now, this is called a smart splitter. And so the left is going to output anything. But the center is going to come and be an overflow, right? The center, which actually would probably be this one here, overflow. There we go. The way he's got it oriented. I wanted to see how they had it oriented. So the center one is the overflow. And then the right one is black powder. So he's got it intermixed. So if it does have an overflow of stuff here and it's stopped or it's turned off or whatever, that stuff will come through and then automatically sort into its various boxes. Now I wonder how he's going to deal with the coal problem, because there's coal in there. Now again, I don't like to intermix it unless our belts are fast enough. You can see right here, look at this. This has got plenty of those filters, plenty of the gas, and all of the other cool stuff that we have unlocked. Now I'm not going to go to all the sources of everything. I'm just showing you all the hard work that my crew has done. I love smart splitters. There's also some other splitters as well that you can use. And you can see it just kind of goes all the way down the end. And I bet you it comes out of here. And let's see, where's it going? Down for the awesome sink, no doubt. Yeah, that's the smartest thing to do. If you got a bunch of extra resources that you don't want to have to micromanage, run them into the awesome sink, and then all that extra stuff that you're not using is running into the overflow, into the awesome sink, being grinded up, and then you get tickets. You take those tickets and you use them to unlock different things in the game, which is very cool. And then as you can see here, that's going up as well, and then back that way. I'm not sure why that's going up and going back there. Maybe it's being taken. Now look at this. You can do symbols, no parking, water, looks like chest, nuclear power, or something like that. You can do symbols. You can do signs now that they added to the game. The locking of the stuff is just a builder's dream. Everybody make a grown man cry when I first saw it. A little tear-eyed. You know what else is making me tear-eyed yesterday, everybody? I installed Fallout 4 again, which I have not played in absolute years. Years and years. Probably the reason why I'm partnering here on stream, probably the reason most of you know me, if you come into the stream for whatever reason, or maybe you saw me at TwitchCon all dressed up in my yellow fedora and all of that, dressed in my Fallout outfit and whatnot. We are going to do a special replay for that for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. And I've been asked 1,000 times and 1,000 times again to play Fallout 4 again. And I'm going to give you all my best Wasteland Tycoon tips and whatnot. And so the Wasteland Tycoon returns for one more playthrough, or at least as far as we can get in a couple weeks in Fallout 4. One of my favorite games of all time. My favorite Fallout of all time. I know some of you get triggered in the chat. Now, Kismet, what? No, Fallout New Vegas is better. It is storyline. I agree. But when it comes to building, they don't got no building, everybody. I love the building. As you can see, I'm playing a building game, right? It's kind of like a survival game, but mostly a building game. There are some survival aspects to Satisfactory as well. Okay, now, I showed you all shenanigans. Look at that shenanigans. I like that. Oh, I like the shenanigans one there, LOC. That was funny. And, of course, you have big, giant signs. That was funny. Shenanigans. Okay, so we showed you all the stuff now. We really want to get into playing. Now, last time I played this game is so addicting. I kept wanting to do one more thing. You know how it goes, like one more. Well, I was playing it for 8 hours last time we launched the server. I do not have the stamina, at least I don't think so, to do it for 8 hours, but we will see. All right, now I'm going to go ahead and exit to the main menu. We're going to get out here. I'm going to show you this is the experimental version. All right, and there's the patch notes right over here. Hi, Pioneers, update 5 is here, blah, blah, blah. I was going to tell you all about it there. Now, what I did is I used this server manager right here to log into our primary server over here, which is the Teamwork Tycoon Satisfactory server. Now, it's going to take me a minute to set this all back up again because it's never easy setting up servers, I find, unless you have someone to set it up for you, who are the amazing people at Nitrato who got this all thing. They are my official server partner. I love those guys over there. They have supported me for years and years and years with just absolute server love. I can recommend no one higher for your server needs. I've had a lot of bad server hosts before them who literally told me I couldn't play during the times in which I stream to you guys. Well, they're like, why don't you play during a different time? I'm like, because this is the time in which I stream. And I'm paying you for a server and I can't use my server. No, we're doing maintenance during that time. Well, can you move the maintenance? No. I'm like, well, then I'm out of here. Bye. And I got rid of them and then went over here to Nitrato. Never look back, everybody. They have been amazing. So I highly recommend it if you want to get yourself a server, not just for this, but also for Valheim, Minecraft, Ark, maybe even Ark 2 when it drops as well, too. And all of that needs for sure. I've seen some of their servers that are like 4,000 people on them. which is incredible. You think about it, 4,000 people playing Minecraft together. That's some serious server action right there. Okay, so we're going to come back to this. Now, I'm going to go ahead and put in my backdrop. Oh, look out. Nim coming in. Showing some love. Thank you, Nim, for that 3 months of sub love. By the way, I did see that you did whisper me. I will get back to you on that. I was up way too late collecting wood. I will try to get back to you that today. Thank you so much, Nim. Appreciate that. 3 months of sub love. Show some love in the chat, everybody. All right. So we're going to go ahead and bring up the backdrop. We're going to go ahead and take that out. We're going to go ahead and exit. Are you sure you want to quit the game? Confirmed. Now we're going to quit out of the experiment. Oh, I should show you. Hold on. I should show you the... make sure I don't have anything on the desktop that I shouldn't show you, because I do get sponsored for stuff, and sometimes I forget, and I got it on the desktop, and I'm not supposed to show it to you yet. I don't think I have anything right now. Okay, we'll just show you. I got Fallout 4, though, installed. See it right there in the upper left corner. Okay, now, if you're trying to find the experimental version, the early access version, look at all these other games that I just wish I had time for, everybody, like Ark and For the King and Outer Worlds and Civilization and Borderlands and GTA and all of that. I don't got time for that right now. But there's 2 versions on the Epic Game Store. There's only one version that you usually see on Steam. You can play cross-platform, by the way. You can play with Steam, can play on our mega server, and also Epic Game Store can play on our mega server as well. Now, on the Epic Game Store, you're going to see 2 different versions. You've got the experimental version, and you've got the early access version. So we're going to switch over to the early access version. So I have to wipe the server over here. I got to do a lot of, behind-the-scenes stuff to get that going. So we're going to switch over to this version. Now, if you're on Steam, you will see only one version. But what you do is you go over the left side here, and I'll go ahead and bring my Steam up here. Now, I don't have it for Steam, but I'm just going to show you a little example. Like if I go over here to the side, see, look at that, Fallout 4 reinstalled, everybody. I don't know how many years it's been. I should have looked at the last time I played before I installed it, which I didn't do. I should have done that before I reinstalled it. But I have about 2,500 hours in Fallout 4, which some people, that's nothing. I got 9,000 hours in Fallout 4, and I got 10,000 hours in 7 Days to Die. Well, hey, congrats. That's some serious things. See, 7 Days to Die, getting close. See, getting close. 2,300. That's for $10. This game cost me $10. And I have played 2,300 hours. Now, I don't know about you, but that is a great ROI or return on your investment. Absolutely. Okay, so what you do is you go ahead and right-click right here. You go to Properties, and then you go right here to Betas. And now, if you are currently in the beta, now, obviously, this is 7 Days to Die, but if you are on your version of Satisfactory, you want to go ahead and turn this to None. So you're going to get the early access version or the base version of it, and then you'll definitely want to install that or reinstall that to join us on the server. All right. I see I got some friend requests there as well. Okay, so let's go ahead and get my early access pumping. Click that and get that fired up. And then we're going to have to do a bunch of server stuff. So you're going to see me put my headphones down, and I'm going to slide for you. It's going to be this way. No, this way. Yep, there we go. Okay, time to wipe the server. Here we go. I got to switch game. I got to stop the server first. Got to stop the server. Now you're like, Kismet, what game are you going to switch to? Well, there's actually 2 versions of Satisfactory, just like there's 2 versions of 7 Days to Die and a bunch of other games. And there's like the normal version, and then there is the experimental version. So we're going to try to find it here and see. I got to find it here. Satisfactory. Oh, they only have one version. Really? They only have one version. Interesting. Interesting. Well, let's go ahead and... You think they'd have an experimental version and then another version. I wonder if they've put that in yet. That's a great question. That is a great questione. And the cool thing about being me is I can just go over there and ask them. Let's see. Let's create a ticket over here and tell my peeps what I'm looking for. I'm always the person who like pioneers all this stuff for them, everybody. Because it literally came out today. It literally came out today, so they might be working on it right now. These guys usually are really on top of it, I tell you. And so, Satisfactory server. I should have done this at the very beginning, and then they could have been working on it. Version, I don't see it unless it's switch game. All right, there we go. Should be like 7 days to die, where you have mental version of the server and the normal or early access version. All right, always some technical thing for me to solve, but don't worry, we'll get it done, everybody. Don't worry, we got all day to have some fun with it. Over here, let's, because I don't see it in there. Normally, see, that's what the first thing I would assume they'd already have in there is that they'd have one version. Because like if you're doing 7 Days to Die server, there's an experimental branch, and then there's the kind of release version or the early access version. And then so you can switch between those two. So when I play 7 Days to Die Alpha 20 coming up next month, I can go ahead and just click it and then switch over to the experimental branch, which will give me that if you have the password and if you are part of the thing over the weekend. But then eventually it'll release for everybody, and then everybody can play on that particular server. And the same thing should be having the Satisfactory. I see that Satisfactory only shows as experimental right now because that's all they had until today. Now they should have multiple versions of the same server. So I will find out here in a moment because usually they get back to me straight away. Oh, we're jumping, making the avatars jump around. There we go. Hey, hey. What up? What up? Okay, let's see. Yeah, you can only do it so often. Hey, I'm the person to test things to the extreme at work. Yeah, I'm the same way. I like to test stuff big time, for sure, for sure. All right. Let's go ahead and let that do its thing and see what they say. See if they get back to me on that. Let me actually get over to my tycoon so I can hang out with LOC. What up, LOC? How you doing? Yeah, doing good. Resetting the server. They don't have two versions of the server yet. I think because it just came out today. But I don't see an early access version. So I've contacted them. We're going to find out about it. I suggest just to chill out for a bit. I'm just going to play, jump in an old game of mine here in early access while I'm waiting for them to get back to me. Then I'm going to reset the server, and then we'll go from there. Oh, there you go. Always a good thing to get going on. All right, so we're going to go ahead and load a game here, everybody. Now, we have one called Test in Forest, I think was the last one that we did. I don't even remember. Do the sync. All right, I got to do the sync, everybody. Let's go do the sync over here. Now, because there is update 5 now, it's automatically going to convert my one from update 4, and it's automatically going to convert it for update 5. And I don't remember where I am or what I'm doing. Oh, yeah, this is in the same spot. So this is pretty much at the very beginning. We were doing kind of a start playthrough. This is what that used to look like when you first start off, right? So you've got your concrete up there. You've got your copper and all of that. Oh, this is a good one. And you can see that I'm just using some of the basics, right? I'm using some of the biofuel. And that biofuel, which you collect from sticks and whatnot, from wood and leaves. And you combine that into biofuel, and that runs all your basic stuff. So you got it. Oh, look at that texture. You got your iron ore coming in, and it's running behind here through your splitters. And those splitters are then running it into here, which is smelting it down from iron ore into iron ingots. Those iron ingots then are being run into here, which are making iron plates. This is one of the things that drives me crazy, everybody. They did fix this. Yay! They fixed it so I can get rid of this stuff out of my base. All right. That I cannot handle stuff in the way. I don't like it growing through my base. This is why I typically don't make stuff at the ground level, because even though it says it's not going to regenerate, it does anyway. Especially when you haven't played the game in a while and it updates. But that stuff drives me crazy. So maybe in this next playthrough, I'll do nothing at the ground level. We'll just do everything up above. But I like to make like a tower or like an elevated, because also mobs don't come and bug you as much. Like Fred, who comes in my base all the time. He waits for me to build and then shows up. Oh, look at that. And the power went off, right? The power has gone off. So usually it's one of the two, right, that have kind of run out of power. In this case, it's this one. So we need to find some more biomass. Now, was I making biomass? Heck, if I remember. Those are my plates. I'm making some rods there. We're making some concrete, but I seriously doubt I got the biomass going. I see we're making some copper way out there as well. Again, I need to watch for them to contact me to see if our server's going to be ready here. It doesn't look like it. It looks like this is all the basics. Okay, well, that's okay. We can go in here and we can craft up a bit of biofuel. Now, again, if we don't get, it started, don't worry, we'll get it all set up at some point, and then we'll just let it run 24/7. Everybody can jump in and do their thing. All right, there we go. Made a little bit of biomass there. Now, again, this is just a single-player game I'm in now, while I'm waiting for them to get back to me. So I'm going to hit right-click, cut that in half, put that in there, and then take the other half, put it right in there, and then I can pull this lever. Right back to work it goes. Too cool. Look how close I am, everybody. Look at that. Woo, on startup, it's 47 of 47, right on the dot. That's where I like to be. I like to be right at that edge. If you go over that, it turns the power off, like you see, or if you lose power, it turns it off. So that's kind of the basic starter of this particular area. And it's really one of my favorite areas, the third area over. And it allows you to really work those nodes. Now, if you didn't notice, there was a bunch of platforms here that you couldn't see that there was a giant drop-off right there. Actually, if you go out far enough, there's a drop-off where you just fall forever and insta-die because the world is only so big, right? And as you go in the world, I forget what they changed the map to. I think it's O or something. What did they change the map? They changed it to another key, which I can't remember right now. Or maybe I don't have it unlocked in this playthrough. I probably don't have it unlocked yet. That's what it is. I don't have it unlocked. What you have is you have a world, and you start in different areas based on what you choose in the beginning. But it's one big map. It's not like you're playing a whole different map, everybody. There's one map, and that's the one that rules them all. Okay, so as we're going along, of course, we are working on our upgrades. And as you can see, I can go ahead and add stuff in here, which will then upgrade all of this. We can grab some of this out of here. Let's see. Oh my God! Always when you look at the belts at the very beginning, it's so slow. They're so slow. It's almost painful. They're so slow there. But let's go ahead and. Oh wow! I need 400. I'm not anywhere close to that. That really needs to go way faster. So let's see if I have anything else hiding in here somewhere. I don't see it in there. Maybe we can convert some of our other concrete. Nope, we have no raw concrete to use. So yeah, we have to wait until it's done making more concrete so we can go to the next level, which is to build the space elevator. Now, this is kind of the basics of the game. Is you go in, you start with some simple extraction. You then extract that stuff and you go ahead and use it to make something more. And then you keep expanding and expanding your factory until it's as automated as you can make it, right? Like in this case, it's extracting some copper ore. Again, this is a pure node, so it's 120 per minute. And then this is going in here at a rate that's way more than what its input is. This is 30 per minute, right? Now, the real limiting factor are your belts. Even at the very end game, they still will be a limiting factor. And that's because they can only go so fast. They'll go up to 780 at any given time. That means it's pulling 780 out of there, putting it into the next machine, and that machine is processing it as fast as it can. So this is why you always want to know what your start number is, right? Your extraction number, which in this case is 120. Now, if I was going to do this efficiently, I would cut this up into 30, 30, 30, 30, right? So if we divide this by 30, hey Siri, what's 120 divided by 30?
120 divided by 30 is 4.
Is 4. So it'd be way more efficient and faster to produce stuff if I had 4 of them going, right? But why do I not have 4 of them going? That's because I don't have enough power. The second you start expanding stuff, everybody, is when you start running out of power and you hear that dreaded noise of Gee, where your server turns off. Or your stuff turns off. Max Steel coming in. Great show. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming in, Max Steel. Showing some love here in the stream. Let's show him some love. And everybody's hit that sub love button today. Thank you so much for all those resubscribes, everybody. Appreciate it. We're up to 4 or 5. One more. We're going to go ahead and do some fireworks here. Hey, Paul, what's up? Look at Paul coming in, checking those retweets. Thank you so much, Paul. I appreciate you coming in, pressing that retweet button. In fact, I'm going to give 1,000 kiss caps for you being diligent on your own, bringing up that the retweet there, and going out and showing the stream some love there by retweet. I appreciate it. Right now, we're at 3 retweets. We get 2 more. I'm going to give you another 1,000 for every 5 retweets we hit here in the stream. So every 5, 10, 15, as we hit those milestones. All right, let's keep going over here, everybody. Let's see how much we've got going right there. 45. We need a lot more. That is for sure. So let's go ahead and get this in here. So yeah, we're about 80 or so away over there. Now again, we're going to start in a different area. So I'm going to show you a bit of this. Now you can also use these conveyors. This is the old school before they had trains and all of that other stuff. We would use conveyors as the actual way of getting from A to Z and B to there. And it's really fun because you can set your conveyor like this. And then you just shoot yourself off, and then you would go woo other side of your factory, and then use your jetpack so you didn't splat on the other end. All right, and the same thing over here, everybody. This is extracting at 120, so I could expand this to do even more. Now, this one's probably the most awkward one at the very beginning of the game, is because it starts at 45. Now, 45 is super awkward because the math doesn't work as easy as if you have 30, 60, and 90, 120. Right? That's way easier to figure the math. But 45 isn't that much. You just have a tendency to have leftover, right? So if I say, hey Siri, what's 120 divided by 45?
120 divided by 45 is about 2.6666.
I don't know. She's obsessed. She's the spawn of the devil. What can I say? So yeah, it's 2.6. So really it means 3, right? Or let's round it down to 2.5. So it's 2.5 of these converters that I could do by extracting this. But I need the faster belt because this belt only goes 60. So it's really not going to help me if I put 3 of them down if my belts are too slow. And so that is the basic crux of the entire game, is upgrading your belts, upgrading your lifters, upgrading your machinery to do bigger and better and faster and more efficient and all of that. And I love that. I absolutely love it. Now, guess what, everybody? This game is actually on sale. So make sure to be looking for it on sale. And I can tell you 7 Days Die is going to go on sale as well. I would definitely keep an eye out for and snatch these games up. When you snatch it up on Steam or the Epic Game Store, wherever, I don't discriminate, everybody. Whatever you like better, everybody. You go ahead and snatch it up over there. And look for it on sale so you can be having this much fun. You can also come and join us no matter if you're on Steam or on the Epic Game Store. Once we get our server going, I'm waiting for them to get back to me here. Let's see. Yeah. He already got back to me. Look at that. He got back to me within 3 minutes, everybody. That's amazing. I wasn't even watching. Yeah. All right. Let me give him a screenshot. He says there should be 2 versions. I thought there was 2. I'm not trying to reinstall. I'm trying to switch game here. Let's just search for it. Let me send this to him real quick, everybody. All right. All right, there we go. So yeah, he had got right back to me. I forgot they got a different ticket system they used to have. Usually they would whisper me, so I was watching for the whisper, and then it suddenly dawned on me they don't do it that way. I have to go in and look at the ticket. So let's see what happens. I'll leave that up so we can check that out. Okay, now while we're waiting for that, they'll get that sorted out. We need some more concrete over here. Let's grab that, and I think we should be ready for an upgrade. We're getting real close, I can bet. Yeah, all right, there we go. 15 more to go. Now, one of the things you can also do, by the way, while you're waiting for this to come in, is you can just go grab it yourself or make it yourself. Like I can grab it right off the belt here. When I'm in a super hurry, I'll grab this. Now, remember, I could, in theory, just let the game run. Now, one of the things that is great in the beginning of this game, when you're playing it, and you get a little frustrated because you might not have enough concrete or you might not have enough stuff. Oh, he's buzzing me back. Oh. Oh boy. All right, well, this is my bad. I should have probably told them ahead of time. They're still working on it, they say. All right. So yeah, they're still working on it over there. And it says they do have a plan for it, but they're still working on it. All right, well, you know how I am. I'm always like trailblazing everybody above everybody else. It literally came out today where it switched to from experimental to early access, and they're still setting it up. So we might not be able to play multiplayer today. I mean, I can start a new game, a local game, but the server may not go into local player today. There we go. Okay. All right, no worries, no worries. You don't ever want to hear that, everybody. You don't ever want to hear that. That's it running out of power. That's a sad, sad thing. All right, so apparently they're still working on it. They may not get it done in time today. So all of you, I will watch diligently on there. They're awesome over there, everybody. So they work on a lot of stuff. They're working hard over there. So I will go ahead and let's do this upgrade here. And, oh, why does it not... Why does it not unlock? What am I missing? What am I missing? Oh, I'm missing rods. I'm missing 2 rods there. I didn't even see that. I thought I'd filled it, but nope. There we go. There's our button. All right, so there we go. Now we're going to launch that. I love the animation of this, everybody. It doesn't just go straight up. It wobbles.
Stress testing of materials on exoplanets.
So good.
Bonus program. Funneling parts into the awesome resource sink, depending on their amount and complexity, will grant you coupons in the awesome store, which can be exchanged for bonus rewards. Examples of bonus content are parts, walls, factory attachments, and cosmetics. Fixit is working hard to develop additional options, which will be added to the awesome store in the future. Go that extra kilometer. Go awesome.
Go awesome, everybody. So yeah, I'm also rocking the home company, Fixit, who is the imaginary company, space company that you work for in this game. And they launch you down the planet. You're trying to grab resources and send it back up to them. So it does look like that's going to take a while. So here's what I do. Instead of me just playing a single player or having people come into my single player game, here's what I'm doing. I'm just going to wipe the server. We're going to reinstall it. This way everybody could start another area. So we're going to go ahead and reinstall just over the one that we've got. Right there. Okay, so we'll reinstall over the current one until they get an experimental version. Yeah, so until they, yeah, it's like 2 hours ago it dropped. That's what he's telling me right now. Oh, they're using stable. Oh, they're already using stable. Oh. All right, there we go. So he clarified that that actually is the stable version. That's all I care about. That's all I need. Yeah. I just need this. I don't need the experimental version. I just need the stable version now, as they're working away on their stable version again. All right, so I'm just going to reinstall. So there we go. Easy peasy. So that problem solved. So we will be able to play together today. All right, cool. Oh, man, I like it when a plan comes together, everybody. All right, hold on. I got to get a tissue. I'll be right back. Wiping my nose, everybody. I don't know what it is about wintertime that makes my nose start to run, but it does. All right. So there we go. So let's go ahead and get into it here. Now, if you're digging this, everybody, if you like some Satisfactory, try out that brand new emote, all my subs. Try out your Yes emote. Remember, you got 4 new emotes because the Twitch was nice enough to give out even more emotes. You got a new holiday emote on top of my other holiday emotes as well. You get a lot for being a sub, everybody. Wait till you see the giant revamp I'm doing. The things like this tall of all the emotes and all the stuff that you get. For subscribing here in the channel. So very, very cool. As well as, of course, you get 3 times chance of winning those giveaways, in which I'm going to be doing so many giveaways from the December 1st to the 25th. I'm going to be exhausted. One year I was doing giveaways. I literally had so many giveaways that I would give away stuff every 5 minutes here on stream. I'm not kidding. You go back and watch the VOD on my YouTube channel. Me just absolutely exhausted. You wouldn't think that would be that much work, but holy mackerel, it is really exhausting to give out literally hundreds and hundreds of games here on the stream, as well as gift cards and whatnot. And thanks to Bethesda Gear, by the way, for stepping up, and Bethesda themselves for stepping up and giving out gifts to you guys for Christmas as we hit certain milestones on raising funds for charity. And we're going to get into all of that next month. But for right now, we're going to wait for that to reinstall. And it does look like it did reinstall. Oh, that's what I'm waiting for. Now we're going to go through all of this again, everybody. So if you like, Kismet, I missed the beginning of all of this. Don't worry. We're going to restart again. We're going to start from a different area, though. We're not going to start from right here. And it does show that my server is back up again. Now, I wonder if it had all the same config files and all of that. Let me go look. I'll have to update all of that. Yeah, I got to go in and set it all up again. Okay, so I've got to go in and set that up. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to bring in the backdrop. You guys can check out space while I'm doing this. I've got to go ahead and log out to the main menu. Yeah, and they did say that they're already way ahead of me, everybody. See, that's how smart they are over in Nitrado. They already had it. They already switched it from experimental to stable, and now that's the version they're using. And so eventually they'll come out with the experimental later, but we don't care. We want the stable version. That's the one we want right now. So I'm going to go to Server Manager here. Now, if you have played with me in the past, everybody, I suggest you just remove the previous server. I'm just going to remove server. I'm going to now add the server in. And set it up here. Let me get all the info. And again, you're not going to be able to see all of this because this is all the behind the scenes stuff. I'm always doing this kind of stuff. All right. Doing all the technical stuff so everybody can have some fun. Boom. All right. Oh, I gotta remember. What did I set the password to before so I don't have to redo it? To go look. I have to go look. Let's see. Oh, okay. That's what I thought it was. Okay. Okay, so now I got that set up. Now I'm going to create a game, and I'm going to surprise you guys with a new starting point. So we're not doing the same thing over and over. Okay. Able to join the server once the server is done loading. Enable to join the game once the server is done loading. Yes. We're going to choose that one, and we're going to create that game. Server is preparing a new game. You're like, Kismet, I can't see anything. Well, there's nothing to see other than all the configuring stuff, which obviously has all of our passwords and all of our other stuff in there, so I'm not going to show you that. But I will show you once it's done preparing the game. And then it'll be a free-for-all. Everybody get in and get started. Now, remember, I'm going to be doing the primary base. So we're going to start with that. We're going to start with all of our basics and all of that first. And getting that all set up. I like the fact that you can actually configure, there it goes, that you can actually configure the servers and all of that stuff through Satisfactory. You don't have to actually do it on the server end. So you get the server set up by someone like Nitrato. Again, there's a link right there. Go over there and show them some love because they just solved that problem. They solved the problem before I, literally it dropped 2 hours ago. They already had it solved. Like that, because look, it's working, everybody. I'm in the stable version now. You can see I'm in the early access version up there. So yeah, perfect. So here we're going to start in the Dune Desert. This is one of my favorite places to start. This is when they first added water to the game. And at the beginning of the game, you need some water, bro. There's a lot of flat area out here to mega build our gigantic factory. There's some oil. And one of the things I want to see is up here on the top, they were going to revamp the top of this, which I haven't seen, so I'm sure my crew is going to go in there and have a great old time. One of the first things I did was to experiment if water actually functions as real-life water. The thing about water is it has cohesion. Cohesion is the ability for water to pull the other water molecules with it, right? So if you have a pipe like this and you pour water here, it's going to go like this and then start to accelerate on that downward spiral and pull the rest of the water with it, right? Or the bulk of the water with it, right? Which is how waterfalls work, basically. It just keeps pulling the water behind it, right? And so if you do that in the game, it does take that into account. Now, also the reverse. If you put it up and the water's trying to flow upwards, of course, the water's going to be pulling itself back in the opposite direction, inherently in the direction of where the downslope is. So you have what's known as a head lift, right? So that head lift is going to make it more difficult. So it's awesome to go up to the top there, go to that lake, run the water down, and you don't need any pumps, see? So less power you have to make, more benefit that you get. So here we go. Oh, I see LOC coming in. He started way over there. LOC is way off in the desert. All right, now the first thing I do is I go run toward the water here. You might want to grab yourself some of the basics. Thank you very much for that, love. Appreciate that. Who is that? That's Mr. On You coming with 52 months. Chugga, chugga, choo-choo. Look at that. Even sung it for you. Thanks for coming in and getting that going on, Mr. On You. I thank you so much. And we have already unlocked that awesome Kismet love train. Let's go ahead and show off some fireworks, everybody. Let's do it. We've unlocked that first sub goal for today. We got those first 5 subs out of the way. Thank you so much, everybody, for the massive support here on the stream. Appreciate it big time. Been going through some rough times because my shoulder got all messed up on a slip and slide accident. No, not when I was a kid. Literally happened in June. All right, now one of the things I noticed of what they do in this game, everybody, is they do start you by your basic node. So back here, we can see we've got a basic node. Now, one of the things we want to do, because we did bring some stuff over from where we were, right? So all of a sudden, whatever we had on us in the previous game, we now carried over. into this game. They definitely need to fix that, but that's okay. Also, did you notice there's no beginning animation where I come down from the thing and all of that? They don't have that in yet, but that would be nice to have. Each person comes flying down in their various different ship. But you can see I've got a pure node here. Now, normally there's a mob nearby, so I never trust it. I also pick up any leaves and flowers because we're going to need that later. My goal is to start to tap these nodes and bring ourselves closer to the water. Now, the reason why you want the water is the ability to cool down things like your coal factories and stuff like that. And I've played this one many times. It's one of my favorite ones in the game, even though it does seem desolate. The thing is so great about it is the fact that there's no obstructions to building your base. And when you're building a base, that's what you want. Let's go over here and see if we can find some peeps over here. Oh, we got a little bit of... Whoa, we got the bigger guy. All right, we got some health. We can give it a go. Try to sneak up on him.
Data on the hard drive has been salvaged and can be repurposed to unlock an alternate recipe. Salvaging more hard drives will provide additional alternate recipes.
Really? I'm gonna salvage a hard drive. What are you talking about, girl? I get no hard drive. That's incorrect. That is incorrect. It shouldn't have done that. It should have said salvaging mobs. But hey, there's some limestone right there. So let's see. Any more iron nodes? I believe there's some over that way. I kind of remember where the nodes are. Now, it's been a long time since I played this particular area. But I feel like this is a good place to start because way off in the corner over there is also some coal power that we can tap into. So let's just go ahead and start where it started us, back over here. We're just going to kind of look around a little bit. I remember there's some more nodes up there, but man, we definitely want to see up there at the top eventually. Here's just some iron just starting at the very beginning there. There's a lot of cool stuff over in that. And remember, this is all the same game. So where we just were playing, we could also end up going over there again in the game. Oh, I hear somebody. Whoa, there he is. I knew he was around here somewhere. Now watch out when you're attacked. Wow, that was a no-hit, everybody. That was a no-hit run right there. Watch out because they like to sneak up on you. Oh, there's two nodes here. Look at this. Oh, okay. So now we got our plates and our rods looking sexy. Now, one of the things that I suggest you do before you get started building is you look at the highest area in which you want to build. In this case, I want it to be above the dunes, right? So I'm going to put it up a bit so that those mobs don't respawn and end up coming up into my base. And I'll set what I call the Rosetta Stone. Now, they did add a really cool feature, by the way, everybody. They added a feature of when you're putting your stuff down. I don't have it unlocked yet. But when you're putting your plates down, your foundations, it will actually snap to the world grid. So you can actually, there's a gigantic world grid that they added, which is awesome because that's what everybody wants. Because you snap it to the world grid, and then no matter where you are, if you're building on the other side of the world and you use that world grid and I use the world grid, then our two grids will match up over the long run of your playthrough. So very cool. All right, but first things first, everybody. Let's go ahead and start by doing this. And let's just start with some basics. We actually need to get our hub down first in case we die. We'll end up back over here. So I'm just going to just throw it randomly. Let's say right there. There we go. And then we'll go ahead and pick up some ore here. Now, one of the things that's an easy way to find me, if you are in the game with me, is you can go ahead and just die and teleport over here, and then you'll end up wherever the hub is, wherever I've put that down, which is very, very useful. I hear the ship coming down. Very nice. Into here. Now, let's go ahead and see our status of where we are. Okay. So, what it already did is, on the servers, it automatically did all the basic stuff, right? It already unlocked, like, the first level of what we're doing, right? So, our space elevator, our biomass burner, all of that stuff, it already unlocked. And that's your basic stuff that you just start off. You know, you have your extractors. You then get your smelters, and you start doing your kind of next tier copper stuff. And then you get your constructors. You start getting all of that. So we're not going to be doing all that basic stuff because it already forwards you past that. But we do definitely want to get into our next level stuff here to get our faster belts, our splitters, and all of that. One of the things I suggest right away is to work on your chainsaw. And you're like, well, Kismet, you're in the desert. You're not going to be cutting anything down. True, but there's a whole bunch of stuff over here that we can cut down. One of the toughest things about the desert is that you have no biofuel. So making biofuel in a desert ain't so easy. So that's why you need all of these trees and all of this other bushes and stuff like that. Now, there are little bushes that you can collect along the way that you'll see here. These are, if they're too close right there, by the way, everybody, they're kind of hard to grab unless you get right up on them and you do like a little something like that, right? Or you use the chainsaw and AoE and get them all. But there you go. So that's why we're going to start right here. And so we need to make some basic resources. So we're going to go ahead and set our first, oh, there he is. Let's set our first milestone to be that obstacle clearing. So there we go. Now, I just happen to have some of these resources already, and I could have brought them over from my previous playthrough, but I already have some right there. So we're going to go ahead and go. Now, don't worry about waiting for me, LOC. You can go ahead and just go as fast as you want to go. So don't worry about it. I'm just going to do what I need to do. Now, again, don't be building right where I'm building, obviously. Now, I don't know how I got to explain this 1,000 times and 1,000 times again. Do not build right here on this node that I'm building. You're welcome to go ahead and start on the other nodes. You want to start on a concrete node or the other iron node or whatever you want to do, but please do not do the same node that I'm working on. There you go. Because it just makes it harder for me to work if someone else... It's kind of like too many cooks in the kitchen, everybody. If you're trying to do the same thing at the same time, what happens is I'm trying to put down a wall and you're trying to put down a wall, and this is how it happens, everybody. It can be very frustrating to work like that. Now, if you're in sync with each other, which I do sometimes, like in 7 Days to Die, my crew is very much in sync. So if I'm building something and they're building something right next to it, or in conjunction, we have it so down that it works out great. But we're still not to that stage yet. We'll get there. Now, one of the cool things you can do, everybody, is you can just press the space bar now. You want to get your cursor right over here. See if it's good. Oh, well, of course, now I'm out. But you can't just press down right here, and it will actually do it for you. Just like that. Just super cool, right? So it'll just automatically go in and convert it as opposed to you holding down the mouse or spacebar anymore. So they added that feature some time ago. I always forget about it every time, and then I'm sitting there holding it down when you don't really need to. All right, there we go. And then we did that. We're going to need to make some more rods. And then we need to keep going on our screws. What I need to do is make about 500 screws. And then we need to make some wire and then some more concrete. Now, in the beginning of the game, you're going to be doing it manually. And, of course, the reason why they call it Satisfactory is because it's so satisfactory making all of these factories. And so my goal in this, again, is to separate each and every node into its own mini factory. So if you are playing with me, that's going to be goal number 1. So each one is going to have its own individual thing that it's going to be doing in that moment. So I'm going to be working on this one right here. So if you work on any other node, feel free, go ahead or explore or look for stuff or whatnot. But I'm going to be working on this one for right now. And then eventually I'm going to go ahead and log out. And then you guys can just go to town, unlock stuff, do whatever you want to do. So, all right. And of course, we've got our smelter, we've got our constructor, and then also our miner here. All right, sounds perfect. Yeah, we need to get that wire fired up. All right, and so see, that's working together. See how he told me what he was working on, and then that helps tremendously. Now that's why voice also helps a lot because you can go into our Discord and you can talk to me, and we can work together. Like an astroneer, there you go, LOC. Exactly, like an astroneer. I love this spot. Me too. That's one of my favorite. It's supposed to be secure. Yes, it should be secure. Yep. It actually does blank out the stuff, but you never know. I might mispress. What up, Otis? Back up? What are we backing up? Back up that stuff. Beep, 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 beep. I'm simulating a car backing up. Or one of those big trucks. Okay, so we need a little bit of concrete here. Now, I did see that there was some limestone out here somewhere. Now, actually, normally I would get limestone going first, but let's go over and run over this limestone, and we're just going to grab some manually. Now, again, this is the survival part of the game. Now, I find once I get into building, everybody, I very rarely am exploring. I usually just try to maximize the current base that I'm using and maximize those nodes as opposed to continuously adding more and more and more nodes. And the reason why is because this one's a pure node, everybody. Well, that was a lucky start. I forgot that was a pure node. That is a nice node to start with. I forgot to look at the other nodes over there. I mean, this is the pure top of the node. Sorry. This is a pure top of the node, which is nice to start with because you get a bunch of resources to start with. But the actual node is an impure. There we go. That's what I meant to say. And so it's going to only be 30. So that's going to be a lesser one. It won't even get one of them going to its full potential. So we're going to definitely have to look for more of that. And let's go look at this other node here. And so this is a bit more of a challenge, I find, than starting on the third one over, which of course gives you pure nodes. This is an impure node there. It's a pure topper is what I'm trying to say. And then this one over here, probably impure as well. Yes, it is. Okay. So we're going to be limited, even with overclocking it and using tier 3 extractors and all of that, it's still going to be limited to a maximum amount that we can do. But it'll be a lot to start with, for sure. For sure. All right. And then while we're doing this, everybody, we can also use one of these things, which is an auto extractor. Now, an auto extractor I can put down. So cute. It's going to go to town collecting stuff. All right, so now it's going to collect a bunch of iron that I can use to make that item. Now, while he's making copper, I don't want to do the same thing as him. He's going to go grab copper. He's going to work on the wire. I'll go ahead and work on some more iron there and then also work on some limestone so we can make some more concrete so we can unlock the obstacle clearing. Now, I really normally just play the very bare minimum at the very beginning and skip a lot of steps where you would normally build a ton of stuff. And that's because you need power. And then the less power that you have, I think I already collected a bunch of this. The less power that you have, the more problem you're going to have getting this going. So I'll collect some limestone, but I forgot I already collected the top of the limestone. I could have already converted it. Now, I suggest also, if you are playing multiplayer, to have multiple ability to build stuff, meaning that you have different areas where you can build stuff. I usually put it at every single node. So if I want to come over here and make something, I totally can very easily. And so let's run back over here. And let's see if we can make some of this concrete and then also grab, because while I was gone, it's extracting some of that iron. Now, later on, you get vehicles and you get all of that stuff, so you can traverse around the desert and forests and all of that stuff, which is very fun. I love their vehicles in this game. They did a really, really great job. And so we'll run up here. Now, he's probably working that one in there, so we got a separate one over here in which I can do like concrete. So there's 25 there. Definitely going to need more concrete there. We'll go ahead and convert what we got. And you do a lot of this in the beginning. A lot of this kind of basic conversion of materials. And then it's got like my favorite kind of progress, progression, where first you have to do it, and then you automate it. And then you have to do it, and then you automate it, and then you have to do it and automate it. And then it's like the things that you use to make the items are the things that you are making, which is cool, I find. All right. We'll get that done. Now, of course, you got your raw iron. You got your iron ignis. Then your iron ignis then goes to the third thing, which is your rods right here. And then from your rods, you then make screws. And again, this is stuff you normally would set up in the first kind of tier when you're first starting the game. It automatically kind of bypasses that here. Oh, I got more than enough. I got more than enough on me. All right, we got more than enough. Let's fire that in there. Let's get that going. All right, boom. Now we're just a little bit away. Now, one of the things that I could have done way over here is I could have put down another extractor, which is what I should have done, should I have put an extractor here on this last part. Now, again, our goal is to unlock these different objectives, and as we unlock those objectives, we unlock stuff in-game, like bigger extractors, bigger machinery, more inventory slots, stuff we can unlock in the Awesome Shop, like building pieces, and things like that. Now, here's what you want to do at the very beginning of the game. Again, take your thing here and just pop it down. Luckily, I had that on me. Just pop that down, let it do its thing. Now, while it's doing its thing, I can also do my thing over here and just kind of do it manually. But as you can see, oh, you can't see. It's behind me right here. But it says it's extracting limestone. Right now, I've collected 6 limestone. And so, let's see. I'll get to 10, and then I'll go look in it, and it's already at 6. So, in this case, it's actually extracting faster than I can extract it here just by using my little tool, right? But if you're doing this, you're doing it both at the same time. Now, another thing I could do, everybody, is you can go in and you can put 2 of them down. Now you're going twice as fast, or 3 of them, or 4 of them, 10 of them if you want. But eventually we're going to replace this with an automated extractor, which will extract it, then go into a machine to refine it, and then produce the end result of this particular thing right here, which is the concrete. So again, much easier for me just to grab some. And then let's see if we can make another one of these out here. Crafting bench. Oh, I have just enough. Look at that. Oh. And this way I don't have to run back. I can just go ahead and try to make it here first. See if I've got enough before I run back and do it. Now, this is why you want to pump this stuff to your, wherever your thing is, brain, wherever your hub is. You want to pump it to where your hub is so that all of a sudden all the resources are being pumped there. So you just grab the different resources and then put them in there. GG. Good to go. Oh, failure alarm. Oh, we didn't do any boosting. That's okay. So yeah, so this isn't my first time playing, everybody. I've literally played for years in this game. I have hundreds and hundreds of hours in Satisfactory here. One of my favorite games of all time. This game is an 11 out of 10, an instant buy. If this is your jam, I suggest go snatch it up on Steam right now or snatch it up on the Epic Game Store, wherever you prefer. And so we're going to just kind of keep on extracting right here. Now, we just restarted our mega server, and we are working together. If you are a great team player, I suggest you come and join us. If you're not a great team player, you want to come in, Kismet, let me just show you how it's done. Don't bother. Don't bother doing that. So, I don't know. Sometimes it happens, everybody. I don't know. People watch the stream. They feel like they got to come in and prove something. You don't have to prove nothing to no one. You answer to no one just like me. I don't answer to nobody, everybody. I've been around, if you know what I mean. I've been around a long time. Okay, so we're going to try to run back over here and do this last little upgrade. Now, while I'm over here doing this, by the way, everybody, it's going to continue to extract those basic resources so we can go ahead and do some obstacle clearing. Now, obstacle clearing is allow us to use the biofuel. Now, again, remember, on a server, it's going to automatically do your tier 0 for you. And right now, we're working on tier 2 and trying to get that stuff in there. So let's go ahead and put the rest of that in there. We'll launch it. And you're like, Kismet, why didn't you do tier 1? Well, the reason why I don't do tier 1 is because everything in tier 1 right here is better unlocked when you have started.
Capable of removing foliage that consists primarily of wood. Additionally, R&D inflated your pocket dimension.
Okay, I love Ada. She's awesome. I love listening to that every single time. But I've heard it hundreds of times. I've heard it just over and over and over. Because I restart quite often. Whenever they do big updates, we typically restart. Now, this server is going to run 24/7. So as we get perpetual power, guess what? We could backlog 50 boxes of concrete if we wanted to. Because it's going to run all the time, all day, every day. So even when I'm not on, because I usually play once or twice a week, we're doubling up on the last couple weeks, just so we can play a bunch of Satisfactory before I get into Fallout 4. Now, when Fallout 4 drops on December 4th, which is in about a week or so, we are going to be very heavy Fallout 4, and then we will circle back. We'll probably check in on Satisfactory, see how it's doing, but be very heavy Fallout 4 for our charity drive for St. Jude's Children's Hospital, or Research Hospital. We're going to be doing that for a couple weeks, and then we'll be back to my normal schedule, obviously. All right. So there we go. So we unlocked it. So now we got a chainsaw. We can do solid biofuel, and we can do inventory slots. Now, obviously, the thing we want to do now is make a chainsaw, right? Well, we're going to need our thing, and he's already got it going right back here. We're going to need our workshop, and so we want to make a chainsaw. So what do we need? Well, we need some of this cable, a little bit more screws and whatnot, iron. Oh, I've already got some plates on me, so that's convenient. So we need to make some more of all of that. Now, I think I do have a little bit of cable here on me. So let's go ahead and make a little bit of that. Now, you don't want to make too much of it because you might need it for something else, everybody. So keep that in mind when you are working on it here. What do I need? I need a little bit more screws. Now, you can also pin this stuff to the side, but I don't know. On the small stuff, I typically don't. I typically don't pin it on the side. Is that what I needed? Screws? Look, I've already forgotten. I've already forgotten what I've needed. Oh, I need 4 more screws and 5 more rods. 4 more screws. Makes 4 each time. There we go. And rods I need from down here. So see, while I was busy doing that, I made some basics down here. Bam, grab that. And he's already made some there, I see. And we'll get our storage and all that stuff going here in a minute. And it's coming back. It's ready to do another thing. And eventually we're going to work on our other stuff. Now, our goal right here at the beginning of the game is to get the space elevator going. And so that's what we really want to do, get that space elevator going. But to get it going, we need to start the process of automation.
Milestone exchange concluded. Fix-It freighter re-entry complete.
And there we go. We got a chainsaw. Now, what I'm going to do, and he's got some copper ingots there. I'm just going to put some of the stuff. Oh, he's got some stuff already in there. Nice. I'm just going to put some of the stuff that I picked up, like this. Maybe I'm pretty much out of everything. But all this kind of basic stuff, right? All your basic food and miscellaneous stuff here. And you can sort all this. But when you find miscellaneous stuff, you want to just throw it in there. And it looks like he found a crashed area where he found, or he might have brought that from his previous game, where he found a bunch of stuff and has brought that over. And so we're starting to stack it in here. Right. Oh, maybe the hard drive was him. He found the hard drive, not me. Oh, now I'm catching up. Now I'm catching up. I think he might have said that probably in game. Join the gay dead. It was much about, I was about to make a crafting bench. Well, there we go. Yes, that's what we need to do. We need to have multiple crafting benches. Because what happens if he's in the crafting bench, then I can't use a crafting bench and vice versa. So you definitely want to have plenty of crafting benches so everybody's not just like waiting in line for the crafting bench. Because they're cheap to make. Okay, so we got that done. Now, what do we want to do? Now, the next thing that I like to do, and everybody has their own different way they like to play, is I like to start on the base building. This way it gives me an opportunity to set the foundations and set the basics of the base. Now, to do that, I'm going to definitely need some concrete to get that going on, but I'm going to go ahead and set that as our next milestone. I happen to have a bunch of plates, a little of this and a little of that. So let's get that in there and get that going. Now, I don't have much resources right now to really get this rocking and rolling, but I do have a little bit of biomass I can make right here. And then I can go ahead and put my chainsaw on like that. Now, my chainsaw is not going to work until I make this thing right here called solid biofuel. So I definitely need to get more biomass to get that going. Now, your chainsaw is not a weapon. So I highly suggest before you use your chainsaw, you have your regular little Xeno Zapper, ready to rock. And then you go out here and you spend a little time, especially if you're starting like in the forest and something like that. While you're running, just straight up grab every single thing you can grab. All the leaves, all the trees, little bushes and shrubs. Now, you can't get the bigger trees because you don't have the chainsaw. The chainsaw is going to get it. But even in the desert, you can see there's a good amount of stuff. Now, what usually happens when you're totally focused on collecting random leaves is that you're going to run into some mobs that you didn't even see. So I suggest that's why you got your weapon out. And again, you're running around, you're getting into a bit of the survival aspect of the game. And I'm just hitting E. There's Fred. What's up, Fred? Good to see you, bro. It's especially good to see you not in my base. But I know you're going to get into it in a minute. That's my buddy Fred right there. He's always watching after me. He doesn't help me, though. He could get over here and help build, but he doesn't. More the mascot. All right. So here we found a nice little oasis way over here. Now, I'll definitely move the hub over here. I move it by the water. And the reason why is because it's more beautiful there by the water. And then it just leaves us lots of room to build out this way. Okay, so we got a bit of that. Now, one of the things I could have done was built an actual workbench over there where I could just make it over there and then do it over there. But I eventually got to come back over here anyway. So I'll just run back and use the one we got. And he's using that one, so I'll use this one. All right, so let's go ahead and now look how much, just that few minutes, everybody, I collected 160 leaves there. So that's going to be a good amount of biofuel right here, and then a good amount of wood there. Now I have 185. Now I can make a bunch of biofuel. Now, the cool thing to do, everybody, if you're working with someone else, is to make a bunch of biofuel, right? And I'm just going to set it running. I'm going to make a bunch of biofuel, and then I'm going to cut this in half. I'm making a bunch of biofuel right now. I'm just going to cut it in half and give you half, and then we can both start cutting. Yes, new Fallout 4 playthrough coming. Not a new Fallout 4 as in being released, but me playing through, because I've gotten a question 1,000 times and 1,000 times again. Kismet, when are you going to play Fallout 4 again? Well, for charity, I'll play it one more time for all of you guys. We're going to have a great time. I installed it yesterday, and I literally, grown man crying, everybody. I just when that music started and everything, it's one of my favorite games of all time. Ooh, goosebumps. Look at that. Look at that. Goosebumps, everybody. I don't know if you can see it. Goosebumps just thinking about playing it. It's one of my favorite games of all time. We're going to have fun. What's the address to our server? I don't know. Can you play as a team? Can you play? Are you a great team player? Can you work together as a team? Can you not move other people's stuff around or take other people's stuff out? Like if I'm building right here, you don't want to be changing my stuff. Can you do that? I'm going to ask first this time. And let's see if are you a great team player? Maybe I'll let you in. We'll see. All right, so we got that done. Let me stay focused here. Then cut that in half. Oh, or not. Come on. Control. Isn't it control? What am I pressing here? Right click. Right click it. There we go. All right, I went ahead and put that in the storage box. You need anything else for your chainsaw, or you got it? Now, LOC is a longtime player like me. Oh, you're working on the base building recipe? Okay. Well, I mean, I got some materials if you need some materials for it. Let me drop all these extra stuff into here. We can put that. All right. Yeah, I don't have much screws, but you're welcome to grab. I just put a bunch of stuff in this box here at the base, including a bunch of iron. And I'm just going to take my chainsaw and go work on some biofuel and then try to get us started automating on iron and concrete. All right, so there we go. I generally miss your answer. When are you playing Fallout 4 again? December 4th. December 4th, we're doing it as part of Fallout 4 Hope, which is a global super stream event. Hundreds of Fallout streamers all coming together to raise funds for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. I'm very glad to be part of that. They contacted me and said, "Kismet, you'd like to be part of that?" Oh, yeah, absolutely. Count me in. It's not a sponsored thing or anything like that, though I did contact my sponsors, Bethesda and Bethesda Gear, and they said, "Kismet, oh yeah, we're totally down for it, bro. If you want to, set up some milestones or stuff like that, we'll go ahead and send you a bunch of giveaways to give away during that thing. So you could actually get tons of loot. You get cash in your pocket. I'm talking about gift cards and stuff like that. We got tons of stuff and literally hundreds of games to give away because I work very, very hard here in the stream, everybody. When you don't see me on the stream, I'm working behind the scenes, working with sponsors, working with awesome other people in my community as well. One of my awesome past mods, Scorched Dragon, came in, says, "Kismet, I got a bunch of games. You want to give them out during your charity?" I'm like, "Yeah, that'd be awesome." She's like, "Here you go." Boom. So big thanks to Scorched Dragon for that. And, of course, all my other peeps and all my sponsors here on the stream who do help out during these awesome events. So, yeah, December 4th through December 19th, be right here. I'm going to be playing through Fallout 4 again. Live on stream, adding to my 2,500 hours I've already got in the game. I've already played through 6 times, and last time we played with mods. I'm not going to be playing with mods. I'm just going to be doing a vanilla playthrough. But I'm going to be showing you how to be a teamwork or wasteland tycoon, just like me. I don't just make millions, I don't just make billions, I make trillions of caps and units or whatever it is in any game, because I love to crush games economically. I love to go in and absolutely crush them. Now, the cool thing is I'm sure there's a bunch of stuff that I have forgotten about Fallout 4, which I'm going to rediscover, but I already know a lot of stuff. It's one of the few things I can remember the entire map. I can remember everything about that game. There's something about a game that you really love that just helps your memory, helps you remember stuff. Now, as you can see, I'm just clear cutting a bunch of stuff over here, everybody. I'm trying to get our biofuel fired up and whatnot. This is why I do the chainsaw right away. See how much easier it is for me just to chainsaw this stuff and collect this going. This is probably one of the better things to do early server. And so if you work together, you can, you give half to one person, half to another people. You're collecting it at twice the rate. We're also working on the milestone where we can start putting down the foundations. And we're going to try to use the world grid when we're building. So all of our stuff is going to interact and be able to connect no matter where you start it. So you can start individual factories and you don't necessarily have to run it from our primary factory. You get the idea. Now, of course, as I'm running around, everybody, what always happens is you're going to get full. And when you see it stop AoEing, then that means your character is full. He can't hold anything else. Now, one of the things I suggest to do is to go right into the center of wherever it is you're cutting. Doesn't matter what you cut, and then it will AoE in a much larger area. Now, I'm a kind of a thorough person, so I like to cut in order, right, to try to get every bit of everything while I'm working, so I don't have to go as far away from my base. And as you can see, I am clear cutting this entire area of stuff. Now, also, we got a little bit of quartz here, so let's grab some of that while we're at it. And that's going to unlock our quartz as well, and we can get that going. So, yeah, December 4th through December 19th, we're going to try to raise $1,000 for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. So, there we go. You're the most positive, enthusiastic person I've seen. I love your energy. Well, that's what I try to bring to Twitch, everybody. I try to bring positivity and love into your day every day. Because you know what? You got enough of that other stuff in your day, right? You got enough of negativity and complaining and whining and all of that stuff. And, you got your boss is a jerk. Maybe your spouse is driving you crazy. Maybe your dog bit you. Hey, I don't know. You know how it goes. You got enough of that in your life. You don't need that in your entertainment as well. You don't need a lot of negativity and complaining and all of that. You want some love and some attention in the day, and this is where you get it, right here in my stream. So thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. Yes, I'm working with my brother on a game, but he is in the moving between apartments, so I can't play with him. Oh, well, that's a bummer. That's a bummer. Well, let's see. I'll give you a shot. Here's what we'll do. The Railroad, the Brotherhood, the Institute. Oh, I have tried to side with the Institute all 6 times I've played through. And again, I have like 2,500 hours in Fallout 4, and I've never bring myself to do it. I've never bring myself to side with the other guys too, with the Raiders as well. I just can't bring myself to do it. I don't know. I feel like they should add multiplayer to Fallout 4. Wouldn't that be awesome? Oh man, just let us go wild. I wonder if there's a mod for that. I wonder if anybody ever made a multiplayer mod, because that would be, you'd think that'd be pretty hard to do, especially if it doesn't have the architecture for it. But you're like, well, Kismet, there's already a Fallout 4 with friends. That's true. It's called Fallout 76, another game that I really like. I have been slacking big time, though, on my 76. I got to get back in there. But I did get the season done. By the way, the season is over in December, so make sure to get your season done. I was going to play this Thursday, but then I suddenly realized, hey, wait a minute, that's Thanksgiving. My wife will absolutely kill me if I'm spending all day playing games during Thanksgiving. I do like spending time with my family, but that's why I have days off. But I don't stream 24/7 and whatnot. It's really bad for your health as well to stream 24 hours every day, all day. Now, of course, it's going to benefit your stream maybe in the long run, but I feel like it more burns you out, and then you don't have the energy and enthusiasm for playing games. I feel like that's the reason people watch my stream is they're excited because I'm excited about playing, right? It's like contagious, it's kind of like a yawn, but the opposite. Where it's a contagious, I want to play that game too kind of thing. All right, so here, I'll show you how to go ahead and join the crew. What you want to do is go right here, follow that link right there to the Discord. Now, on my Discord, there is a set of rules, right? So you go and you find this. Now, this is a test, right? This is a test to see how well you can work together as a team. So you go in, read those rules. Now you got to scroll up. You'll see a bunch of rules there, and then there's a green check mark, right? In fact, why not make it super easy for you? How about I just show you what it looks like? Boop, right here. So you go into my Discord, Kismet Tycoon HQ. You read the rules. You scroll up. You see all the rules. No cheating, no glitching. Work together as a team. Don't build right where I'm building. Don't do the same thing that someone else is doing. Do not take their stuff out. If you do, you'll be permabanned not only from this server, but all servers and also from my channel. If you cannot work together, then you're out. That's it. I'm not your papa. I'm not here to teach you how to be respectful and kind to others. That is your job to do that. And then right here, there's a green check mark. You click that green check mark. It's then going to give you access to another section, which you can see right down there. It says Kismet Server Info. You can go ahead and get that Kismet Server Info and come and join us, whether you're on Steam or whether you are on Epic Game Store. Now, again, working together is the key. This is what I expect you to be. I expect you to be awesome, an awesome person who can work together. All right? If you can't work together with others, you don't play well with others, then we're not the server for you. All right? That is what I asked. Now, again, I'm going to be working the main base, so I'm going to be playing the main base, working that up. While everybody else works on different nodes. Like in this case, LOC is like, hey, Kismet, I'm going to go work on copper. I'm like, all right, awesome. And so now we've communicated. We know exactly what each other's doing. I told him that I'm working on this node and probably will work on the concrete as well. And so I'm working on that. He's working on something else. We're not working and basically blocking each other while we're trying to work. So it can be very, very difficult if you are blocking each other while you're going. Okay, so we got that done. Now, let's go ahead and make a ton of biomass and wood here. But what we really want to do is we want to make ourselves our first extractor here, our M1 here. And to do that, I'm going to need some of the basic stuff. I'm going to need one of these out of here, wherever it went, right here. And then I'm going to need some more stuff here. Why did it not go? Oh, I guess I didn't press it good enough. There we go. It goes over here on your to-do. I swear they made this to-do list just for me, for people who forget. I forget stuff all the time. Now, another thing that I'm going to do is get rid of my chainsaw. Oh, I wanted to show the new thing about chainsaws and stuff. Oh, if you guys have not seen this, this is what I want in every game, everybody. Look at it. See the audio right here? But guess what, everybody? They've actually made it where you can actually click this right here, and you can actually go in. It is the greatest freaking thing ever. Look at this. You can turn down the individual items, the tractor volume, the drone volume, the MAM volume. You can put down the chainsaw. If you want the chainsaw to be half volume all the time, bam, which I do. You want to put that lower, right? You can have such massive, minute control. This is an absolute home run. I can tell you in games like Fallout and in games like 7 Days to Die and other things like that, I wish they had this kind of control because it is obnoxious to have that chainsaw overriding all your other sounds. And guess what happens when you have that chainsaw? Stuff comes from behind you. You don't even hear it. Bam, you're dead. Now you can shrink down just the chainsaw or just the gas mask or the hoverback or whatever you want to do. You can go in and do it another home run for them. The game's already an 11 out of 10, everybody. It's already an instant buy. I absolutely would go buy it. It's on sale right now. Go find it on your preferred platform, Steam or on Epic Game Store, and snatch that sucker up. That's what I say. Snatch it up. GG, you're good to go. All right. So let's go ahead here. Let's grab some of this stuff back, because now I'm going to need dish. Grab a shimmy dish and shimmy dish. There we go. I'm probably going to need some of that wire, too. Let's grab some of that wire back. All right. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to make some iron ingots so we don't have to make any iron ingots. We're going to start with that. Okay, so we're going to do this. We already got our plates. So we need, we need concrete. Now, luckily, we got a node semi nearby. Now, again, I'm going to move the hub closer to the concrete, because concrete is usually like the #1 thing that I'm always looking for, because when you're building your foundations, you're doing all of that. And right now, LOC is working on our foundations and whatnot. So we're going to need a lot of concrete. We need to get our concrete. Usually concrete is the thing I prioritize. I actually skip plates and all that other stuff and go straight to concrete. So let me grab these out of here. Let's go over here. Let's go ahead and make some concrete. And let's change our mind. Let's say, you know what? I'm not going to work on iron first. I'm going to work on concrete first, right? So we're going to go in here, and we're going to go ahead and now pick these up out of the way here. And we're just going to start with super basic, where I just throw it on the ground, right? You just take your Mark 1, bam, throw it on the ground. And I find that concrete is both the most difficult and the most easy. The most difficult when it comes to numbers at the beginning, and the easiest in terms of the actual factory production. All right, and again, so now we want to make a constructor. So we'll go into constructor, and we'll tell it to do over here. We need reinforced iron plates and some cable. So I've got a bit of wire here, so I can make that cable. And then reinforced iron plates, they need screws. And to make screws, we need iron rods. So we make some iron rods. We make a little bit of screws. How many screws this? I always forget. This is 24 I need total. Because I need 2 plates and not just 1. And we may not have enough. Oh, maybe. We need 1 more round there. Boom, 24 on the dot. GG. Good to go. Okay, and then we're just going to put this here. Now, I don't like the fact that it's up like that and it's all funky chicken. We'll fix all that later on. Now, we need some plates, so we're going to need to make some more of this. I love this part of the game, everybody. I love the first part of any game when you first start off. Now, I've played through the game many, many, many times, so I already know how to play the game, everybody. But I love the first beginning of the game because it really gives you a chance to try something new every single time you play through, to try something else than you tried before. And again, my job is to establish the central base. That's going to be my goal for today. Try to establish the central base. Try to say, okay, this is where the hub's going to be generally. This is where our storage boxes are going to be generally. And then let everybody go to town. And then tomorrow we'll come in and we'll double check on it again. Because I only have so much time to play today. And then later on tonight, we're going to play some New World with my crew. I have to fix my schedule, which I'm not going to be here on Thursday, everybody, because that is Thanksgiving, and I don't expect my New World crew to be on during Thanksgiving as well. So I need to cancel that day before I get in trouble. I get in trouble with the females of the household. There you go. But your dad is the Institute. That's the only reason I did it. Well, there you go. No spoilers, bro. No spoilers in the chat. I still won't spoil it, even though it's like, you know, a long time now since it came out. I still don't spoil stuff in any game ever. Not even Fallout 1 will I spoil what the whole storyline is. Because I want everybody who hasn't played it to have that moment of going, oh, that's what it is. Oh, now I see. Right? I want them to have that moment, or have that moment as they're watching the stream as well, as I'm in that particular section. So, all right. So there we go. So now I've got this ready to go, except for it has no power. Now, the only way we can do power in the beginning is to utilize the hub. LOC, just a heads up, don't die. I'm going to move the hub over by the concrete. Because if he dies, he's going to end up like who knows where. So I'm going to give him a heads up, but I'm going to move it. Now, always give your team a heads up. See, that's communication. If you're a great communicator like that, you're like, Kismet, I'm going to go work on, you know, the quartz, or I'm going to go work on the sulfur, or I'm going to work on, oh, there he is. Hey, he's in. He's ready to rock. All right. I'm watching your teamwork. Let's see how you do. All right. Again, I give you one chance to be awesome. That's it. Now, I'm going to go ahead and tear this down. Now, before I tear this down, there's going to be a bunch of stuff in here that's going to drop on the ground, and that's how it goes, everybody. Like that. Oh, no, actually, it all went in my inventory. That is amazing. Okay, that's stunning. So, we got that going. Now, again, notice I still have that running over there. And so, again, I'm going to move the hub over here. Now, don't die, everybody, while I'm moving the hub. Now, why am I moving the hub over here? That's because we're going to pipe everything over here to the beautiful waterfall. I love building bases by waterfalls, everybody. That's just my thing. I have a fascination with waterfalls. So we're going to move this way over here. It will be a bit more of a run, but that's okay. Eventually we'll get vehicles. We'll get all that other stuff, and we'll start to get our foundations. Now, I always find the hardest thing in the beginning of the game is going to be your concrete. And that's why I focus that concrete very early and try to master it. Where is the back of this thing? It's so here back as I can't see. It's right here. Okay. I like to turn it where the back of it is aiming in the direction I want it to go. And let's do something like that. There we go. I don't want the center part to be up so people have to jump up into it every time. I mean, you can still jump up into it, right? Like this, but at least have it where you can, you know, run along the dune here and just go right in, right? Now I'm going to go ahead and click all of these things here. And try to put all this stuff back away here. Oh, man, so much loot. So much loot. Now, I don't use alternate recipes, but you can use alternate recipes on the server if you so desire. It's up to you. Up to you. Again, I'm not going to limit your progress. I'm not going to limit your updates or whatever you want to do. You go to town, do what you need to do. But I'm going to be working on concrete, and I'm going to be working on that first node over there. So if you want to do something else, another node, work on copper, try to find quartz, go and explore, collect biofuel. I mean, there's 1,000 other things that you can be doing. Okay, so here we go. So, oh, this is not the right way. I failed. Hold on. Now I got to take it out again and redo it. Fail. All right. I was not watching close enough. It is this way is the way I want it to be. Like that. All right. Now, again, if you fail, you can just say, my bad, and then redo it. Okay. Now, we got this going. So now we've got some fuel that we made. Oh, no, I don't want to put all that in there. We've got some fuel that we made for our for our chainsaw. There we go. For our chainsaw that we can use. And see, now it's converting that into biofuel. And then now we can go ahead and start our very first auto extractor. And so it's going to start that up, and it's going to extract that. Now, you know, they're still working on the game, everybody. So if you got to put foundations down and it's going through the foundation, just RP in that you've got a hole and all of that. Just RP that in. All right. So that's going to start to extract. And what we're going to see here in a minute is it's going to start coming out the front there. It's not quickly, though. Very slowly at that slow rate. But then we're going to hit concrete right here. And then we have it off and running. Now, the thing is right here, that this is not even going fast enough to keep that running at full speed. So we will definitely need to overclock these and definitely need to find more nodes and then really up our production. Now, here's one of the things that I can do right at the very beginning, everybody, is that I can take the extra concrete or limestone that I have and just put it straight in there. And that is super, super useful. Another thing that I can do is say, you know what, I want to take this out. Actually, I don't want to take it out right now because I need some more thing. But I can go ahead and make some more iron rods and put a storage in between so that even if this is going slower than what's being extracted, it will put the extra in that thing. Now, in this case, I don't need to because it's going slower than it's actually making it. So there's no reason to make a container there. But we do want a container on the other side so that it will just keep putting that concrete in there. Now, because the server has the time, right, because we're using the time factor, that the server runs 24/7, it will continuously make concrete forever, for on and on and on, 24 hours a day, as long as it has fuel, right? And then eventually when we get to oil power and coal power, then oil power, then we'll have an infinite amount. We can just keep working and working and working, collecting, and it will just keep going infinitely and just have tons and tons of concrete, which is awesome. Okay, I need to make a thing here. Iron rods. And then we need to make our first little container over here for some concrete. Right there, and there it goes. So now it's automated the process, so I don't have to do it. And that's awesome. Now, the other thing is our other stuff is way over there. You're like, Kismet, it's way the heck over there. I know, we'll get it. So what we want to do is I'm going to use the second one here, and I'm going to run a power line from here all the way over to there. Now, funny enough, I need some concrete. So while it's making the concrete, I can use that. And then also when I try to run it out and make a pole here, you can see I need some rods. So we'll make some of those. Now, it is kind of annoying to have to climb up back in here every single time. But in the beginning, you probably want to do it because you're going to be using a lot of these resources for other things at the very beginning. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's make some more of this. Again, I love the fact you don't have to hold it anymore. It's real nice. Now, I could have set a macro on my mouse and do that. I don't like using outside macros in games. I much prefer to, if it's built into the game, then I'll use it. If it's not built into the game, I consider it a cheat, and I don't use it. So there we go. It's kind of like, in World of Warcraft, you can make your own macros. Well, if it's not built in, then no. That's just the way I like to play. That's who I am. Okay, so let's do it again here. And actually, we'll just go ahead and click this a couple times. See how many power poles we can get out of the materials we have. Oh, a bunch of them now. All right, we got it. Plenty. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab this other one. And we're going to actually put it on its own grid. And this runs really, really far, everybody. The power poles actually go way further than your actual lines. And again, this is our awesome mega server brought to you by the awesome people at Nitrato. So you're like, hey, Kismet, I want to get a server. Well, guess what? Use my name, get 10% off. That's right, because they have done the awesomeness that is Nitrato. They said, Kismet, yeah, someone signs up under you, bro, boom, 10% off, just like that. And you're like, Kismet, what do you get? I don't get nothing. I already got a server. I don't need nothing. But hey, you know, if you want to get a server, you want to do your own thing with your own friends, feel free. Or you're welcome to come in and play on ours if you are a great teamwork player. Now, obviously, I want to go over here and do the same thing over here, right? I want to go ahead and start to automate all of this. And then while I'm doing this, by the way, everybody, a bunch of people are also, a couple peeps are off working on other stuff as well. And if we work together, we can get it done much faster than any one of us could do single. All right, so there we go. We got that extractor going. And you know what? I'm just going to start that up right now. Bam, off and running like that. Now, one of the things also I would do is to put a little storage container right here as you're extracting. Now, obviously, I'm going to take this out. I can tell you that right away, that I'm going to take this out because I'm going to be putting foundations down here. And then this is going to be lifted up to a higher level above the sound dunes, and that's where I'm going to be running it up there. But for right now, we want to go... Oh, that's a little too close. We wanted to go ahead and make what we can right here. Make sure we got this going the right way. There we go. And we're going to need some plates. So I'm going to run up here, and it looks like he's making some stuff too. Now again, see, it's occupied, so I can't use the bench until he's done. Now there are some things that are overlapped between the two benches, just a few things. But you can't just go to this bench and do it over here, which is a bummer. Which is a bummer, Rooney. But you can just be patient, wait for him to finish, and then make some more stuff here. And a little bit more concrete, maybe. Right there. And then some plates. Now, see how I'm manually doing this? Well, that's what we're working on right now, is to have it automatically do it. Well, we don't have to manually go in and make each of these resources. And then as we go through, there'll be more resources that we have to manually do to get started. But I'm just working these two basic start nodes, and they're welcome to work the rest of the nodes. They're welcome to go in there and grab that other iron over there and maybe start on something other than plates or whatnot. Now, the reason why I'm putting this in is because instead of coming over here and doing this, right, there's going to be a bunch of this backlogged in here. How do I know? Well, if I look in here, I can see... Oh, actually, this one is a course node. This is 30. So if this was 60, I know that eventually this would actually go faster than a single thing. But in this case, it's only going to do one. This is the drawback of not starting where we started last time, is we don't have the pure nodes to start with. But that's okay. It's a bit of a hurdle that we'll have to overcome. We'll get it done. Believe me, we'll crush it. Okay, so we'll go ahead and start that extracting. Now, that's just going to run and run and run until we run out of biofuel. All right? And so we're going to run that into there. Now we're going to go ahead and also make another constructor here. Or actually, smelter in this case. Make a smelter. And then, again, I'm just going to throw it down on the ground for now, because we don't have our foundations unlocked. We need more plates. We don't have our foundations unlocked. That's what we're working on right now. We're trying to get 200. It's up there in the upper right-hand corner. We're trying to get 200 concrete and then 100 rods. Now, I'm working on plates. That's what I'm working on right now. I'm going to be working on plates and concrete. Now, I've already got the concrete going, and then I'm going to get the plates going. Someone else wants to work on rods, you go right ahead. Someone wants to work on copper, go right ahead. You want to work on sulfur, you want to go explore, you want to go grab some stuff for the biofuel. Whatever floats your boat, as long as it's not exactly the same thing as someone else is doing. Like right now, I know LOC is working on the copper. I'm working on the iron and concrete. So feel free, or really working on the plates and concrete, just to be very specific. This is because, as you can see, I need some plates right now, and so I'm trying to automate that process. And this is why this game is so amazing, everybody. You got to think I've played through this game, I don't know, 30, 40 times. I don't know, a lot of times, and every single time is fun. Every single time I enjoy playing the game. And that is a rare, rare thing in games, everybody, is to have that massive replayability of the game itself. All right, and there we go. And now we got that going right over there. And now we have the ability for it to make us the iron ingots on its own. I don't have to do it. It's doing it, right? Now, it just so happens also that this is at the perfect rate, right? It's coming out at 30, it's going in at 30, and then it's going to come out of there at 30 again to make some plates. So now we need a constructor. And what we're going to do is go ahead and move this stuff from up here. down over here where it's going to be a bit more useful down in this lower area. But I'm still going to put it up a little bit high so everybody can see where it's at, right? They're like, ah, Kismet, where to go? I'll put it up nice and high here so everybody can see where that stuff is. Again, this is all temporary until we get our foundations, and then we're going to start working our foundations out. And we're going to need a lot more limestone, that's for sure, and a lot more power. Okay, so that's working away there. And I need to make something over here. What am I making? Reinforced plates. So we're going to need 24 more of these again. Yeah, just press the button. I usually ends up pressing it twice until it makes all of that. Let's go ahead and have it make a bunch of this. Make some more rods. Make a bit more screws there. All right, perfect. And then reinforced iron plates. We need some more regular plates, but we're out of those plates. Oh, that's a bummer. But here's the cool thing, everybody. I just go right down here. GG. Grab these iron ingots, which are already converted. Now, I don't need to convert the iron ingots anymore. I can just go ahead. Oh, he's working on it. I can just go ahead and do that. Now, again, one of the things I could do, once I have some more plates, so we're not fighting over the thing here, is we could just work together, right? We could work together by creating another plate. So maybe I'll make another crafting bench. Let's say over here. And then now we're not competing for the same crafting bench, right? So we can both use the crafting bench at the same time. Plus we also have one at the hub, and you can put them everywhere. Anywhere and everywhere you go. As long as you have the resources, you can get it fired up. Okay, now we also go ahead and take out our to-do list here. Let's clear that, and we want to go ahead and make a constructor. And let's see, we need one more reinforced iron plate right here. Oh, all right. Now we're looking good. Again, we're just starting with the basics, everybody. Starting with the basics, getting it started. Let it do the work here for us while we're busy working on other stuff. Now, if you also want to come in and do like the MAM, work on that and get stuff researched, you're welcome to do that as well. Again, there are no limits. You just go as fast as you want to go in the game. You can unlock the space elevator. You can go ahead and put the space elevator down. You can go ahead, unlock the different tiers. You go right ahead. There's no limit on the server. Go as fast or as slow as you want to go. All right, and then we're going to be making plates. So we should have our iron ingots coming in at 30 per minute. Now, it's not going to start up until I run some power to it. There we go. And then now it's making those iron ingots in a perfect ratio. So 30 in, 30 out, 30 into here, which you can see the input of this is 30. And then it's going to come out at 20. Now, obviously, I don't want to run into my other node there because we want to use that for our other item, which is going to be our poles. And if no one volunteers for making those poles, I'll go ahead and start making those rods, actually is what they're called, over here, because we need those for our storage. Now, here's what I'm going to... Oh, I need one more. So close. Make the rest of them. And what I'm going to do is go ahead and turn this around like this. Again, this is what you do in the very beginning. We call it spaghetti, everybody. You're just like spaghetti building everything. You're like building it in weird random ways and whatnot. It's really awkward in the beginning of the game because... let's get some plates out of here. Look at that. I already made it, so let's plate. Because it's not... You don't have any foundations. You don't have any way of lining stuff. I mean, you can align it to the global grid if you want. And that's what we're going to start using, the global grid that they added to test that out. But basically what you wanted to do is you wanted to get to a point where it's putting that stuff in a box. And then in that box, I usually run out a little thing here in the front so everybody can see what's in that box like that. And then later on, you can put a sign on it, say this is plates and whatnot, and so on. And we'll get into signs and get into all that stuff as we unlock it. But all the way from the hub way over there, it's running all the power over here, and now we've automated the process of our plates. So now we're off and running. Now, be better to take the plates and run them way over there eventually, but for right now I always suggest to kind of put it in a little cluster because you're going to be running back and forth over here working on stuff. So there you go. See, LOC grabbing himself some plates there. All right, if no one else wants to do it, I'm going to go ahead and work on the rods here. So I got plates going, we got concrete going. I see you've got your copper going over there with a biofuel thing. Awesome. All right, sounds good. Awesome. I'll work on rods then. Awesome. Okay, so look, that's how we work together. See, he's working on converting biofuel. We got one person on fuel, one person on copper, one person on iron and concrete. Now, concrete is one of those things that you just set it and forget it, everybody. You just start that going. You let that thing fill up as much as you can. You never let that thing stop. You always keep that thing going. Always, always, right? Now, not everybody has to tie into the same power, by the way. You can have individual power like he's using over there. He's using a nice biofuel converter there, and that's going to allow us to unlock that stuff in there and allow us to have separate bases with separate power, so they can run their power, I can run this power, and then the other guy can run his power, or we can connect the whole thing together and have a central power, which is what we'll do when we get to like coal and we get to oil. But for right now, we can work off different powers, and people can, you know, tie the whole power grid together or separate. It's up to them, whatever they want to do. Usually I like a central power grid. The reason why is I'll know when something goes off way off in the distance, because it'll go and everything will turn off, and I'll be like, oh, something way off in the distance went off. I have to go figure out what's going on with that, right? And either make more power or less power or whatever. So you really, I like a central power, big time. Okay, now what I'd also like to do is really up the production here, and that is to get some rods going so peeps don't have to keep making rods. So let's get that going here. So we're going to need a miner, we're going to need a smelter, and we're actually going to need 2 constructors. So now we're really stepping it up over here, right? We need some plates, we need rods, we need all that stuff. Again, this is just the basics, everybody, just the basics. Getting it going on. It's one of my favorite parts of the game, is when you first get going here in the game. So, all right, this one I'm going to aim away from this because I don't want to run it toward it, right? Get that going. And then I'm going to go ahead and just throw in our basic box here, organization. There we go. We need plates and we need rods. Let's go make some more over here. Get some more plates out of here. Now, in the beginning, this is going to go really slow, as you would expect, everybody. It's going to go real slow in the way that it progresses. But then you start to build momentum. The more you build, the more power you have, the more stuff that's being automated, the more, of course, you can build more and more and more. And, of course, we have also the power of time, where I'm going to let the server run 24/7. The machinery is going to keep running. Even if no one's on here, it'll still keep running. So I could literally go away, come back tomorrow. Guess what? That whole box is going to be full. It's going to be full of stuff. And that's the cool thing about a server, is that you have that extra time factor that you don't necessarily have in a single-player game. In a single-player game, you'd have to leave your machine on and let it run and run and run. You could do it that way. But the cool thing about a server is it does have that ability, that you can actually go in and just let it run. And this game is really great for that. Really great for letting stuff run and run and run. I need to make some more cable here. There we go. And then we need some reinforced iron plates, which is going to be a bunch of screws here. So we're definitely going to need to convert all these iron rods. And we're going to need 48 screws, I think it is. Yep, 48 screws. Well, not yet. We haven't got our foundations yet. So if you want to just throw it down next to the hub for now, that'd be fine. I'm definitely going to have to, take all this back up when we get. I'm going to set up. We're going to use the global grid, by the way. They've added a new global grid which you can snap to by holding down control. So we're going to add that, and we're going to bring it up to the highest level of the dunes. That's going to be the lowest level of the base, and then we'll stack it. All right. Okay, need more screws. Oh, no, I need more plates. Oh, okay, need more plates. How convenient that I'm making a bunch of plates down here. Convenient! Oh, no, I'm good right now. I'm making some, but we'll get some boxes going. We'll get all this stuff centralized here in a minute. I'm just talking about how to play the game, so you guys can just keep on rocking. I'll just talk about the basics. It's funny, every time I do this, though, everyone comes in and tries to tell me how to play the game. It's like, hey, this is how you do this. I know. I'm just letting all the people who've never seen the game before get a gist of the beginning of the game. It happens to me every time, everybody. It's like I come in and I'm like, for those of you who've never played the game or are interested in playing the game, I do love to give them a shout out because they have just done a phenomenal job on this game, but just an absolute phenomenal job. So I do like to give them a shout out. I do like to give people who have never played it before kind of the gist of the game and whatnot. So That's why I talk about the game. And plus, I like to commentate while I'm going, so you guys can know what's going on up here. Not only just what I'm doing, but also why I'm doing it. The why is the most important. Why did I build the hub over here? Well, this is basically where I'm going to pump all the stuff. It's going to be near the water. I'm going to try not to be too greedy here on the concrete. I'm going to grab half of it and leave some for my peeps. And whatnot, and we're going to build it right by the waterfall because it's beautiful there. And we can always run the rest of the stuff in there. And we'll have little mini factories. One factory would just be plates, one factory would just be rods, and so on and so forth. Let's go ahead and tie into this power line and run this over here so we can start this one up as well. Now, one of the things that's going to happen, everybody, is your power is eventually going to go off. Because see this thing right here, max cons? Your max cons is your, if you have everything running, and then your capacity is up here. Now, right now, you can't see the consumption because the consumption line is behind the max con line, right? So I forget if you can turn these off. I think you can right here, max cons. There we go. So now you can see that that's going production, and you can see that's going there. So these other things are being obscured. Now, right now, my max capacity of my power is 20. So if I add anything else, I'm pretty much going to cause my power to go off. And that's not what you want to do. Now what you want to do is you want to basically go in and try to set up additional power. And I'll build that by where the stuff is. Sorry, what was that? I do, yeah. I'm going to be using them. Well, LOC, did you have plates? I'm going to use mine here in a second. All right, awesome. Okay. What was I doing? Okay, I was coming over here to look at how we're doing on our unlock. Okay, so we're going to unlock our stuff here. Now, we've already unlocked the power. Now, it auto unlocks your power. It's in here somewhere. Right here. Oh, no. Right there. Biomass burner. So it automatically unlocks when you start a server. So that tier, I really think they should let you unlock this tier in the server. This is me. But they auto unlock it. So we got biomass burner right there. So what we want to do is we want to add power to what we're doing. So we can add more stuff. So we're going to go ahead and go to power here. We're going to click on biomass burner here. We're going to add it to our to-do list. Let's actually clear it. And now we need more rods. So you're going to do a lot of struggling at the beginning of the game. We're going, oh, God, now I need more rods. And now I need more of this. And I need more of that, right? As you're going along. And then you can see I'm doing a lot of running back and forth and back and forth. I'm doing it on purpose. So you can see how much running you do at the beginning. And then later, you can just, all of a sudden, you will see we'll have a gigantic mega base full of resources, full of stuff, all being run to the hub so it can be turned in later on. Again, I'm going to start just grabbing half of this, everybody, so that when someone comes up and they need a little plates, they'll have that as well. And I suggest to do that when you are with the team, to grab half, just right-click, to grab half of it and not all of it, in case someone else might need some as well. So let's go ahead and get our biomass burner going. And this is one of the most frustrating parts of the game. I find, because you're not really organizing your stuff. You're just kind of just throwing it willy-nilly. Down on the ground, and then people are looking for stuff, and it's not really well organized, and it can trigger you if you are a hyper organized type of person. You like your base to be just so, right? I know there are those out there who are like that. Put a yes in the chat. Use your brand new emote, subs. Put a yes in the chat, or put a 1 in the chat if you are just a follower. Let me know if you are that way as well. You like your base to be just so, no matter what game you're playing, whether you're playing a Factorio or whether you're playing Satisfactory or whatnot. I am that type of person. I like it to be just so. That is for sure. So feel free to throw that in the chat, everybody. Is my chat broken? I don't see anybody put it. There we go. Yeah, look at that. M's using that new emote. There you go. I don't know how that just so is yet. I know, right? It's painful to be in this stage, everybody. It really is if you played the game before. It's also because it's going slower. You don't have your faster belts and all that stuff. But we really just want to get started, right? We want to get started with some additional power. Bam. And there we go. Now, I've put a bunch in here, and let's see how it's doing. Oh my gosh, it's about out. All right, so in about 2 seconds here, we're going to run out of power. And then we're going to need this additional bio burner over here. So we definitely need to make some more. I got it all on me. I got to get over here and make a bunch more here before we run out. All right. So while he's trying to create the automation of the biomass, I'm going to go ahead and just make some manually so the power keeps going. So it'll help him make that because it'll make the resources, and so he doesn't have to make the resources. He just grab the resources. And my big goal today is to get the foundation of our primary base going, to get concrete, copper, and our iron all going toward the central hub. And then I'll come back tomorrow and I'll work more on the central base as well. And so I like to usually do the leaves first. You'll find that you get a lot by using the wood, everybody. You get a tremendous lot. Oh, and I ran out of space. Let's see. Oh, and I don't have enough space for the biofuel. That's okay. I got to get all this stuff off of me anyway. I got like a hard drive and all sorts of random stuff. Okay, I don't need this on me anymore. Oh, look at that. Still filled up. Stack all this stuff in there. A lot of this stuff I don't need on me for sure right now. Don't need to carry all of that stuff. If you hold down control, by the way, it'll automatically put all of that item in there, which is great. I probably need to put that back. Oh, by the way, there's 14 reinforced iron plates here on the box in the main hub, if you're looking for that. It's the little yellow box. Awesome. All right, cool. I'm just adding some more power over here so I can run some more stuff for our rods. All right, let's see. So I made that, and I'm going to go ahead and convert some of this biofuel. Now, it's better to automate this, obviously, but it takes power to make power in this case, right? And so you definitely want to automate a lot of this. And so I'm just going to make a bunch of it and then put it in all three of the things, and then I'll let him automate the rest of it. And because we already have the chainsaw, it's very easy to go collect a bunch of biofuel. But in this particular spot, you'll find that you have to go further and further and further away to get the biofuel. So eventually we want to get to coal as quick as possible. And I do know there's coal nodes nearby. They've revamped, they said, up there at the top above the waterfall. Can't wait to look at that up there. I'm sure my crew is going to work our way up there eventually and whatnot. Now, I'm going to do probably about 100 here and then cut it up. Because this actually will run for a while at the very beginning of the game. Depends on how much, you know, you're tapping into at the beginning, how much power you're using. But you just try to get started. You just try to get this basic stuff unlocked. And boom, there we go. 100 ought to get us going. And then I'm going to right-click it right here. And then right-click it so it's 25. And you're like, well, Kismet, that's 4 stacks. Ah, true. You'll see why here in a moment. So we'll go ahead and put that in there. I'll put this in here. There we go. And then this one over here. Start that one up. And there we go. And now you'll see that our consumption now went up to 50. So now we can do a lot more. And we have our consumption still down at 18. So now we can continue. Look at that. He's doing an awesome job over there. We can continue to get that going. You're welcome to tie that into the hub power for right now. I'm just trying to get to some base building right now. Objective. All right. Yeah, I just do it without the mergers yet, and we're going to unlock that second. We're going to do base building because I'm going to try to get the central base going first, and then we're going to do splitter after that. All right, so I need to focus on what I'm doing: smelter and constructors, 2 of those eventually, but I can't actually use 2 of those, which you'll see later on. The same thing that he's talking about is I don't have splitters and mergers yet. Now, some people like to get their splitters and mergers earlier. Some people like to do base building earlier. I like to do base building because that's the thing that I do. I typically work on the primary base. And so I definitely want to have that ready to rock very early on. And there we go. There's our smelter and 2 constructors. And the reason why is I will put the constructors down, but I'll have no way of really making them both work. And also, this is not going to be extracting fast enough. Oh, too steep on that belt. Let's try something like this. Yeah, where's it at? It's a little further forward. Let's try this little trick, and that's where you turn it. Actually, let's turn it this way. You turn it like this, and then it actually puts the supports down, and then it's up a little bit higher, and so it's not so much of a steep angle. There we go. All right, now we tie that into the power, and then we're going to tell this to do iron ignits. And you're like, well, okay, we already do an iron ignits. True, but this is its own separate line, which is going to do iron ignits. Oh, so awkward. So awkward to do it this way. I hate putting stuff on the ground. That's okay. We'll live with it for now, everybody. Again, the goal is to get to a point where we don't have to put stuff on the ground like this. Okay, and I'm going to use the left one right here. Again, iron rods. Tie in the power. I'm going to put another one right here in case we need to tie something else in. There we go. All right, now we're ready to rock and roll. Now, normally, by the way, you can do 2 of these because if it's extracting at 30, it only uses 15 as the input, so you would do 2 of them. But we don't have splitters or mergers. There's no reason to do it. It's a waste of your power and time. So I'm not going to do that as well. That was some good foreshadowing by the other dude there. Now it's going to go ahead and make me some rods, so I don't even have to make those rods that I need for the storage container. I just take them right out of there. And then another storage container out in the open like so. And then a little bit closer in our direction. Then again, I like to put it like this so it's real obvious as to what is in that container. Because they didn't have signs before. I think there should be an automatic sign right in the front of it that says, this is what's in here, right? Because if there's only one thing in there, it should detect what that thing is, just like a smart splitter can detect it, and just put the name of it up there. It just puts a name or an icon, whatever you choose, up at the top, and then says rods at the top of the thing. I mean, why not automate it? You know what I mean? I mean, it's the game about automation. You'd think you'd have it automated. But there we go. So that's going in there, and we've got the very basics of what we need going on. Okay, now we are ready for the next stage, and that is to unlock our foundation so we can tear all of this down and make it way better. And you will find in different stages that you are constantly tearing stuff down and replacing it with an upgraded version or a better version of that particular thing. So let's go ahead and put that in there. We got that. We just need our rods now. Now, I'm not going to wait around for it to do the rods. I'm going to come in here and make a bunch myself. And try to finish up these rods over here. And then we can really get started on doing our base. Okay, so that's good there. And he's got that going. What? Yes, what about it? Yeah, well, you're gonna have to tear it down here in a minute anyway. That's why all this stuff is temporary. But if you want to get it started, I'm not going to build right where you're building right now. So you're welcome to start it up, let it going, because you know we're going to run out of power. We're going to run out of power in about 10-15 minutes. So probably good to start it up. Then you're good to go, and you can put your leaves, you can put your sticks in there, get those converting, and then we'll go from there. All right. Because I'm not going to build right where he's building. I try not to tear other people's stuff down, unless it interferes with my primary base. I definitely want to have that stuff running. Now look at this, everybody. Holy mackerel. All right, we're going to take all of that out of there. That's a lot of plates there. That's going to get us boogie in here. And then over here, yeah, I'm going to be starting with concrete first, obviously, because that's what we need to build more foundations. All right, so that's going good there. Let's go in here and let's get this. And let's see. Now, while I was making a bunch of rods, it was also making a bunch of rods over there. And so we've kind of doubled up on that. Again, my favorite part is when we get to the foundations. And you'll see me actually go over there and start the foundations way over there. And then I will run them way over here. And you'll see why here in just a moment. All right, let's see. We got those done. How many more do we need? Let's go ahead and put those in. Oh, we're ready to go. Yay, we got it.
Milestone reached. You have unlocked several structures aimed to provide the first needed to build basic factory infrastructure and improved overview. Building these will provide a grid for more advanced organizing and sectioning of your factory.
All right, so next in line is the splitters. And look at this, we already got the plates, so we're ready to go. The only problem is you can't, there's a cooldown. Oh, Scriptlet, and thank you, Beta Guest, also for the follow. Thank you, Scriptlet, for the 6 months of sub love, bringing in that massive love there in the stream, and then goes into lurker mode. Thank you very much, Scriptlet. Appreciate it. Also appreciate all those gifted subs you've given out here in the stream to all my awesome Teamwork Tycoons in the channel. There you go. Let's see. I like my spaghetti with extra spaghetti. I know, right, Lord Stompy? Me too. This is like, if you like a really organized base and whatnot, this is like self-torture. And sometimes I do it to trigger my chat, everybody. I'll totally trigger my chat by making everything just the worst. And then I'll come back, of course, and show how to make it better. But this time what we're going to try to do is just build in a way that can continuously be expanded. So we're going to make separate factories for each thing. All right, everybody? So if you take over a node, like LOC over there, he's working on copper. That's going to be his factory. He's going to work on that, and he's going to work on those materials. And right now, we have, I'm going to call you Octus. Uh-oh. He caused our grid to go off. He caused our grid to go off. He tied into our grid and went off. No worries, we're going to make more grids in here in a second. That's okay. I thought that was funny. Because I was just about to do that in about 2 seconds anyway. So that happens all the time, everybody. It's no big deal. If your grid goes off, you just add more power, you do more biofuel, you'll be fine. All right, so here we go. It came back. It landed back up on top here. And now you have to, a certain cooldown, you have to wait to put that in there. There we go. Now I have all the plates, so the best thing for me to do is put that in there. If you got some copper wire, feel free to come over here and feed it on in there, LOC, so we can go and get our splitters going. And I'm going to start on foundations. I'm going to be working way out there on the highest dune to kind of get us up to that highest dune level first, to kind of give it a bottom level, and then I'm going to work my way back to the hub. So I'll work this hub area here in a minute, but I'm going to work on foundations first. All right. Just communicating. Now, I got to be a great communicator too, everybody. They need to know what I'm doing so they don't overlap what I'm doing with what they're doing and so on and so forth. Now, we're going to go check out the global grid and run on out here. Oh, and I got a bunch of leaves I could probably put in here. Oh, look. See, he does what I do. He drops it on the ground. All right, Osis, I like you already. I like the fact that you dropped it on the ground so we know which one is which. That is very good. I did the same thing. Very nice. I happen to have a bunch of leaves on me. I'm going to drop that in, or some leaves and some wood. I like that. All right, awesome. I put a bunch in there as well to help out with that. All right, so he's got that rocking and rolling. So I had a bunch on me. So instead of me walking around with it, I'll give it to him and he can utilize it. Okay, so where is the highest point in these dunes that we want to start going? Now, I'm going to say it's way over here because I think I remember it's over here. I remember. But I'm going to put it up a little bit higher just in case anyway. And that will become our central kind of Rosetta Stone of everything else that we're going to build. And I think this is the highest area right here. It could be that one over there. I kind of feel maybe that one's the highest one. Let's go look over there. Now, whenever you're by a node, everybody, be careful because when you see a node, there's usually a mob hiding somewhere over a ridge or wherever. Watch out for that. Now, this game doesn't have food and water per se as part of your survival. It actually has it more for like regenerating your health, right? It's not like the survival mode of Fallout 4 or Fallout 76 where you have to eat and drink while you're playing. Now, are they going to add that? Heck if I know. But you never know. So let's go over here to this one because this one definitely... Oh, and the sun's coming up. Perfect timing. Get rid of some of that fog. And we're going to look for the high side here. Oh, look at these sparklies. Oh, fancy sparklies. Oh, look at the guy over there. Oh, look at over there. Oh, look at all. It's everywhere. Oh, all the resources. There's so many resources on this particular part of the map. Haha, no hit. A no-hit win. All right. So this looks like the highest point, everybody. I think I actually did that as the highest point, and then I got over here and realized that this point was the highest point.
And harvest alien artifacts.
Oh, that's what I'm going to do. Oh, we got a lookout tower. Cool. Okay, so now we've got our foundations, everybody. Now, there are different foundations for different reasons. I consider the foundation, the 4mm ones, are for ground-based. I feel the 2mm ones is when you're building your factory, and then the 1mm ones are for what's called your sandwich level or your run levels, where you're going to run all of your stuff in between. And we're going to do all of that, just not right now. First thing we're going to do is we're going to start with a foundation. Now, if I hold down Control, it's going to snap that foundation to a world grid, which is something we've been waiting for so long. It is so awesome. That means that if I do this, and then say LOC, build something over there using the world grid, his is going to match up to mine. And that is going to be cool. I think that is amazing. Now, the way I like to do is I typically like to walk my way where I'm going. So I'll go ahead and do something like this. And just kind of walk my way. This is the old school way of doing it, right? Where this is how you would align your bases together. Now, you don't have to do that anymore. Because in theory, if I go over here, like so, and I build a foundation. Now, of course, obviously it's not going to be at the same level. But if I build a foundation, I hold down Control. In theory, let's build it back just a little bit, just to really give it a test. And then I go ahead, and if I aligned it, yes I did, and I put in some ramp, say.
Message. Hello, this is Paternal Figure. I have taken ill and need your help to find a cure. Doctors say that the only remedy is alien artifacts.
Whoa! I've never heard it say that before. They actually made this into doing something?
Comply.
Comply. Okay. Well, as you can see, it does line up perfectly. Well, Kismet, it's not lined up perfectly. It is. Because if you look at the side of it, it actually lines up perfectly to the world grid. So, awesome. Now, I could make that line up perfectly very easily. I could just go ahead and grab this and just go ahead and do this. And then now they have it where they have this really cool thing called zooping. So let's get our zoop on, everybody. I love the zoop feature. It is so awesome. Watch this, everybody. Just going to make you cry if you haven't played Fallout, or if you haven't played Satisfactory in a long time. Ready? Zoop. If I put all those down in a row, you know how you can take stuff out in a row? You can also put it down in a row. So now we can take this out and then properly snap this right under there. Beautiful. Oh, or okay. Or not. I tried to click it. Let's try it again. Oh, I'm zooping. That's why. There we go. Boom. And now we have that perfectly aligned, working backwards. Or we could have just brought it up at the end and done the whole thing the other way. But you get the general idea. So very, very cool. I dig all of that. So now what we're going to do, instead of doing onesie-twosies here, is we're going to be doing a bunch of zooping. Now, I also don't need to necessarily keep all of these foundations out here. So as I go, I'm going to go ahead and take these out by using the removal feature, which is awesome. And so I'm just going to kind of float up here. You're like, Kismet, floating. Just deal with it. Deal with it. Boom, right there. Now, again, I don't need to leave those there because I'm not really building anything there right there. It's a real big waste of our resources. And again, this is the old school way of doing it. And I'm just going to work it back just so I know what level that I need my base to be up to. So it still doesn't allow me to adjust it vertically along the world grid, which would be great to snap it that way. But it does let me do it if I make a factory and I want to match it up to something else that I've already gotten, which is great. That's the great thing about a global or world grid. That you can match up. But this zooping stuff is awesome. I love the zooping. So zooping awesome, if you know what I mean. Yes, very, very good. And again, we'll take that out. And we're just kind of walking our grid where we want it to go. Let's go ahead and zoop a little bit this way. Now, I'm hitting F and then middle mouse button. One of the things you want to learn about this game is that your middle mouse button is like your friend when you are building. It is so incredibly useful. In fact, I force myself to relearn to use that middle mouse button. I hit F. Then I'm going to hold up F. F. There we go. Hold down Control. There we go. and remove all of that. And then to do the next one, instead of having, you notice I don't have it down on my bar. So I just hit F like I'm going to take it out. Then I hit middle mouse button, which picks up that item. And then zoop, off I go, just like that. Very cool. And again, I'm walking my way over to the concrete, or really over to where I'm going to have the central base. And it will be up high enough, so even the bottom level will still... Lost power again. Even the bottom level will still be above every sand dune that we're going to start with. And then we're going to bring those basic resources up into the upper level. And you're like, well, Kismet, what about your foundations and your supports and all that stuff? I have tried a playthrough by using foundations. It takes like 10 times longer, everybody. And I feel like this is why they have it where it doesn't fall down. Is because the time factor of making your supports and remaking them and making them and remaking them, it really doesn't add any fun to the game. I find, I feel like it actually detracts from that fun, at least in my opinion. It's just me and my big fat opinion. But you get the general idea. Now, here's a great spot to go ahead and start zooping in a nice area here for our starter zone. So you can see I've got 2 of those going. Now, I probably need to take some of this out because I'm going to need some of this concrete to get my booty down from up here. Now, one of my favorite parts is the double ramp. But the cool thing is now they've made it where you can zoop the ramps. Oops, I got to go in and check my door is unlocked so my kids can get in. You can zoop ramps, which means you don't have to worry about your double ramps anymore. You can just zoop that ramp down like that. And see, you don't have to put the blocks under it like you used to. You used to put the blocks and do that whole thing. You just zoop it and you're good. And look at this. Bringing us all the way down to the bottom. And then I can jump down without dying, which is awesome. And then you can still snap that onto the end there. Notice how, remember how it used to be where you couldn't even snap it to the end? You had to put a block in to put it in. They definitely fixed all of that. Now, while we were busy doing this, hopefully over here it's been working at concrete. Yes, it has. And then we have got more concrete over here to use. So again, that's why you want your concrete to constantly be going. Because if you're building foundations and you're getting stuff going, you definitely want to have the ability to keep that rocking. And I have the toughest job because I need to keep moving. I need to keep boogieing and keep building. So everybody has a focus that we can all work together. Now, it's easy to go focus a factory separate. That's what I suggest to do, is to work on little mini factories that snap off the world grid. That'll eventually lead to it ending up here at the hub, where the hub is going to have massive storage for all of the various resources. And the hub actually is not going to end up down here. The hub is actually going to end up at the same level way up here. Right, so I'll actually move the hub up there. I feel like in the last one when we did the vertical, it would have been better if I kept the hub at the bottom to start. And then as I work my way up, I can then add those containers, which will then move it up a level and then up a level and up a level as I go. So I'm going to go ahead and try that a bit on this particular playthrough. But I need to go AFK here for just a second, let my kids in, and I shall be right back in just a moment. Told you I'd be right back. All right, so there we go. So, look, see? Look, there goes Fred. Fred's already doing it already. Now, this is Fred. He gets in the way of everywhere I build. That's why I build up high, so he's not in my stuff. He'll still walk up this thing. If I have it on the ground, he'll end up coming up into this top area. Okay. Heads up, everybody. Oh, nice.
Belts can now merge, split, and lift to increase the complexity and efficiency of your factory.
We can run along
We
there.
encourage you to consider more verticality when it comes to factory logistics to streamline short-range transportation. The productivity display will help you measure and improve the productivity of individual buildings to aid with optimization.
Awesome. All right, moving the hub again. Just a heads up, everybody. Don't die. Poof. All right. See, if they die, they end up in the middle of nowhere. And I'll tie all the power back in again, and we'll work on the various power and all of that stuff. I'm just kind of setting the precedent of where all this is. And zooping is the best. Now look, I can unzoop as well. De-zoop. Like that. And so now what I'm going to do is just set where I want the hub to start. And this is really my job as part of the group, is to get the hub going. Now, one of the things that I don't like to do is I don't like to, after I get to this stage where I've kind of got the central area of where I want my hub to be, I will stop using the internal power of this, right? We'll start making a power grid. And that power grid will be centralized so that everybody can just run there. And then you can put where he's doing here, which is making the conversion of the power. We can put all of the power things together so they can be fed together. We can also add batteries later on. We can add our coal power, oil power. I've played through the game many, many times, everybody. So we're getting that going. But your hub is probably your most important thing because that's what establishes, I find, the center of your base. So you'll see me go through... Oh, watch out for there. You'll see me go through here and just try to add some stuff here to the area around my hub. There we go. And then we're going to need to probably add some more power down here. Now watch out. I make a wrong step and wow, off the side you go. Got no jetpacks yet. So there we go. There we go. I was in a cool phase and I thought I had everything going great, and then I got to oil and then realized I am a puny and inadequate. That happens all the time. It happens all the time. That's when you realize that you really don't have enough of that stuff. That's for sure. All right. Now, one of the things you don't want to do, which I can see he's over there doing, is do the same thing that I do. Don't build on where I'm building. Just like I'm not going to go and take your stuff out and whatnot. So let me do my thing. You do your thing, right? I always like to make sure everybody knows. That's why I always say that, because if I'm building and I'm trying to build to zoop it and then someone else is trying to zoop the same thing that I'm trying to zoop, it'll just get really awkward. It's just like if I suddenly said right now, hey, I'm going to do the biofuel or I'm going to do the copper. It would be really awkward to the person who's actually taken that on as a goal and taken that on. So that's one of the things I talk about very often on how to work well together as a team, right? If you're trying to show up other people or trying to show how awesome that you are, you don't have to prove that to nobody in my crew. You just come in, do your thing, be the best at what you do, and that's all you need to do. But it is kind of frustrating sometimes to be waiting for me because I'm, talking to you guys as well as playing the game at the same time. So there you go. There we go. It's the world grid. Yes, we're doing the world grid right now. Did you miss it? Yeah, frantically internet searching. Yes, it does. You can see that I started over there. I used some blocks over there and then clicked into the world grid. And then you saw, I don't know, maybe you didn't see, where I got that going. Oh, look at this. Look at this weirdness. Okay. Weirdness going on. Now, remember, this server is still early access, and they're still working on it, so yeah, that's how it goes. But I started over there, and then I could actually connect it via the world grid, because I did one up here, and then I held down control and snapped it down here, and when I ran it, it ran perfect, because you can see it snaps it. So when I'm building out something, say a foundation over here, and I hold down control, well, I need some plates first. Let me go grid some plates. Now, the next stage I'm about to do, everybody, is I'm about to build out all the foundations for our central base, and I'm going to run all of the finished materials over to the primary base. So the ones that I'm working on these three, and then I'm going to let everybody else work on theirs. And that is to get the biofuel over there, to get the copper, and then in my case, I'm going to be doing the plates and the rods. Right? And of course, we're going to have it where it's not just thrown on the ground like that, which is just so awkward. It is so awkward to have it on the ground. All right. Oh, what do I got that's... oh, I got a bunch of stuff on me. Oh, I forgot to put that stuff back in the hub. All right. What can we get rid of? We can get rid of one of these. We can make those later. Okay. So I'm going to grab a bunch there just to get this started up. And you see he's got that biofuel going, so that's going to keep our production going. He's got the copper going, so that's going to keep our wire and all that other stuff going. Again, everybody plays a vital part of the role. Just don't play the same role as someone else. That's all I'm asking. Don't build the central base when I'm building the central base, obviously. It's because you take away someone else's stick, as they call it in my day. Thank you so much, Tree Hugger, for the follow. Appreciate that big time. Thanks for hanging out. Yes, they did add a thing. Too many cooks ruin the soup. That's a good one, Suzuki. I like that. Sorry, the dad joke had to come out. That's a good one. I like that one. I like dad jokes. What the heck? My kids don't, but I like them. All right. And there we go. Now, again, we're not going to be using the back of this, so that's going to be basically blocked here in a second. Because one of the first things I do once I get my hub established, oh, look at our new splitters, and oh, so exciting, is I put a storage right behind here. Now, this storage is going to replace this internal storage, because this is going to get full, everybody. It's going to fill up very, very quickly. Now, some of the things that I do put in here would be like equipment and things like that, like equipment like this. What else would I consider equipment? I would probably consider this like a finished materials here. I'd put that in there. I'd put that in there. Now, raw materials, maybe power slugs I'd put in there because that's going to be used as equipment eventually. But all this other stuff where it's like leaves and petals and power and all of that other stuff, I will put in the one in the back. And this is what I call like the miscellaneous drop spot, right? We just drop all your random stuff in there. And probably these I would consider equipment too, but they take up so much room in the other thing, I'll just put them over here. Stuff that we can start using for our MAM and stuff like that. Okay, so now we got that going. Now, what else do I want to establish right here by the thing? Now, you don't really use this internal spot anymore here, everybody. I'm sure they'll add something to it later, but you don't really use that for the MAM anymore. You can put the MAM wherever you want. Now, I like the MAM to be very obvious, like here is the MAM kind of thing. Where's my MAM? Oh, we haven't unlocked the MAM yet. Oh, we haven't got to that yet. We like to put the MAM. Oh, that's next in line. So, hey, let's put that on the list. And let's put our stuff in here, what we got. And we need some wire. So what we want to do is unlock that MAM, which is going to be our research center. And I usually put it right here in the front. Just make it super obvious. Put it right there in the front. And then also, when you have a lot of people, we learned from last time, it's a good idea to have a couple crafting benches. Nice and obvious, right there in the front. Maybe it could be moved over a little bit because it's not centered. that stuff drives me crazy, everybody. That not centered stuff. You know what I'm talking about. I know all of you ADHD peeps in there. You know who you are. You just can't handle that not being centered. There we go. So now the reason why I'm going to make two of them is because there are multiple people. And now we have 3 different workbenches in one area. So if we're all in the area, we're not overlapping each other, waiting for each other to use the thing. All right, so there we go. So now another thing that I'm going to establish is where our final boxes are going. Now my job is to work on the final base. Now this time I'm going to try to work way ahead of time. So I'm going to think in-game right now. So the in-game where we're got everything going and we've got the space elevator and we got all that stuff going. We got aluminum, we got all of our various other materials going. And it's going to end up right here. Except for this base is going to end up way higher. It's going to be way up here and match up to this upper level here. And that's where we're going to have our space elevator eventually. But we're going to do it in stages. First, we're going to start in our lower stage so people don't have to run as far, because this is still a ways to run from down there up to here every single time. But we're going to start building out the levels and then bringing it up to this level and then building individual little factories that will bring it up, convert it, then make it into the thing that it should make. In this case, I'm going to do plates first, which is this one right here. So I'm going to build a little mini factory over there, and then I'm going to run the plates to end up over here. Now, you will redo and do and redo and redo and redo your factory over and over and over, unless you have kind of a bit of a plan. If you have a bit of a plan of what you want in the long run, then it definitely helps out. Now, here's a little trick also for this, by the way, everybody. If you want to help yourself from not falling off the side here, get yourself some walls here. And wherever you got your ramp, put a wall over here. And then put a wall on that side. And that's good. Oh, or not. Oh, I got my zooping on. Hold on, I got to turn my zooping off. Zooping! You're throwing me off. Sometimes it throws me off. Default. There we go. So again, check where your ramp is. Oh, I don't have enough concrete. Hold on. And I don't have enough to make any. Okay, we've got to get some more concrete. But you get the idea. You put that there, you put this here, and it tells you where your ramp is so you don't off the edge. Because I have done that before. Absolutely. There you go. There you go. All right. So again, we're just trying to get our base started. Now, this is our mega server. This is the early release of Update 5. It has now gone from experimental to early access, where you can make your own mega server like us. I use Nitrado. If you do want to get 10% off, feel free to follow that link right there. Hit them up over there. Say Kismet sent me. Put my name in there, and bada bing, bada boom, you get 10% off on your server, and you could be doing mega building with your friends as well. Or you can come join us on our server, whatever you want to do, as long as you're a great team player. Be a great team player. Don't be a, hey, I want to show you how to do everything. Believe me, everybody in here don't need you to tell them how to do it. I believe everybody in here could probably go all the way to the end without any help whatsoever. But our goal is to see how much we can do together. How much better can we work together? And if you have some ideas on how to work better together, you let me know. I'm always up for improving our teamwork. Okay, so I need more concrete down here, and you're going to see that I need a ton of it. Concrete's one of the first things that I boost, everybody. I absolutely am going to boost this and find even more limestone somewhere else. Eventually, oh, I see some right over there. There it is. Look, there's some right there. We'll tap into, or my crew will tap into. We'll see, because I'm already over time. And again, this is how you, all of a sudden, you're playing this for like 8 hours, everybody. Because it's so addicting, especially the beginning of it. It's just so addicting, because I want to establish the base and get the base rolling. Okay, now one of the first things that I like to do, of course, is get the hub going and then start with some logistics here, or organization. And that is to put down what I call the first of many storage boxes. Now, I like to leave a nice gap of usually about 2 when it's around my hub, sometimes 3 for a main road. For this, we're going to really go ahead and give it lots of room in this particular playthrough. So we're going to back this way up here, run this along here. Oh, now I got my zooping off. Notice also it has a vertical option. Just double click if you want to go in the same spot. There we go. So let's go ahead and just start off with 3 this time. And we're going to go ahead and set this back just enough so it kind of hangs off the side for now. Maybe a little bit too much. All right, let's zoop some more. I like the fact that it also says build mode zoop, if you notice that. It says build mode zoop right there, in case you forget what mode you're in. Very, very nice. Very great UI in this game. Exceptionally good, as a matter of fact. All right, now we're really getting serious. Now, again, my concrete is usually right off the center because I'm going to use a lot of it. 1, 2, 3. And then we'll push this back a little bit. And we're going to center it. And we're going to try to get it right back on the edge to start, right? Because the first thing I want to do is just get it over here. All right, get over here. Let's say 1 more forward there. Now, we've got a 3 gap here for a big, gigantic road. And then we have a bit of a gap here. That's way too far. I see. You know it right away, everybody. You know it right away. That's way too far. So let's go ahead and bring this up like this and back this up just a little bit. Now, the reason why I want to do that is so that when I go running along here, I can literally have it. Actually, that could be a little longer as well. I can have it where it's coming out here, and I can see. Sometimes it's really hard to get that little thing there. Nope, nope, not doing that. Here's what I don't like. I don't like to have a small... I like to have all of my conveyors be very consistent in their distance. And then also very consistent in being one thing. There we go. Okay, that's perfect. Now, what we're doing is we're establishing that this one right here is going to be our concrete. And so, once I set that to be that thing, do not change my boxes. I'm warning you now. Do not do it. Do not change my boxes. Do not change the way in which I'm managing the primary base. Again, you're taking away my stick there. Don't do that. Don't do that. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to get that to run it up to here, right? And then what else are we going to build? Well, you can make it taller. You could be a baller. But do not mess around with my base. 'Cause I'll be back tomorrow also working on it. This is my thing. I'm doing the central base, and then, you know, everybody else is kind of feeding in that central base. So I build individual factories in different areas, and then just run it in the central base. But I'm just going to set kind of the precedent. You can build out the foundations. You could add more boxes. You can do all of that. Just don't build too close to the hub, because then when I come back later to build, all of your stuff will be in the way of the hub. And the hub's not going to stay here, by the way. The hub is going to go all the way up to the top of this waterfall here. So we'll build out up above the waterfall eventually. But for right now, I'm going to leave it at this level. That was a great question. Great question. Now, one of the things that is a problem is because that I don't play all day, every day. It's going to make it more difficult for them to progress. And normally they would build out their base and build out their central area of where they're working. But they can add more boxes and whatnot. But they'll just need to know that if they build too close to the hub, that I'm going to have to take out their stuff and then re-put it back in again. So don't build close to the hub. Build out where the node is. Like if he builds out a big old factory out there where this copper is, and then he's making copper wire, and then he's making copper thread or whatever it's called. I always forget the two different things. One is copper wire and one is... What's the other thing called? I forget. I forget what the name of that thing is. Let's go over here and look in here. Wire and cable. It's wire and cable. So one is wire. He could go over here and in the factory, he could make the wire. He could make the cable. And he can also make copper sheets. So all of that could be done at the node or at multiple nodes. And then those then feed into our central boxes. And what I'm doing right now is establishing where the kind of end result of what we're working on right now. Now, later on, you're going to need plates and you're going to need rods to do other things. So you're going to need to divert some of that eventually. But right now, I'm just setting the precedent that, hey, that's where the plates go, and this is where the rods are going. Right?
Milestone reached.
Got that unlocked.
The molecular analysis machine, referred to as the MAM, will allow R&D to provide new technologies, items, and buildings based on samples collected in the field.
I'm going to put a MAM down right here in front of the base.
To ensure a greater chance of success during exploration, an upgraded tool belt has been provided, as well as an object scanner.
I mean, you can build them elsewhere as well. I mean, they're not locked to here.
Note, the object scanner requires calibration via the MAM to enable detection of specific objects.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I love about the fact they took the MAM out of the thing. It's so great because you can do it anywhere. You can put it's just like the workbenches and the workshops and everything. You can put the MAM anywhere in the world and research stuff right next to where you're actually doing that thing. So if you're trying to do quartz, you can just bring the MAM to the quartz instead of bringing the quartz to the MAM. But I usually like to have one right next to the base as well. But let's keep going on what we're doing. We're trying to get our basics going on. Now, I need to start here first with this down here. So I'm going to go ahead and just take this production out. I'm just going to take all that out right there. I can tell you I'm definitely going to redo all of that. Take that workbench out. Take this out. All right. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to kind of better align our stuff. And we're going to try to use that world grid. All right. So we're going to try to do this. And we're going to hold down control. And we're going to snap this to the world grid at its highest point. Right. Let's say down just a little bit. All right, right here. And then we're going to do some zooping right there. Now, sometimes what happens is, even though you've got it aligned, the ones aren't aligned side to side. Sorry, sometimes I can't hear it because I'm talking to the stream. What was that? Oh, awesome. Yeah, well, you can leave it or pick it up, bring it in, put it in the MAM, whatever you want to do. There is no limit. You guys can just keep going and going. Again, just leave the central base for me because that's my thing. Oh, you're talking about the alien artifacts, right? Oh, the, what do they call that ore? I forget what they call it, something special. Yeah, there's nothing to do with that. So, I mean, you can grab it, put it in the box. Maybe they'll surprise us with something for it. But I just ignore it for now. I thought you were talking about, like, sulfur and stuff like that. Sulfur we need, because you got to put that in the MAM. So, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. Now, if we do this right, everybody, what I'm testing right here is the world grid. Will the world grid, even though I'm building it completely separate, notice I didn't run it down. I just built it in conjunction over here. In theory, the world grid should do it. Now, this is what drives me crazy, everybody, is because I want my thing to be nice and pretty up on the foundation. You're like, well, Kismet, it's got to go through the just RP in, everybody. Come on. What do you think? They got that much time? Just RP in that you cut a hole in there and it goes down just like a real drill does. It goes way down hundreds and hundreds of feet by feeding pipe in there and whatnot. Just roll it. That's all I'm saying. All right, so there we go. We got that going. Now we've reestablished our basics here. And we're going to do some more zooping over here. Now, I could take it and run it up there to the upper area and just do it up on that upper level. I prefer not to on my basics. And the reason why is because this really is not going to do much for a very long time. Oops, that was not even straight. Forgot to hold down control. This is really not going to do much else but to run 30 of this into here until I boost this. So there's no reason for me to build a big elaborate factory about it. I don't really need to. All I need to do is go to there and go to there. Now, in theory, if I made some ramps, I would end up with those ramps ending up right down here, this way, and aligning itself perfectly, which it does, to the world grid. That is so freaking cool. You don't know how long we have waited for that, everybody. We have waited for that for a very, very long time. You're like, well, Kismet, it doesn't match vertically. That's okay. You can always fix the vertical matching by adjusting the angle of your ramps, right? So if I start with a little smaller ramp here, like this, and then, just the one, there we go, and then go to a bigger ramp, and then zoop my way up. I can try to align it perfectly. See that? I mean, it doesn't align it to the top perfectly, but you get the idea. It aligns below at the bottom perfectly, and so on. So you can adjust those heights simply by adjusting those foundation steps, which is awesome. Now, I don't need to do anything other than to make some concrete here. Now, I'm going to actually make 2 boxes, and there's no overflow on this, so I'm not going to bother to put a storage container in front of it. But I'm going to make 2 boxes. One box that is up above, and then one box that's down below. And the reason why, and later on you can make this even easier by splitting this, but when you have the double-decker ones, where I'm just going to run this into here, and then we're going to run this up here. Now, one of the things that we're going to have is our lifters, and they were broken in the experimental version, and we can lift that way up there. And again, we're not trying to make it super pretty right now. We're just at the very beginning of the game. But we are starting to try to establish where the center of our base is and all of that. And you could put foundations in there, or you could put supports in there if you want. Your game, you play it however you want. I find in the playthrough that I did supports, it took me 10 times longer to build out the base, and thus I had less time to actually build bases and build factories. And I was building foundations most of the time. So that's not as fun for me as you would think. All right. Oh, and we're getting close here on our part assembly. So still looking good here. So yeah. Oh, we're already in tier 2. Nice. So we got tier 1 unlocked, which is our foundations, our logistics, and our field research. And we've done obstacle clearing already ahead of time. We're working on this one, which is going to be our assembler and all of our other good stuff there. And ooh, logistics coming up. We can get that nice 120 belts fired up as well. Okay, so we got that going. Now, I need to get it to come up into this particular spot. And so we'll look for our lifter here, and we'll just simply just run it over here. Now, I'm out of plates, of course, which is a funny irony, because that's among the stuff that I'm going to be running up here. But if you are, you know, if you got a little bit, you can make it here. Or if you don't have it here, you got to run all the way back down. Now, again, we're going to be eventually get vehicles. You can drive vehicles. They have hovercraft or hover vehicles as well. They also have drones later on. Oh, man, just epic stuff. We can also do trains. Amazing, amazing amount of stuff. Now, what I'm going to try to eliminate is this I'm doing right now, which is the running back and forth and back and forth. And the more I eliminate that, the more I bring the resources to me as opposed to me going to the resources, the less work it is to get stuff done. So we're going to go ahead and get our rods there. And I'm just going to manually collect it for now. Oh, and there we go.
Milestone reached. More complex assembly of parts can now be automated. Project assembly parts can now be constructed and sent up via the space elevator. Note: Project parts are too complex to produce by hand.
There we go. So what we want to do is create our space elevator next, and that's kind of where we're going to kind of work toward. I feel like I'm going to be doing this for the next 4 hours. I don't know what it is about this game, but it gives me a surge of energy, even if I am tired. Every time I get to this point. Let me catch up on the chat here. Ma'am, be building is so good for multitasking. Exactly. I was going to ask what you aren't using signs, but forgot this is a super duper early game. Yes, we just started. Hi, dog. We restarted the server, as you can see in the title. We were playing the experimental version, and they just came out with the early access version of Update 5. So we wiped our server, we restarted our server, and we are starting again. Now, we already gotten all the way to plutonium, everybody. We were already working on nuclear power in our previous experimental version, because my team is just like... they just got it done like that. I'll bet you we'll be at least to coal, if not to oil today with my crew. They'll absolutely destroy it. Now, again, if you want to come and join us, you're welcome to come join us if you're a great team player. Remember, don't do the same thing that other people are doing. If somebody's working on copper, don't go over there and work where they're working. If I'm working on the central base, don't come over here and build the central base. If someone's working on the fuel, don't be doing that specific fuel, but you could be doing a different fuel. You could be doing different power. And the best thing to do is say, hey, everybody, what are you working on? And you know what they're working on. And then you tell them, hey, I'm working on this, right? And that's why it's great to be on the Discord so you can talk to each other and let each other know, hey, I'm going to work on this next part, and I'm going to work on this part, right? Now, a lot of times they're going to be waiting for me, because right now they're waiting for me to hurry up and get the foundations out there. And I really need to get more concrete going as well, because this is definitely not going to be enough concrete. So let's go ahead and get that concrete, and now it's going to do kind of the work for me. Another thing that I'm going to do is start to move the power from down there. And I'm going to start to move it up here, kind of up at the top, or wherever we want to put our production here. Now, another thing that I could do is I could just leave it at the ground level for now, and then move it later on. And I suggest to probably do that, because your people are going to be more at the ground level than they are going to be up here. This is when they upgrade the stuff, they're going to come up here. Other than that, there's no reason to come up here. The great thing is they've made the workbench, the other one here, which is the workshop, mobile, right? So you can put it wherever you want. Like, I'll put one over on this side. You can put it wherever you want. I put it around the base just in case you're by the base, but really you want to put it wherever you're working. You want to have all three of those things. You want to have a MAM there, you want to have a workbench, and you want to have a workshop, so that you don't have to run back to the hub every single time. You don't have to... Oh, look, Fred, see? Get out of here, Fred! Always trying to get up in my base. I see you. Bad alien. Go over there and play in the water. Always getting up in my stuff. All right, so now what we need to do is we need to figure out our central power. I'm trying to figure out the central power. He's saying something about going up there. All right. And so let's get this going. More concrete, which I'm not even doing right now because it's not tied into the power. Let's get the power back up and running. Get that going. And so now we need to build some central power. Let's go ahead and do that. Now, again, I don't want to disturb the power that's currently there, but I do need some copper here, so I'm going to run over here. This is really fun when everybody's working on different stuff, because it's just a fun time because everybody has a role to play in the group. I always find it incredibly important as a leader, by the way. I'm talking to all you leaders out there, potential leaders both in real life and in game. Make sure that everybody feels like part of the team, that they have a role to play in the team. If you step on someone else's role, it really makes them feel like they're not valuable in the team. Great example is when you're playing Ark, right? And you got somebody who's played it for 100,000 hours. Like, you know, I've played this for hundreds and hundreds of hours. And then all of a sudden I went in and said, hey, I'm going to tame all the animals. I'm going to make all the stuff. I'm going to do everything. And then I'm just going to give you everything. Well, it makes everybody else feel like they're not useful as part of the team. And that's what you want. You want everybody to feel useful and that they have a role and that they have something that they can be proud of when we're done building out our massive factory here. Say, hey, I did that. I did that part of it. I did this part. I helped by doing this and I helped by doing that, right? That's what you want for everybody. Oh, he's got 2 nodes going. Nice. That's what you want everybody to be part of, is that kind of constant everybody working together. and then have something to show for it at the end and say, look, I worked on the copper, and I worked on the fuel, and I worked on the coal, and all of that, right? And I worked on all the trains and whatnot. And my job is to organize that, is to, okay, this is what we're focused on right this moment, and then this is kind of just setting up the goals so everybody has goals to work within so everybody can work together. Now, one of the things you probably want to do than just run that up there is to actually use the double stacker and then run half of it down here in a separate box so that you have some up there and then some down here. So you're not running up there every single time, which is what I need to do right now. So I'm going to actually remove this for right now. So it's just going to run down here in the bottom side, which is where we're going to use it. And then I'm going to go ahead again, try to build some biomass burners. Now I'm just going to put them here because this is a nice convenient spot nearby the base. Right here, and let's say we'll start with 3 right there. Okay, and then we're going to go ahead and tie them into a central power line. So we'll go ahead and say, let's say right here. And then we'll tie all these 3 together. And then we can tie these into, let's put one right here. That's okay. See how it turns yellow? Yellow means it's approaching that clearance. But now you can do what's known as soft clipping or hard clipping, right? Or soft clearance, where you can actually run conveyors right through the middle of stuff if you want to clip. I don't like it, but it's your game. You do whatever you want. I like it where I can put it close enough, but not actually clip through the item. Like in this case, I want to put that there, but it says, hey, you're too close to this bio burner, but that bio burner is not actually there. It's got an open spot between there, so I can put that down and feel. Where I'm not clipping. Okay, so we'll let that run. Now we've got our power over here. Now what I'm going to do is take away the power that I built down here, and I'm going to go ahead and re-put that up here. Or not, because I can't get up there. So I need to go ahead. Oh, and there went the power, because I turned the power off. That's my bad. My bad. Hold on, I'm moving the power for a sec. Come on. Got my zoop on, throwing me off. All right, sometimes I got to turn my zoop off because it just throws me off, everybody. Turn that off. There we go. Okay, now get our power back on by taking this and splitting it up into thirds. And there. And there we go. Okay, so now all 3 of those are running. Now the problem is they don't tie back into the main grid. So now what I want to do is I want to take this one out right now, and then I'll go ahead and tie all this back together by first running that there, running this here, and then taking this power line and tying it into this other grid. Now notice how that started back up again? That's because my stuff over here is not burning up all of their max power over there, right? So vitally important that... oh, that has too many connections. All right, we'll take this one out. And then this one. Now and there, I can help him out a little bit with that power. Okay, so there we go. I'm centralizing the power over here by this concrete. Just a heads up. I'm doing it at the lowest level, so it's easy. All right, and then we can take this out of here. And we can zoop some more of these out of here again. This is the hardest thing with working with other people, everybody, is that they're working on something, you're working on something, and if all your stuff is interconnected, then it turns off, which you don't really want it to do at all, but, you know, you do what you got to do. That's going as fast as it can go. Oh, I got a bunch of limestone, I bet, on me. I can just throw in there. All right. And so we'll zoop this out. OBS is freezing. Put a 1 in the chat or use your new yes emote if you can hear or see me, everybody. Little OBS freeze there. I know, right about 3.5 hours or so, it usually does that. Okay, so we got the power going there. All right, if you want to go ahead and build out a bit more here by where the concrete is and work on that, work on your power, your biofuel conversion, go right ahead. You can build out from here right here. And now I've got concrete running down there for you, and then I'm going to run way over on the other side and work on that bars and stuff. All right. And so... whatever you want to do. I'm gonna leave it to you. Just make sure to leave me at least a little bit of room around that node. But that node is just a coarse node, so it's gonna run like that forever. So I'm not gonna do much more than lift it up into the main base. But other than that, I'm just gonna leave it pretty much like that. And I'm just gonna keep add power. See where the power is right there? We're just gonna keep adding them in a row. So let's say the south side. Let's say south, southeast would be a good side to build, kind of toward where we have the iron nodes and all of that, and toward the copper nodes. All right, see, some good communication there, everybody. Good communication. Those are the people I'm looking for. I'm looking for peeps who can work together good, right? Who can communicate. Hey, this is what I'm working on. How should I do this? And how can we work together, right? Those are the peeps that we like to have come join us on the server. Thank you, Olaf. Appreciate it. Do you ever underclock your machines early so they match the output of the belt speed? I do, but we haven't unlocked that yet, unless we just unlocked it and I didn't see it. I do underclock a lot of stuff. I do underclock water or in the early game because water does 120 when it only needs to do 100, right? So I'll underclock that. I'll underclock a whole bunch of other stuff as well, including like the concrete, which is I know what you're thinking of right now. Yes, I will underclock that as well. And I believe they've unlocked it. Actually, it did say earlier that it did have the power ratios and whatnot. And how do we know? Well, we just go to any machine and see if any machine has the ability to overclock and underclock. And right now, we don't have it unlocked yet. But I definitely will. In the early game, we'll get that unlocked as soon as we can. But for right now, we're going to go ahead and use the world grid to build some stuff. Now, I'm going to run out of concrete a lot, so probably a better idea than to spend too much time. Oop, and this is red right here, which is telling me that we might have a power grid problem. See how that's red, which means it's not running. Power grid. Power. This is running to here. This is not running. It's off, or is it? No, no power. See how that's running over there, but this is not running over here. All right, let's tie that power. I just built one in there. I think he built one over there. I haven't built one yet up on the top. I'm going to put it in the front there eventually, but you just build one down below for now. Yeah, the MAM, you have to build it separate if you haven't played Satisfactory in a while. It's great. You can build them anywhere. It doesn't have to be up by the base anymore. It's awesome. Oh yeah. Well, I just built one, and you'll know because they're all linked, so you'll know if someone else got it going. All right. Okay. Why is my power not kicking on? That's the thing I want to know. Oh, because it's off. First thing I look at is max cons, and I look at capacity, and I look at see what's going. Okay, so it just wasn't on. Now, they have actually switches where you can turn all entire sides of the factories on and off, which you'll see me do later on. But we want to keep this going because these are all the basic materials that we need to make all of the things that I'm making right now. Let's go ahead and take all of these out. We don't need this many crafting benches over here now. What we need to do is we need to start with some concrete. So I probably should stop with that for right now. Oh, I should grab some plates while I'm over here. I should stop with that right now. Grab some plates. Grab some rods, and then go and get the other concrete one going and feed that in as well. Because that's what we're going to need more than anything else if we're going to be using foundations and we're going to be building factories and all of that. I find that that the thing I'm always out of, number one of all things, is concrete. And I can make 50 boxes of concrete, and I can tell you I can use it up within an hour. Easy, easy, easy. Now, I did see another one over here somewhere. There it is over there. And so we'll go over here and we'll get this going on. Now, one of the first things I would do, everybody, is I would come over here with your materials and make a workbench right by where you want to work, because you might need to make something, some sort of resource. Good to have a kind of smattering of various different resources to get it going. Let's see what we got over here. This is a impure node. So, ooh, 2 impure nodes. Ugh, this is going to be a struggle. Now, again, I could have made it easy, everybody. We could have just started in that other area, but that's, you know, I don't make it too easy. You want a little bit of challenge. A little bit of challenge as you play. All right, so there we go. So we got that established. Now we can come over here and we can go ahead and grab some of this limestone. What do I have on my character right now? Do I have an extractor? I do not have an extractor. Okay, so get a little bit of limestone. And one of the other things we want to do is get a little work. Oof, man, my mouse today is crazy. Get the workbench up so we can make a portable miner. I could run all the way back and grab more over there, but you really want to think as you're expanding to just have the ability to keep expanding and expanding as you're running around. And so I'm going to have it do a little bit of the extraction for me. I love the animation of that. It's so freaking awesome. Okay. So that'll fire that up. Maybe clean this up a little bit. Get rid of some of this little stuff around here. Okay. Now, what I want to do is I want to be able to put the extractor down on some foundations. Now, to do those foundations, that's what I need some plates for, and I also need some concrete, which is what we're doing right here. Now, you'll see a lot in the early game. You will be extracting resources and then converting those resources, even though you might already have it going over there, but we're going to be using that for the rest of the factory, and then this one over here, we're going to tie it in as well. And then eventually, you know, come back and make this even more awesome. Let me get in here where I can see my concrete. And actually, I'm going to take all this other stuff out for right now, just kind of hide it because I'm not doing any of that. I'm not going to be doing biomass or rotors. You can go ahead and just hide that stuff, everybody, so you don't have to look at it. And that'll allow me to get started with my foundation, and I'm going to hold down Control to snap to the world grid so that when I run it over there, it'll match up on that side. And so the thing is, though, it can't be too high. If I have this up here, let's say like this, or not.
New recipe unlocked.
Oh, I'm zooping, that's why.
New
I'm
research
zooping.
available in the MAM.
New research available. Now he's getting that MAM fired up, which is awesome.
New resource
I'm going to hold
added
down
the resource
here and go to
scanner.
default. Now again, when I hit Control, you're going to see these rivets right here. These rivets in the center. These little rivets are telling you that this is up too high. And that means that when you go in, and let's go ahead and grab this out now. I think we got enough of that. When you go in and you try to run this out, and you try to put the extractor at the top, it has to be within a certain distance of the actual node, or it won't let you do it at all. So you definitely want to go in and test what your limits are. But as you can see, I'm just kind of working my way back, and this is going to be way too high up. So I'm going to go ahead and take this back out, and then we're going to try from a little bit further down. And I say just enough to cover up the stones. I don't like to see all the stones and stuff, so I just kind of, you know, try to get it as somewhat close. Still seems way too high. Let's just go ahead and try to put a node on there and see what it says. Yeah, so you need to place this on a resource node. You're like, well, Kismet, you don't have enough resources. Well, even if I did have enough resources, it would say something more like, this, where overlapping clearance, or it says you don't have the resources and whatnot. See when I have it way down like that. So again, let's take that out. Let's go ahead and try to do it right off the center this time. Again, holding down Control. We'll try to get it right. Let's say something more like that. Maybe up just a little bit. Just a little bit up. Try to get rid of as much of this. Come on. Much of that rock. I don't like to see the rock. I don't like to see the stuff under it. Again, that's probably going to be a tough one there. That's going to be a tough one because it's at an angle. So we might have to turn it sideways. What's on the way? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not in any hurry, but yeah, feel free to unlock whatever you need in the moment. Awesome. All right. Okay, so again, we're trying to get this miner to fit on here. So I kind of feel like you're going to have to go probably sideways on this because it's just so, it's just such at an angle. So let's go ahead again, try to find the center of the node. Where's the center of our node? Probably right about there. Now, it doesn't really matter, everybody. You can just put it on the ground if you want. No big deal. One of the things that does happen if you do have these rocks in your way is the fact that it's going to... there it goes. See it snapping? Okay, snaps in. That's how you know it's working. Is that those rocks actually will impede when you're running stuff. So when I put the machine down, it'll actually elevate the machine up. So if you're trying to align it to other machines, that machine might be lower and this one's up higher. And that's why I'm always looking out for those rocks and making sure that they're not down too far like that. So I've tried to cover those rocks up so it sits nice and flat on the foundation itself. Let's try that again. A little bit higher here. Again, just keep working it till you get it the way you want it. And that is perfect. Right there. Perfecto. Perfecto. Okay, now we're going to need more of this concrete here. Now that we've got that figured out, let's just find a spot to throw that down. You know what? Let's just speed this up even more by going in here and making another one. You'll need all of these later on, by the way, when you're doing your tier 2s and tier 3s. These little miners make that stuff. And you get a multiple of them going, just like so. And this way, you're maximizing your extraction time. Okay, more concrete, a little bit more. Now, as you can see, that's going to take a while. So, while that is doing its thing over there, I'm going to run over here and grab some more from this side. And that's going to help speed that along a little bit, and then we'll go ahead and connect it together. How do I access your server? I'm on Discord. What do I need to do? Would love to play with you tonight. All right, well, here's what you do, Lord Stompy. First, you have to be an awesome team player. Remember, communicate to other people what you're doing. Do not change my central base, right? This is the central base here. I'm going to be building it vertically. Our goal right now is to get the basic elements going and unlock stuff in the MAM and unlock stuff in the space elevator and stuff like that, right? So know that not to build too close to the thing here. And so you want to kind of build your own separate little factories over the nodes. Or in this case, he's working on the power out here and he's getting all the power working. And in my case, I'm going to build a little factory out there and then I'm going to run the iron, or the plates, and I'm going to run the rods and some more concrete and whatnot. So the best thing to do is to learn to work together, right? That's always number one. Now, the way I can tell whether you are at least starting to work together is to go onto the Discord right here. There's a section there called Rules. You go ahead and read that rules. You scroll up. There's a bunch of rules there, like do not destroy other people's stuff. Do not cheat. Do not glitch. Do not tear other people's thing down. Don't work on the same thing that someone else is working on. If someone is working on power, like he's doing right over here, don't come over here where he's standing and start to work on the same thing he's working on. There is plenty to do in the game. In fact, there's hundreds of things that you could be doing in the game right now, right? Instead of doing the exact same thing that we're doing. Right, now one of those things, of course, we could be working on the space elevator if you wanted to, collecting materials for that, helping find more nodes, going and collecting biofuel, go ahead and search for other resources that we might need to upgrade in the MAM, and so on. And the best thing to do is to communicate either in-game by hitting return, and then type, oh, hometown Bayou coming in, by communicating via the chat, or communicating via voice, or even better, both. So once you hit the rules here and you hit that green check mark, you will be able to access the server info, which is on that same section. You can see it down there. It's at the bottom. And then you can get to see the server info as well. You can get on the Discord in the Tycoons live area. Please keep it PG-13. If you do start doing cuss words in my thing, you will be permabanned forever from my channel. So keep that in mind. All right? Keep that in mind for sure. Okay, so what was I doing? I was grabbing some concrete. That's what I was doing. I got all sidetracked. Again, the better you work together with others, the better you'll be on our particular server. Now, if you like to go do your own thing, build your own factory off in the middle of nowhere, we're not the server for you. Go buy your own server. In fact, you can get 10% off. Boom, right there. Follow that link right there. Go buy your own server, play solo, do your own thing. But if you're playing on our server, we're working together. Now, our current goal, again, to unlock the MAM, unlock the different levels of technology, and then funnel all of our basic materials over to where the hub is, right? Now, you don't want to go in and start taking all this out and then remaking it, because I will boot you, perma-boot you, not only from this server, but every server for having lack of teamwork, all right? Again, this is something I talk about again and again and again on stream, but somehow I end up talking about it again. So I just expect you to be an awesome team player, all right? If you can do that, come on in, join us. Remember, the server runs 24/7. Try not to, oh, there we go. We got our overclock. Try not to do the same thing as other people are doing. By the way, if I'm talking about stuff on stream, everybody, you don't need to go do that thing that I'm talking about. If I'm like, hey, I'm going to work on the concrete. And then you're like, oh, well, I'll come help you with the concrete, because you don't need to do the same thing I'm doing. If someone was just talking about overclocking, it's nice that he unlocked it, but I'm not doing overclocking right now. I'm doing concrete. So you don't need to go do that thing in that moment that I might be talking about, because that happens a lot as well. And these are all the things I like to talk about, so it's pretty clear. So no one's saying, oh, Kismet didn't tell me such and such thing. No, I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you the thing and the thing. It's also in the rules and whatnot, and so on. You get the idea. Okay. So now we're going to do the same thing over here. Huh? Let's zoop. Come on, you. It is crazy. My mouse is just nuts today. All right. I don't know if they upped the mouse sensitivity or something, or just my mouse is nutty. All right. Oh, come on now. Come on now. Get on in there. Get on in there. Snap on in there. There we go. Now, what is this clearance stuff here? Overlapping another's clearance. Oh, so it's sitting down just a little bit. Oh, he's saying something. Sorry, what was that? Oh, I know. You don't need to tell me stuff like that, but I appreciate it. Remember, I played this game for hundreds of hours. I played for years and years and years. Yeah, I know that. Thanks. It's not. I don't think it's the game sensitivity. It's actually my Razer mouse sensitivity has got wonky. You know, when it updates and sometimes it resets your sensitivity. That's what it is. I know, I do that too. Same thing. Yeah, sometimes you screw up your mouse sensitivity. I find whenever it updates, it does that funkiness for sure. Oh man, my world grid is good, but my level's not good here. Hold on, let's do a trickery here, everybody. We're gonna do a ramp, and then we're gonna do a mini ramp. Then we're gonna go ahead and put a foundation on the higher one. Just enough. Come on, you. Oh, let's take this one out. There we go. That'll make it easier for us to snap that. And then we're going to try to put one like that. And then see how I just raised it up just a little bit? Just enough, hopefully, we can get that in there. Let's see. Shoot that out. I'm just trying to get this extractor going. Come on, I know you go in there. I've done it many times before. It's a little feisty. Yeah, it's actually snapping to the ground level, so it is still too high. Yep, see those rivets? They're still too high, so that's way too high. I'm going to have to slide down the side a little bit more. All right, we got this. We got this, everybody. Never give up. Never surrender. All right, we'll just have to go with it with a little stuff sticking out there. I hate that, but do what you got to do. Minor. There we go. All right. Woo, that was a lot of work. And then a little zoop this out. Again, I don't like this because see what it does? See how it's sitting on the rock now? Oh, it's aggravating. Aggravating. Let's go ahead. You know what? Let's try a little something here. Hold on. Let's try a little something else. Hold on. We'll try to bring that up. Oh, it's going to be probably too high. How are we looking over here? Oh, see that? Just barely touching that edge when it runs. I'm not gonna fool with it. It's taking more time than it's worth. Just do that. And then we're going to go ahead and build this out a little bit. Again, in the beginning, everybody, you don't have to make everything like super fancy. I suggest more practical than anything else, where you're just kind of getting your base resources going. And then from there you can come back and be more fancy later on. What do we need here? We need some reinforced iron plates and cable. Okay, so let's get back in here. Cable, we got plenty of that. Wow, look at all these screws in here. All right, awesome. We need some screws, and we have plenty of plates. All right, awesome. We got all that. We don't have to run back. See, this is why you put the thing out here. You know, to make sure where you don't have to run back to your central base and grab all this stuff. You can just make it wherever you're at. And there we go. We're going to need a lot of plates here in a minute, too. Okay, and again, just take this, hold down control. It's going to line up. Wait till you see me do splitters and mergers later on, everybody. If you haven't seen this in a while, it is a wonderful thing. Okay, so we got that lined up. Now, you know what we need? We need this to be powered up. So one of the things we can do on the way back, as we're working our way back here, is we can go ahead and just establish how we're going to do our power. And then also we can establish how we're going to be running our lines here. So I could go ahead and just run a big old line like that. And then just run this straight out of here. Now later on you could use trains and all sorts of awesome stuff to transport this. But I'm just going to hold down control so it stays nice and straight. Go as far as I possibly can before it says too long. Something like that. Now I can also count it. It's about 6 foundations. Walked off the end. Now again, I prefer it to be up off the ground. I don't like it to be at ground level because mobs get up in there and they get up in your business. But my goal is just to run as much of this into the central base as I can. Now, I also don't want to get in the way of other people's stuff, so I'll keep that in mind as I'm building. And so we're also going to be expanding this, but we'll go ahead and just run this that way. And now also what I want to do is while I'm doing all of this is I want that to be running. Right? I want it to be making more concrete because it's going to help me make more stuff. So I want to come over here and tie into our central power here. And he's running our power grid here. We definitely want to get one that's not maxed out. So I'm going to turn this off for just a second. Now, as the leader of the crew, everybody, I have the power to take anything out. You do not. Do not take people's stuff out. But I need to switch the power grid here real quick. And then I will oh, I gotta make some more wire. So I can reestablish that power. Again, you always want your power to be running at any given time. But in the beginning, you only have the ability to connect 4. Later on, you have the ability to connect even more. And I just want to have the ability to break that line off and run it. But I need more concrete as well. So let's run back. Some concrete here. Let's look at this. Why is this red? Power gone off. Yep. Power back on again. Look and see why it went off. It went off because I disconnected the lines and stuff. Alright, that's back up and running. And then this. Now I find no matter what you do in this game, you will be redoing it at some point. Because you're just going to find a better way. You're going to have better tools later on. Like better options. Like better poles that do stuff. You can make vertical and horizontal poles as well. Ugh. I don't have my skates. Don't have my skates. Darn skates. Later on, you get some skates where you can actually jump up that high. I'm just so used to doing it that I tried to do it there. All right, and let's go ahead and run this on the open, and then wire again. Now, again, if you're way out here, you're like, I need some wire. No problem. Build a nice crafting bench. Make yourself some cable. It's not wire, it's cable in this case. Come on, make me a bunch. And then I'll just take it right back out again. There we go. Okay, and we'll run this to here for now. And we'll revamp all of this later on for sure, everybody. Absolutely, for sure. And then run this as far as it'll let me go. Wow, wouldn't that be awesome if it actually went right there? But that's okay. Here's what I'll do. I'll do this. Then I'll take this one out so it's not using that extra resources because, yes, I'm that picky. And then Tie that into our central power. And off we go. Okay, now it takes a minute for it to spin up, but it will spin up. Get that going. Get a bunch of concrete going. Now again, later on when you have the double-decker one, I suggest to put a split right there. So one splits into a separate box and the other one goes over there. So you're getting half to the main base and half to this area where you could build, or half to whatever area you want to run it to. Now again, our goal is to get all of these different ones built and then have them running back to where the hub is so that people can use it. But also I suggest to split it if you can, where it's also running. Now I can split it right there because we have our splitters unlocked if I wanted to, but right now I'm just going to run the central part of this together into one area. And you know what? Let's make this a nice little 90 here. So we're going to go right there. And then we're going to go ahead and bring this out. Rotate it, bring it forward by 2, and then you got a nice little 90 edge right there to utilize. All right, more of these. Again, in theory, even though I built this completely separate from what I built over here, because we're using the world grid, and that's what we're really testing out right now, is to get this to match up to that. Maybe not vertically and horizontally, but actually along that same awesome grid. That's about as far as I go. I need some more plates and more stuff. It doesn't matter what you're doing, everybody. You need the other thing from the other place from the other thing. Constantly. Constantly working on all that stuff. So again, you're welcome to come in and hang out with us if you are great at working together. Awesome. Yeah, come on in and help us out. Do you need to have something researched before you can mine the node for it? Yes, you do in the very beginning of the game. Not on servers, though, but on the base game. You do need to unlock stuff as you go along in that 0 tier, where it'll allow you to unlock the extractors here, the miners, which will auto-extract the item for you. And then it also unlocks this, and you unlock the smelter, unlock the constructor over here, which is currently making, taking iron ingots and making the plates, which this is making the iron ingots from the raw materials. And then it's putting the plates into this particular box right here. Now, oh, he probably needs some of that. Oh, sorry, I grabbed too much. Grabbed too much. Here, I'll give you half back. There you go, bro. Sorry, I grabbed too much there. I didn't mean to grab it all. See, when you're working with other people, it's different than when you're working by yourself. When you're working by yourself, you'll run over there and you'll grab it all. But when you're working with other people, I suggest to not grab it all. Grab like half of it and then let them have the other half. Like right-click right here, grab 100, and then leave 112 or so in there. And now if there's nobody on, then I just grab it all. Because then you're the only one really working at that moment, and they can always come back and grab it later. Now, here's the thing. Everybody could log off right now. We can come back next time. As long as there's enough power, especially when we get to coal, then it will actually continually run and fill up all of those boxes. We'll fill it all with a bunch of stuff. For sure, for sure. Okay, so where am I trying to go? Let's try to feed it into this box over here, and then we'll have it double merge and go up that way. So let's go ahead and say this right here. Oh, not enough concrete. Let's go get some more. Now again, just because I'm talking about the skates or something like that, everybody, you don't have to go make the skates and say, Kismet, here's the skates and all the stuff. I get that a lot when I'm playing. People are trying to help me, I appreciate it. You don't need to play like that. Just keep working on what you're working on. And if I mention something, that doesn't mean go do that thing that I mentioned, all right? I get that a lot. I understand why. People are just trying to help. That's fine. I don't got any problem with helping. All right. There we go. Man, we are going to need way more concrete. That is for sure. Now, while I've been busy over here, this one's been making concrete as well. So they're both making concrete. At least they were until the power went off. You're going to hear that noise a lot in this game, everybody. You're going to just hear your power constantly going off. It's going to make a grown man cry. Because the more stuff we add, the more power it's going to drain. So I'm just going to go ahead and grab it along the conveyor belt here. Just to keep this running. But when we get into coal power and all of that stuff, good. Now again, I'm going to let this one run. The experimental one, we just tested it. We found a few issues. We sent in the issues, said, look, this was a problem. They fixed those issues now. Fred, always in my way. Always in the way, that Fred guy. Oh, looking good. Maybe one more. Oh, out of concrete. Out of concrete. All right, there it is. Back up and running. Now, you never really want your concrete to stop, everybody. You want it to constantly be going. And you can create different grids for different things. You don't have to tie all the power together. You can create different grids. Like you can have just the concrete on its own power, and it's just doing its own power. You fill it up, and you let it run, and it will never stop because the rest of the factory is not going to kick it off, right? Because it's separated from the rest of the factory. I find that's a smart idea to do, especially when you're doing mass expansion. Is to always have your concrete running. It constantly should be going because if you're doing giant mega builds like we're going to be doing, you're going to need an obscene amount of it. And it should never stop running. All right, and then we'll go ahead and match this up now over here. Nope. The zooping throws me off because I got to double click in the same spot. There we go. Then in theory, we could just take our ramp, run our ramp up, and let's see how we do. Oh, out of concrete. That's looking pretty good. Pretty good there. We might have to adjust the level a little bit by using smaller ramps, but basically it's looking pretty good. Oh, man. And this is probably the hardest thing in the beginning of the game, everybody, is the fact that this goes so slow. It goes really, really slow at the very beginning. All right, while I'm waiting for that, I will go ahead and do something like this and line those two up. And then we'll go ahead and put in a nice merger here. And then we're going to turn it that way. Right there. Put this in there. There we go. So now it's going to merge into a central area. What was that? Oh, you put it on the side. Cool. I didn't know you could put it on the side. That's neat. I actually like it better on the side. I think that's an improvement. That's nice. I like that. Yeah, what I usually do is I do this. I put a little conveyor at the end. I see that you have it going to biofuel at the end there. And then just have it come out so you can see it coming out of there. You know, I'm just kind of like a little mini conveyor. So what he's got it going in there and he's got it coming out here. Now, if it's an output, you can just run a little conveyor and then it will actually stack it right there as opposed to dropping it on the ground. Now, I like dropping it on the ground because it reminds you this goes here and this goes there. Now, later on, we can do our signs, and we can put our signs up there and do it. Now, again, we've already played through Update 5 all the way up to nuclear power. We were still working on our nuclear power. But then now they've shifted from the experimental version to the early access version. So we wiped the server, and we are starting a brand new playthrough in the early access version, or what's called the stable version, right? The more stable version as opposed to, like, when I was playing the experimental version, man, I was getting triggered, man. I was trying to do my lifters, and my darn lifters were not connecting to the machines, and it wasn't doing what I wanted to do. And that's because it was bugged. But then they fixed it, so now it's good. All right, so now he's got this running. So he's got this going into there. And then this one over here is also going into there because both of these are going to make basically the same thing eventually, called biofuel. And then that biofuel will go into this one here. Both of these will feed this way, double back, end up in here, into the solid biofuel, and then end up in this final one in which you can then grab it. There we go. And then you can grab it and then go ahead and put it into our power, which will spring out down here for now. Eventually, we'll build a gigantic central power station with batteries and all that other stuff. When we get to oil, or when we get to coal. Coal is like my favorite kind of second milestone in the game. Like, this is like the first kind of beginning running stuff and having a lot of fun doing that. But once you get to coal, you have a perpetual power. You don't have to go collect biofuel, and you don't have to do all of that. But biofuel is very vital in the very beginning. You definitely want to have a lot of that biofuel right there. Now, I'll show you another great thing that they added to the game. Now, they added this really long time ago, and that's the ability to snap the splitter. But what they've added recently is the ability to snap it while holding down control, and it actually snaps to the actual back of another item. So, a great example. Say I want these two to merge and then go up there. right? But I also want to have a separate one, which is right here. So if you're down on this level and you want some of this concrete, well, right back here, this is like, again, another thing make grown man cry, is you can go ahead and put a splitter right here, aim at the thing, hold down control, it snaps to the back of it, automatically orients itself, and now it is oriented perfectly to the back of this, or at least it should be, unless it's a little crooked. It's a little crooked. It's because my thing is a little crooked there. Yeah, my this one's crooked. That's my bad. My belt is crooked. Is why it's crooked, everybody. But you get the idea. So we can go ahead and try to make this a little nicer here. I like my nice 90s, and this is why. Right here. So then you put your nice 90 in there, and then there we go. That looks a little bit better. Again, splitter, hold down control, put that in there. Automatically orients the splitter in the direction you want to go. Then you can go ahead and run this out of here. So it's going to run half of this into this one, and the other half into that one. And now I literally have 2 boxes that I can fill up, plus the third box up there. So we're going to have 3 boxes of concrete. So if you're down here and say this one ran out, you can check this box, or you can check the box, because it's going to backfill from up there eventually. Especially when it runs for 24 hours, 7 days a week, every day of every year. Believe me, this is going to get filled up. Especially when we get that coal power going. So there we go. So we got to go in from one direction. Now we need to get the rest of this from over here all the way over to here. And let's see if we can go ahead and match this up over here. Oh, we're offset. Oh, hold on. Oh, hold on. I thought that snapped to the world grid. Oh, that makes me wonder, is this snapped to the world grid? Yeah, that snapped to the world grid. See that? See that problem? How it didn't match up? Let's see what's causing that. Again, I'm going to go out here, hold down control. Build my way up. Oh, I had enough concrete. See, this is the painful stage of the game. It's just not enough concrete. Hold on, let's figure out why this world grid's not matching up. That matches up. Why would that not be matching up across? It's slightly offset, which it shouldn't have done. Maybe when I started that one over there, I offset the first one. That seems unusual. Because I think this one is right, and then the other one I just built is wrong. Let's try this again. It's okay to make mistakes, everybody. In life, you're going to make a bunch of them. It's okay. Now watch this. They also have a vertical function, which is freaking awesome, too. A vertical zooping. So cool. All right, so yeah, that's right. I think I did that wrong. Okay, well, whatever. We'll work our way back. Work our way back this way anyway. I'm going to raise it up anyway, everybody, so no biggie. Now we can always, I got to go back to the regular zooping. We can always go in and, you know, take it out and redo it. You get all your resources back in this game, which is great. You don't have to go collect more resources and destroy it and remake it, whatever. One of the things that drive me crazy in 7 Days to Die is that they have a great thing called frames, which I really like. But one of the things is having to go recollect the resources again. I love the way that they do it here, where you can do that. Oh yeah, that definitely is offset. See, when I was trying to work that thing, I must have let go of the world grid, and now it's not snapped to the world grid. But that's okay. I mean, I can leave it like that for now, and I come back, fix it later. I got many other things to do. So let's go ahead and work on our basics first and work on the pretty part of it later on. All right. And again, you see that yellow? That means it's snapping a little bit through that thing. That's fine for now. Let's let this run as long as we can. I like to make these as far as possible. The reason why is because the shorter you have your belts, the more chance that you might accidentally forget to upgrade that belt. later on. And if you do that, you're screwed because whatever the slowest speed your belt is going is the speed in which your whole entire process is going, right? And you don't want that to happen. I'm telling you, you really don't. All right, more plates. You do a lot of this in the very beginning, everybody, running back and forth and whatnot. A little concrete there, and I got concrete filling this one up over here, so I can grab some of that, and eventually I'll have it go back up there. But right now, you want to leave it at the ground level, because that's where we're working. But eventually, that's our goal, is to get it up there. And it's good to have a goal on everything that you're doing, where to go, where you're sending it, and all of that. Let me make sure that no one's trying to contact me via my text messages. Nope, I don't see anybody buzzing me, in case my wife and family need me for something. Now, again, everybody, I totally forgot that Thursday, when I was making my schedule anyway, that Thursday is Thanksgiving. So I will be out on Thanksgiving. I will be adjusting that schedule maybe later today if I ever stop playing this game. Which is highly unlikely because this game is so good. Hi, Kismet. Are you playing some Fallout today? I am not, Zentalk. So perfect. Look at that. I answered your question before I even saw it in chat. I do that quite often. So there you go. Okay, we got this, everybody. Again, this takes time and effort. This game, you can put a lot of hours into this. What am I going up here for? I specifically don't. I don't go in and build gigantic mega factories that take, thousands of hours because it's still in early access. It's still being developed because what's going to happen is you're going to be building that big gigantic stuff. You're going to tap every node to do every single thing in the game, and it's going to change, and then you're going to get upset because you spent all that time doing it. I don't bother. I just play and enjoy the updates and enjoy what's changed and do of that. Just kind of check in onto it and see what's updated each and every time. But, eventually we want to go ahead and tap every node and do all of that. Yeah, I mean, we could do it in this playthrough if you guys are so inclined. And there we go. Okay, now we have them both piping in right here. Now, you probably guessed what I'm going to do next, right? I'm going to go over here and I'm going to do the same thing on this side. Now, I much prefer to have a single box in which I could do this, but I'm going to go ahead and do this here as well. Then, all we really need to do here is I really need to fix my stuff down here. Hold on, I need to get all of my stuff back up and running. So, we need to get our electric pole. Notice I don't bother with the actual pole itself, just the line. I always just do the line most of the time. If I need the pole, I'll actually go in there. Splitter, then merger. No, I'm forgetting something. What do I normally have there? I can't remember. Oh, my foundation, duh. Let's see, foundation, power. The reason why I know is because my belt is usually number 3. There we go. And then what I'm doing is I'm pressing my side of my mouse button. This is going to be 4, and this will be 5. I'm pressing the mini buttons that I have on the side of my mouse. You see I have a Razer Naga Chroma Epic with 12 buttons on the side. I'm pressing those to set those command keys down there at the bottom. So when I need to put a foundation down, I can press 1. Or if I need a power line, or I need a foundation, or I mean a belt, or splitter, or merger, or any of that stuff, I can put that down nice and easy. All right, let's go ahead and put a splitter in. We're just going to go ahead and aim it at the belt here and just run that right in there. So now it's going to put half of it in there, half of it in here. So half of all production will go to the lower area, and there it goes. And then I'm going to go ahead and now relift it to the top part. So say you're up there and you need to turn it in for the next whatever it is that we're unlocking, you can do that as well. Let's hope I've got this correct. Yes, the orange side are the inputs, and then the silver side here is going to be the output. All right, we'll go ahead and bring it up just a little bit further than we brought it last time. Doesn't really matter. We're going to revamp all of that eventually anyway. I'm just trying to establish where the central base is, trying to get plenty of concrete for everybody to use and whatnot, because concrete is AO number 1. If you're going to build out a big old base and use foundations and use all of that, plus also your upgrades uses a massive amount of foundations as well. Okay, that might have been a little too high there, everybody. I mean, hey, I was trying to go crazy, but I was a little too crazy. Now, great thing is, even though I'm up here, I can go ahead, take that back out, And then go ahead and just kind of eyeball it. Or you can count. There's little things on the side that you can count as well. I'm going to go ahead and turn it this way. And then run that right in there. So now, 50% of the output is going up here, and then 50% of it is going to the lower part, right? So that is going to be super useful, because eventually this is going to fill up, and then the 2 down there are going to fill up, or the 4 down there are going to fill up, if you think about it, right? The 2 side ones and these middle ones, when this one backlogs, it will basically have 4 boxes of concrete. And that is awesome. That's what I like to see. I like to see lots and lots of concrete. Okay, so that is now kind of like step 1 of the base, right? Establishing where I want my hub here. Let's get our MAM here by the hub as well. Let's get one of those in there. What do we need? We need some wire. So let's make some wire and some more plates. I'm always making stuff sometimes manually over here. And we should establish our wire and copper now so that he can work on his thing out there and run that copper and wire over here eventually. So we'll go ahead and establish that right here. Now, I do stuff usually in sequence, right? In sequence in which, from what I call low quality materials to high quality or multiple tiered materials. So the first thing that I do is obviously concrete, because concrete is the thing we need the most when I'm building out the actual central base. We're going to need plates and rods too, but the next things in line that we're going to be building are going to be kind of centered around copper. Now, I don't need to bring the biofuel up here. The biofuel needs to go by where the biofuel needs to end up in the bio thing. So that I don't necessarily need up here. But I do need some wire, so we'll go ahead and put some wire in there. Now I'm establishing that as the wire box. Do not change my boxes. Do not change my boxes. They are like that for a reason. I didn't just do it arbitrarily. And then we're going to go ahead and do this. And again, also shows people on the stream progression and all of that. And then eventually this here will be copper plate. So it has to do with doing copper, right? So this has to do with limestone. This has to do with raw iron. And then this has to do with copper. So you're basically also sorting it by the node itself and how the node is being done. Now, we opened copper sheet. We did. All right, cool. We did unlock copper sheet, except for I don't have any raw copper on me, so I can't make any. So let's go over here and make some. Definitely want to get our vehicles going, too. Because how are we doing? Great, Shelly Cat. We are running way over on the stream because this game is way awesome and super addicting. The same thing happened last week, too, everybody. I started playing, and then I just I want to establish the base so everybody else can keep going, right? And they can keep building out stuff and then say, okay, this is where we're lining everything up and whatnot. All right, how are we looking over here? How's these starter nodes? We got extras in here? Oh, we do have extras in there. Nice. Okay, I can grab a bunch of those out of there. That means that this node is faster than 30. It's probably a normal node, right? Or is it a pure node? Not showing me. Just look in the miner. It is a normal node because it's going at 60 versus 30. I, of course, had the coarse ones, which are not great to start off. And again, we could have started off where we started off before, where we had just pure nodes to start, and that really supercharges your game. It's the third selection over where you start in that kind of alcove with pure nodes. But I want to challenge my peeps and then also have a bigger area for us to build and then get up, build up on top of the waterfall and all sorts of cool stuff going to be done in this particular playthrough. All right, what am I doing? Grabbing that so I can make some copper sheets. That's what I'm doing. So I can establish where the copper sheets go. Now, it'll be their job to run the stuff temporarily in here. Now, remember, I will be lifting this up higher and higher, so I'll be revamping a lot of this as we go. But just to establish it right now, we'll go ahead and establish where some of this resources should end up. Here, and so we made some copper wire and we dropped some in there, and then that will say, okay, that's where I want that to end up. Now, another thing that we can do is just simply zoop our way out that way, and then grab another one here and zoop out that way like that, and continue to say, look, this is where this goes, this is where this goes, but I'm just going to let them go ahead and expand that and add things to that as it goes. I'm just going to establish where we're starting here. Look at that. I got that concrete right there. Nice and easy. All right. Well, we got no upgrades going. What's going on in here? Jump pads, never use those. Resource sink. Oh, yes, we need to get that going. Let's get that going next. We need to get our plates and all that stuff, and eventually this over here. I do like the logistics one. That's also a good one to unlock there, but let's go ahead and go awesome sink. Then I'm going to take what I have and go ahead and just feed that in there for now. And just try to get that started. So right now we need a bit of wire and a bit of concrete. So let's get that going. Now, this is what I call turn-in materials as well. Another great way of thinking about it. This is the stuff that you turn in, right? That you turn into the hub. Now, you also need stuff that you keep for you to do building, right? So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and see if I left any of this stuff in here, because it doesn't need to be in there right now. And I'm going to go ahead and just take out whatever extra stuff is in there. And then I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to need a lot of plates. And you'll see why here in just a moment. And I'm going to need to redo all of this, because I'm going to need more concrete as well down here. Because we have our double concrete going over here. We can go over here and we can grab some from this side. We can grab some from that side. And we'll use that for building. Ah, looking beautiful over here. Looking good. Looking good. Now, again, I'm only just doing the basic nodes, everybody. They can go ahead and work on all the other stuff and bring all that in, do all the research, do all of that stuff. Again, you don't have to wait for me. You can launch the space elevator and do all of that. You can build out a spot up there by the hub for the space elevator, because the reason why you want to put the space elevator by the hub is because that's where all the resources are being pumped to. So then you can just go ahead and do a bypass of those resources into, say, a constructor, and then run that into the space elevator. Or you can just make it manually in the thing and just turn it in. That's what most people do in the first few tiers, is you just make it manually and put it in there. Now, another thing that I like to do, again, is to raise all this stuff up off the ground. So we're going to go ahead and just take all this out now. Oh, try not to hit my other one down there. This is all UGG to the UGG and leave. All of it out. There we go. And we'll grab all this other stuff here. There we go. We'll get rid of this and this, and we get to try some more. Now, what is this? Actually harder than most of them, because the world grid is at an angle. And when you're trying to put it in there and you're trying to snap it in there, it is pretty awkward. But okay, I'll hold down control, snap it to the world grid. Well, it's definitely going to have to be a little lower. And we'll put that in. And then we should be able to put our nice marked thing right back on there. Very nice. Let's aim it in the direction we want it to go. And let's put in a couple more right here. Now, one of the things I don't want to do is I don't want to be working at the ground level. I want to be working up a bit higher, where I'm going to be funneling this into another level in which I could just build for days, whatever I want to do. Now, one of the problems that I have is this lip right here, which is blocking my ability to continuously build in any certain direction. Now, one of the things you also don't want to do is you don't want to build two factories toward each other because you'll run out of space. So most of the time, I actually build the factories away from where I'm going, the direction I'm going, and then I have it circle back and then end up going in that direction. But in this case, I'm going to actually build it toward there because we have plenty of space between here and there to work on that. So let's go ahead and start to work a bit more vertical. So we'll go ahead and get our basic walls here, and we're going to do some fun zooping. Like this. Now, about 3 is where you could get away with, and we'll cut it off, but I like to go 4, just so I don't have any clipping there. I think that's 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6. That's 6 there. You get the idea. All right, and then I'll start using the 2mm ones, because I feel like those are more industrial strength. Those will actually be industrial strength enough to hold up the stuff. I don't think that little thin thing is going to be able to hold up that giant machinery. That's just me and my crazy ideas, everybody. You can use the thin ones if you want. It's your game. You do whatever you want. All right, and we'll go ahead and run that out over there. And then we can go ahead and just take this out. I'm just using this kind of as a measurement. And then we'll take all of these out. And we'll bring this forward. Okay, now, again, we want to go ahead and just lift this up to here like we did before. Now, one of the problems is we got to get up there. Now, later on, you can go ahead and get ladders and stuff like that. Now, what I do is I use this tricky little move of It's hard for me to see. Of using my platform. I think that's close enough. Let's go. I use my platform because they didn't used to have ladders, everybody. So this is how we would get it from the ground level up here. Now, if I miss, I'm going to die. Oh, okay, there, I made it. Okay, so now I'm up above. Now, does it match up perfectly to this level? It does not, but that's okay. I'll be readjusting the levels and readjusting all of that stuff later. But what I really want to do is leave myself room for massive expansion later on. And I'll show you what I mean. So we'll go ahead and bring this up. Now, again, this isn't always going to perfectly match up to how you have your foundations and everything, everybody. See how it's like kind of in the center there? It's actually pretty nice on that one. But it's not always going to match up from the beginning. You might have to rework it a bit. Okay, so we want this to come up, and I want this to go ahead and run along this edge. Let's just zoom that out a little bit. We can take this out now. And so this is going to come up. It's going to run around the back of this. Now, in the front of this is going to be where all of my future and current extractors are going to be. I mean, converters or constructors are going to be. And I kind of actually want to turn this one. I want to turn this one away, and I'll show you why here in a second. So I want it to come out of there and then run down the center so that I can center my constructors later on. Make it easier in the long run. Okay, so we'll go ahead and do this. Let's turn it around the right way. Let's see if it's nice and centered. Looks good. Now, one of the things also that you got to learn here, you don't got to, you don't have to if you don't want to, but it is very useful, is if you learn to actually work differently than you worked before. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start by putting a conveyor pole down, and I'm going to run a conveyor. Now, this is just in the new Update 5 that you can do this kind of awesome stuff. So you run a conveyor belt first. Now, this is thinking toward the future, everybody. Now, normally it's just easy just to run a conveyor belt and there, GG, done. But in the future, I'm going to tell you that I'm going to overclock the heck out of that sucker, and it's going to produce way more than what it's producing right now. Now, as it moves up, and I run it in here, I can go ahead, and I'm purposely doing this for all you who have played this game before. You'll see here in a second. I've already made a mistake. You'll see. I'm doing it on purpose. I'm just pointing it out right now so you'll know. Now, this will actually snap into the back of this and automatically align to that, right? And so as it's being fed down into this in part, it will then run along here, and I can just keep adding as many of these as I want. In the back here, and I can hold down control to snap it to each individual thing. So it's better to build the belt first than it is to put the splitters down first. And everyone's so used to putting the splitters down, so it is quite the adjustment to get that down. Now, there is something we need to do first before we go and we do the constructor, and that is to do smelting. So that's really the purpose of this level, is going to be doing all the smelting of this particular node. Now, I'm up off the ground as well, so no mobs are going to come along and try to get me while I'm doing this. One of the cool things about your smelters is that your smelters take a lot less space than your actual constructors. So I'm going to go ahead and put that in there. Move forward just a little bit. There we go. I like to have a little bit of gap so I can see it running. If I see that nothing's going on, then I know something's up. And then what I can do is go ahead and just keep building these all the way down. Now, this particular node right here is only a 30 node. So for me to go in and build 15 of these out is really not useful right this moment until I actually have that kind of production. But I've already got the expansion ready to go, right? I've already got it already lined up, and I can take this out now so it's not running extra resources that way. And just have that ready for I can expand and expand and expand all of the amount of stuff that I'm doing. And so later on, I can just keep going on and on until I run into something that way, or I run into that mountain, or I could make it go up and over the mountain if I want, or I could just go back in that direction as well and keep expanding that way and then turning around and have it come back. There's a bazillion things you can do, and you get to a certain point and you're like, I don't like any of this, and tear the whole thing down, which I've done many times, and rebuild the whole thing from scratch again, which is really fun. I find that incredibly fun to do that. Okay, and let's go ahead and take this out over here, and this is going to be a little tricky to get it to go like that. But eventually you can also adjust your first one here to be non-standard, right? So it's not running along that thing. You put your first one down to kind of establish how you want your splitters to go. Like in this case, I want this splitter to come in from this direction so that I can run it around like this. And then it gives me, get up there. And then it gives me more of an offset, so when I run it out this way, I still have room behind these, and I can line them up nicely along there. All right, you get the idea. Okay, and then select recipe. Come on. Yeah, there we go. Iron. And that's good down there. And now the next thing we need, power. How are we going to get down, everybody? How are we going to get down? I'll show you a great little trick. Booyah! And down again. And down again. And down again. Yes, I have died many times trying that. many times. Okay. But I got it down now, at least on that jump. Okay, we need power out here. Now, again, look at this. We don't have all this junk down here no more laying around on the ground, which is a wonderful thing. And then we can go ahead and just run this over here. Now, again, all of this will be revamped later on, everybody, because a lot of this is just the very beginnings of the game. And we'll snap this over here nicely. Oh, or not, because we don't got enough wire. Run over here and grab some wire. Now, eventually, I can just go to the central hub. It'll be there. Or I can go down here, and it'll be down at this level, or whatever level they set theirs at. Now, this is how I'm building mine. You don't have to build it the same as mine. You want to build it all at the bottom level and then run it up. However, it just needs to make its way into the central base. I'm going to let everybody else do their own factories however they want to do their factories. Oh, what did I need? I needed wire. Wire's on this one. So he's got cable going on this side. And oh, actually, there's wire in between. Let's see if he's backlogging the wire. Because wire becomes cable. Nope, not backlogging. So I'm not going to grab it from there. I'm going to let that run. Fred, get out of here! Hey, and your twin brother, get him out of there too. What's he doing looking at that block? He's over there just staring at that block. He's just staring at it. Like, that's the most interesting block I've ever seen. Floating up there in the air. Oh my gosh, look at all this. Holy mackerel. Now, LOC will come back and work on his stuff eventually. Let's take that block out because Fred's just too fascinated with the block. That's also why I build up high, so Fred can walk under it. He can walk around and do his thing. There we go. Razer Naga is such a versatile mouse for these types of games. You know it, Hot Dog. Not only do I have a mouse on this one, Razer Naga, I also have a Razer Naga on my streaming PC, and I even put one on my Mac. You're like, whoa, Kismet, you got to put one on a Mac? Yeah, because I do a bunch of 3D animation, graphic design, artwork, video editing, and whatnot. It's really great for that, too. You know what's even better than that, though? Better than the Razer Naga? The Stream Deck from Elgato. That is the ultimate. If you want something really awesome for not only your stream or for editing or for music or for whatever, that's way awesome. Or playing games. You could also program it for buttons for games too. Absolutely. I plan to get another one. I have the 32 button one, which is amazing. I love Elgato over there. Thank you to them also for sponsoring the stream. They didn't sponsor my, they sponsored my capture card and my green screen. I bought the Stream Deck. But I'm going to get another Stream Deck and put it on my other machine for video editing and all of that as well. So very, very cool. Okay, so we're back up here again, and we are looking sharp, and we came over here looking for some power. We ran some power there, but we didn't actually put the power in there, did we? Take a little hole out of here. Try and keep myself from falling off. Right to there. Ah, fail. Fail. Try that again. Now I'm going to snap it way back there. There we go. Boom. And I like to actually have the wiring in such a way where it doesn't clip and it goes vertically and all sorts of cool stuff. You can't actually do vertical wires. So watch this, everybody. We're going to go ahead and redo this. We're going to run this in a vertical way. I love vertical wires, everybody. It's super cool. All right, let's see if I can keep myself from killing myself. Close enough. Okay, so instead of running it as poles, you can tap into this here, and you can run it vertically right here, or you can just go ahead and take it from this, run this. I love doing this, everybody. I absolutely love the vertical stuff. And then you run the power pole like that, and then you're not going to have all that crazy clipping, and then you can run that down. Isn't that awesome? Oh, so good, everybody. It's so cool. I love it. All right. Now, back up and running. We are ready to go back to making our plates and getting our plates back to our primary base. At least we're going to try if we can get up here. Now, you can unlock ladders later on. You can unlock vehicles, hypertubes, all sorts of killer stuff for transporting yourself around. Wow, that was like perfectly put up against the side there. Nice. And so now we're going to go ahead and just get our plate production back up and running. And, of course, I need more concrete from over there. Now, they also have this really cool thing where you can zip line down. Like right now would be the perfect time to have the zip line down there and grab some more concrete. But there we go. It's okay. I don't mind going back and forth. You do a lot of back and forth in the beginning. Whoa. Also do a lot of almost fall to your death in the beginning. So you do a lot of back and forth. I don't mind running back and forth. Just coming over here for some reason. Don't build where I'm building. Don't do it. And there we go. That is something you want. You want what? Sorry, I missed it. You're good? Oh, good to hear that, Skelly Cat. Okay, we'll come back, get some more concrete over here that we are... Oh, yeah, now we talking. Now we talking like 150 concrete. Talking to me. See, one of the problems is he can't hear me, everybody. So if he's talking, he can't hear me because I have it off for them. So I have two different microphones. One for you guys and then one for them on Discord. It makes it easier for them to communicate to each other if I'm talking to you guys, right? So they're not just listening to me talk the whole time. Unless they want to listen to me talk on the stream, then they can turn the stream on and hear it there. But it's delayed by about 10 to 20 seconds. So if I say, hey, I'm going here, and you're listening on the stream, I'm already over there. Or I might not have gone there at all. See, that's the real tricky part. Okay, so that is up and running. We got this going in here. Let's tell it what this is going to be up here. This is going to be iron ore. And then we're going to go ahead and try to... Oh, what the heck was this? What was that? Oh, we don't have them unlocked. We don't have them unlocked yet. Oh, it just put the pole up there. Oh, I didn't even know you could do that. Well, hey, I learned something new, everybody. That's awkward. I forgot. That's right. We have not unlocked that in the MAM yet. But that's okay. I guess we're going to be doing that instead. All right, back down I go because I got to fix the... Bonsai! You'll find that most of the time, everybody, I'm almost dead in this game. Yeah, you don't need to tell me. I just said that on stream. You'll hear it in about 20 seconds. Again, you don't need to tell me all of that stuff. I've already played the game all the way through, unlocked every single thing in the game before. Even in Update 5, we got all the way to the end. So, just to save you some time. I know, it happens to me all the time. That's why I try to tell peeps ahead of time so everybody knows that I've already played through. And I'm just talking about how the game plays to people who've never played the game before. So it doesn't necessarily, it's not applying to you, or I don't need you to tell me about the stuff. It's very hard for peeps to do that, but you get the general idea. It's people's natural instincts to want to help other people, and I like people like that. But again, there's no reason to tell me about the thing and where it is and whatnot. I do already know. I've already played through many, many times. But again, it's something I always talk about on stream because otherwise it becomes like an issue, right? They're constantly telling me, hey, Kismet, this is here. Kismet, that's there. Kismet, do this. Kismet, do that. And the second you get to a point where you're telling me what to do, then that's when you've crossed the line. You know, I don't go in and say, hey, you go do the copper, or hey, you go do the coal, or you go do that. I let people find what they want to do. And so it's more fun that way than someone just telling you, hey, you go work on this and you go work on that. I find that's always a fail when you do that with peeps, because maybe peeps don't want to do that. Maybe they don't want to work on the coal. Maybe they want to work on the copper, or maybe they want to work on the power, or maybe they want to work on whatever. And if you let people do what they want to do, they're going to be more inclined and more happy to do that thing and enjoy it more than you telling them what to do all the time. And it kind of goes along that same line of, hey, Kismet, go here, do this. Kismet, you should do that. Kismet, follow me, follow me. Listen, when the people do this, that's along the same line. Follow me, do this, do this, do this. No, you don't need to do that. I'm okay. I'm just fine. You don't need to tell me stuff or what to do or where to go. This is part of my stream where I kind of commentate as I go along while I'm playing the game, so everybody can understand what I'm thinking as I'm going along, right? That's my style of streaming. So there we go. And speaking of, let's get a big old hydrate in there for Skelly Cat. There we go. Thanks for that reminder. Appreciate it. Okay, so we got that going. Now what else are we doing? Power is what we're doing. We're going to go ahead and run our power up here. That's kind of cool that you can do that, though. That it actually snapped in there, but I'm definitely going to fix that later. Fix that later. All right, so we got that in there. Now, again, my goal is not to do all that other stuff. My goal is to get these plates from right here over to there. All right? Simple goals, everybody. Simple goals. All right, and then over here, again, I try to say it in a way that's respectful and nice without, without triggering peeps, but also, listen. Stay a while and listen. And some people just don't understand it, but I explain that. You guys, for those of you who've been in my stream 1,000 times, I explain that all the time. And it's a teamwork thing, right? So I'll explain it a lot. I feel like I explain it every 5 minutes sometimes. But I explain how to work together, so there's no misconceptions, no misunderstandings. Oh, Kismet, I didn't know that I couldn't come in and just tear all your stuff down, right? Do not tear other people's stuff down. Do not do it. That's not cool. That's not cool. Do not come in and say, Kismet, let me just show you how to play and tell you this, that, and the other thing. You don't need to tell me nothing. You don't need to show me how to play or how awesome that you are. I'm just going to assume that you're awesome from the beginning. And then we can just skip that whole part where you got to feel like you got to prove it to everybody, not just to me, but to everybody in the team. Believe me, they're just going to assume that you're already awesome. Oh, I need more concrete. They're going to assume that you're already awesome and that you don't need to do that at all. All right? So you don't need to tell me stuff. You don't need to tell other people stuff as well. You don't need to go in and say, this is how you do this and this is how you do that. Remember that a lot of the people that do play with me here on the server are pretty advanced at the game already. And other games as well. So I suggest to only give advice when asked, right? It's called unsolicited advice. The best way to tick people off is to give them a bunch of unsolicited advice. Like, your girlfriend is ugly, you should dump her, right? You don't want to be doing that, everybody. Believe me, you're going to get punched, stabbed, or shot. Do not do that either by the girlfriend or by the person who's, you're talking to. Do not do stuff like that, right? And the same thing along the same lines of, I'm not really asking for the answer here on the stream. I'm just talking about what I'm doing, right? And then some people get that confused. They get it confused like I'm asking for the answer of where this thing is and where that thing is. I know where those things are. I'm just talking about it as I go along. And sometimes I'll make discoveries like that, where the power pole went through there, and I thought, oh, wait a minute, we didn't unlock the thing yet, like I said. We didn't unlock the poles yet, and we'll have to unlock all of that later on. Let's run back here. Again, you're always out of concrete, always out of something. And he's a researching fool. He's getting lots of research powered up. Very nice. And see, look, that's his thing, right? He's having fun unlocking all those things. I'm actually a MAM slacker. I usually do the MAM way later for no reason other than I'm busy doing other things, like working on running in a primary base and getting the central stuff run wherever I can get it to run to. In this case, I'm just trying to get the stuff central run. This is kind of my, when I first start on the server, this is kind of like my first goal, is how to get the resources to the hub. And then eventually you want to get those resources to the hub, but you want to get them to the hub in such a way that they're also going into the space elevator. And so that's what we're doing right now. We're already way over on the stream right now. I've been going for 4.5 hours. Normally I go till about 3. It's about 5, 6 o'clock. We're about 3 hours over. All right, we're getting close now. We're getting there. All right. Always with this out of concrete. Where is that? Logistics, I think it is, right? Or no, organization. Bonsai! I'm always risking death. Oh, God, nope. Oh, still pulls it off. Luckily, I bumped that edge there. Woo, that was a close one. You know, you got to put a little thrill in it, everybody. I could just walk down, but it's fun to jump off and see if you make it. If you die, no big deal. You're at your base. You just respawn at the hub. You run down and grab your stuff. I die all the time. It's part of the fun. All right. Let's go. Let's go. Keep that concrete a-coming. Can't wait to get the other stuff unlocked, too. We're going to have to get that unlocked at some point. But watch this little move we can do here. We can go ahead and just take this out. And we can go ahead, if I have enough. We can zoop our way down. Nope, not enough. Oh, what a bummer. What a bummer. Well, let's go to the high side. Over here, huh? We definitely need way more concrete. Come on, you. Awkward. Oh, I'm out of plates, too. That's funny, because that's what I'm making over there. Well, I might as well walk over there and grab some plates, too. While I'm at it. There we go. Now, you're always out of something, everybody. So, this is what you're doing. You're trying to gear up. You're adding more plates. You're adding more rods. You're adding more copper. You're just constantly trying to scale up all of your production. And then, of course, you have to scale up your power as you go along as well. Now, you can see I've got kind of a backlog back here. So, I'm going to do the same thing I did up there. And where I'm running the plates, but I'm also diverting them here at the source as well. Eyes are running way over here. So I can grab them like this. I can also get on the belt and grab them. It's much faster doing it that way because they're coming toward you while you're going toward it. A bunch of plates there. And we'll let those run. Again, just some simple goals today. Nothing too big. Don't have to get all the way through the entire game in a single day. Though some people will attempt it anyway. I find some people are always in a rush, right? They're in a rush to get through, get done, get the next thing done, and unlock the whole thing, get to the high tier. For some reason, I don't know. They're just in a rush. For me, I just take my time. I work on one little thing. I actually worked on the thing for the space elevator last time, which I never do. I usually just make it in the thing. And so I made it, and just as I got to the end, we launched the space elevator when I was working to do that. Yeah, let's, they can just go now because I was just trying to show the space elevator. But basically what you're trying to do is you're trying to gather materials to launch into outer space. Because, you know, you're working for Fix-It. I got my Fix-It shirt on today. And you're trying to launch it into outer space so that the peeps up there will send you new patterns and you unlock different tiers of new stuff. So basically, they send you down here to test you and see if you're a complete failure at what you do. And the more you succeed, the more they trust you to build bigger and better machinery. At least that's the way I look at it anyway. All right, now we need more plates as well. So let's get some more of these plates. And how convenient that we're piping them right to us. Now, of course, it'd be way easier if it was piping into a box, because then it wouldn't stop. But we'll get there. We're going to need a lot of plates. All right, it's good. Now, another cool thing, you can use your conveyors as a way of speeding yourself up. Hold down Shift and go a little bit faster. Now, do I need to bring this all the way over there? Probably not, but, you know, I'm going to run out of concrete, so I'm just going to go ahead and run this right to the edge here for now. Then just run that right into where it goes. And guess what I just did? I just also made myself a bridge, which I can now bridge from that side over here. Or if I want to go the other way, I can just go ahead and run up that thing and end up here. Now, the same thing you can do down here, everybody. You don't necessarily have to use a lifter. So let's go ahead and reevaluate here just to make it easier to get from A to Z. And let's go ahead and do this instead. Let's go ahead and grab this, move this out just a move this out just a bit. Like this. Let's grab this concrete. And instead, we're going to go ahead and bring this out. Do something like this. Now, you're going to see a little problem with this for sure, in the fact that it's too steep. So that is way too steep to do that. But when you get hypertubes, you can use your hypertubes to do very, very steep stuff like that. Now, I suggest on this that you go ahead and obviously back it up a bit. I'm going to go ahead and use my zooping, which is awesome. And then I'm going to go ahead and establish where I want the belt to end up, which is right there. And then I'll just go ahead and run this in here so it already has a direction. And then I'm going to run it back to its minimum distance. Now, this is the old school way we used to do it, everybody. This is the old school way we used to get from place to place. Now, with the slower belts, it's much nicer. See, look. See, now he can come up there, and he can work his way up and down without having to build a ramp and do all that stuff. We just use belts for all that stuff. And then it's also going to run that up there, and you can use these as actual ramps and platforms. And they're actually cheaper than making foundations, because foundations take both concrete and plates, as opposed to the stuff here mainly just uses plates. Now, of course, you have a higher chance of dying by running along those, but then again, that's all part of the fun. All right, so we got that done. Now we just got one more thing to go, everybody. Now we got our plates pumping in here. Look at them go. Let's grab some of them out of there. We already got our concrete going, so looking good. Now what we want to do is backtrack a bit back to those plates. So again, this is an old school way of making ramps and connections and whatnot when you are in the early game, because it saves you a bunch of resources. Instead of me building out all the concrete and building it all out, I can just use a ramp to bridge that gap. So let's go back over here, and let's go ahead and make a separate box while we're at it. So if we are over here and we need a bit of iron, our plates. Now, here the thing is, eventually when it does fill up this box over here, and which it definitely will if we have enough power, it will fill this box over here, and then it will just sit over here. And anytime you're over here or you're by here and you don't want to have to run all the way back to the base, you'll have some plates nicely set up right there. Now, we need to do the same thing we did before and kind of square this off just a little bit, make this nice. And again, I'm just going to put it nice and straight. And then I'm going to go ahead and put in a splitter right there. And then hold down Control, put one right there. It's already oriented the splitters and linked them up by holding down Control. And now that's going to go like that. And then there's usually a little part off the end here. You want to go ahead and take that out, because it's just wasting your resources there. Carefully don't take the thing out that you're standing on. And there we go. So now it's going to go ahead and double up on those. And then we'll have an extra bit of plates over here. Right? And so if we need some plates from over here, we can grab them. But the other half of them are going to go over here. Now, eventually, we're going to scale all this up. We're going to boost everything so that it's going. But when the case of the plates here, it's coming 30 in, right? 30 into there, 30 over to here, 30 all the way down the line. So there's no real need, except for this is 20 output here. There's no need to have that overclocked or underclocked, right? Now, over here next to this, there's another node right there. And so since we've already built out a part of our construction here, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and take all this out as well down here, like so. And we'll take that power out over there, and whatever else belts are laying around. Oh, we got a box down there. And there went our power. Now, here's another thing you can do, everybody. If you do have enough of this again, we can go ahead and do this. Let's see if we have enough to get down there. Too long. Nope. Too far down. All right, the other option. What is it? Organization. The kamikaze way. Kamikaze. Ah! Still made it. Still made it. You never know, everybody. You never know. All right, so again, this is split from the main grid here. Let's cut this across. Over there. There we go. Now get that going. Okay, so we took all this out. Let's revamp all this again. Now, this was a bit flatter over here. There's a bunch of resources in here as well. I can tell because I'm not getting those resources back. Later on, you can put boxes down and stuff like that. Now, one of the problems is we have a box in the way of what we're doing. Now, I would just throw away some of this. Now, normally you put it in the awesome sink, but I'm just going to throw it away just to get that out of the way. And then we're going to revamp all of this again. Okay, foundations. I'm going to hold down Control to snap to the world grid. And let's guess that that's okay. And once you get the first one in, you don't have to snap to the world grid anymore. It should already do it. Let's see if we can get our node on there. Now, again, I picked up all the resources again, so there's nothing I should really worry about. I just want to get it up there to the same level as this. Now, notice this one's going to be lifting a lot higher than the other one. It doesn't matter really which way I turn it either. But I'm going to turn it this way just to say that I did. There we go. Now, that kind of looks like it's not going the same angle as the rest of this. So I don't know what they're talking about, world grid, on that. Because that definitely looks like a different angle. Now, I'm going to go pick up all this stuff here. I hate wasting resources, even if it's just one. There we go. And over here. Put that over there. Oh, I see another box over here. Okay, got all those resources back. So that's going to go ahead and start that up while I'm working on other stuff. And again, this does not look like it's perfectly aligned to our other grid here because the way that it's turned. But we won't really know. I mean, that kind of looks like it's aligned to that one. But this one looks like it's slightly up. But it could be just an optical illusion that it is actually aligned because I held down Control before I put it down. And it should lock to that world grid. Okay, so now we're going to run that way up there, and we're going to turn it away from our current production. We don't want to do that, and we'll just use it as kind of a reference of where that is. And then we'll go ahead and get up there, and we'll see what we can do. Now, I already took out some of the stuff that I'm going to be building right now. So that's why I have the resources for that, because I just took it out as I was doing it. And so we got our plate production. And we'll just make another row here. And we're out of plates. Which is the thing we're making right there. Now you know why I do that, right? Because you're going to turn around, you're going to need some plates. They're right there for you to use. Okay, and then we're going to do this. Let's do a little bit of this. Right here. Now you can hyper-organize your stuff, everybody, by stacking your things and all of that. I usually do, but in this case, I'm just going to run a double line. So what I want this to do is I want this to come up, and I want to make something different than what I'm making now. Now, actually, it's a better idea later, especially these two nodes, which are coarse nodes, is to combine these two nodes into one. And run those nodes separately. And I could do that if we went to 120 things. I could combine the nodes. But I'm going to overclock them eventually. So it won't be really worth my time to do all of that in this particular playthrough. So that's why I'm not merging those, for those of you who know what that's all about. And then we're going to go ahead and put this forward just a bit so we can put our splitters in here. Say something like that. And then we'll start with our first splitter. We want it to go that direction, so we're going to just have it come in from behind here. There we go. Holding down Control, by the way, to snap that in. And then we'll adjust the height of this. Again, you just take it out. It's just for reference. Lots of cool stuff you can do. Right there. And then run that right into there. And there we go. This is off and running again. We're going to do iron. We're going to go ahead and find the power from over here. Hopefully we have an extra line. We do not. That's okay. We'll take this out. We'll run this. And let's say here. And that'll run back to get that going. This will run across. Let's say in my favorite spot. Right there. I love it to be back on the splitter. It's just so awesome when you have it up on the splitter like that. Okay, more concrete foundations here. Now, what are we going to do? We're going to build some rods now, right? So this is coming in at 30 because I know the original node is 30. It's a coarse node. So it's coming in at 30 and converting it. Now, here's what I could do. I could put this in here but it's not really going to make it go any faster because it's coming in at 30, so it's just going to match anyway most of the time. So what's going to happen is your stuff's going to turn on and off all the time, so I actually will pull it out so it isn't turning on and off and on and off, because that gets annoying after a while. So what I wanted to do is to run it in there at 30 and run out at 30. Now, because we have splitters, we can now split our stuff. Now, another thing that I also want to do is think toward the future, right? The future of what I'm working on here. When I add more of these things, I just want to be able to add them in a row down the line here, right? When I add more of these, I just want to add them in a row and then tie them into the main line, right? And the same thing on the other side. When I add to it, I'm going to add it. And I'm probably going to do what I call the facing or the reverse, where it feeds from one side and then merges on one side, or it merges in the center and feeds from the outside, whatever I feel like doing in the moment. But that's what we want to do. Basically the same thing we're doing over here. Make iron ingots, but also offset it so that we can expand later on. Now, I'm not going to build too much copper or too many rods over here right now. I can only really build 2 at this moment until I get Mark IIs, and then eventually when I start to overclock. I don't overclock usually until I get Mark IIs because I feel like overclocking burns so much power in the early game that it is really not worth doing it. It's more worth go getting another node and doing that in the early game. But once you get to the tier 2s, then it's worth it, because then you're going to not only double what you've already got on the node, so you get 60, but then you're now doubling that again, so now you're getting 120 from a course node, which is going to be great, right? That's a good amount to get going out of a junky low-level node. Very, very good. Okay, so we got that going. Now we want to also start to do our splitters here. So we're going to start with our first splitter like this. Now, one of the things that's going to happen down the line, it's very important that you establish this early, is that your splitters and your constructors are not going to line up. Now, eventually you'll see me just do all converters, making ingots separate. And then what we'll do is we'll go in and we'll put them all in into the actual converters later on. You'll see me offset them, and I'll just have rows and rows and rows of them. You'll see me do that much later. But for right now, we're just kind of setting the precedent of code. That's where this is coming out. And then this is going to run down the line here. And then that is going to run in your constructors. Now, if you want to, you can line all of these up nicely across your constructors. I'm not going to do it for right now, but you could definitely do that. I'm going to leave a little bit of space here because I'm going to be working with these. And so now I can just do this. Run the belt. And then go ahead and put in a splitter by holding down Control. It automatically orients it in the direction it needs to go. And then it runs over to that one if I had some plates, in which I don't. Let's go back over here and get some more. Again, you're always struggling for plates. Now also, see, some of them are coming to me, but also some of them are going over to the base where other people can use them over there as well. All right. And we just got one more thing to do, everybody. We just got to get this in here. Tell it to be rods. And you can't copy the settings from this one. And you can paste them. You can also use Control-V right there to paste it, or you can just press paste, but you can just click the iron rods faster than getting in there and pressing place. But you get the general idea. But there you go. So now we got the iron rods going on both of those. But we need some power. So again, we'll pull this over. Put it in my favorite spot. Run power to both of those. They've now gone green. Now, we got to watch our power, everybody. We got to make sure that we have enough power to keep everything going. Because as I'm adding and expanding to the power, because I just added another constructor, which is more than what we had before. And you can see that our max cons have gone up now. But I'm now very efficiently, at least by these nodes, I'm perfectly making it based on I'm using the optimum power, I'm using the optimum amount of resources, and I'm outputting the optimum amount for the amount that I'm extracting, right? It always starts with your very first node. What your very first node is, that's what sets the precedent for everything that's down the line. So in this case, it's producing 30 raw iron, and I take that 30 raw iron, I put it into one smelter, one constructor, and it makes plates. And the same thing over here. But in this case, because it's only going in at 15, I use 2 constructors at the end. And then what it's going to do is it's going to produce 30 rods at the end. It's actually going to produce more rods than you produce plates, because plates produce 20, and in this case, it's going to produce 30. So you're going to end up with a lot more rods and plates, but then again, you use a lot more rods and plates, so it all works out in the end. Now, let's go ahead and finish this off by running this along in tandem with what we've got over here. Now, on the other side, same thing over here, everybody. You can go ahead and start with, say, a merger like this. We're going to tell it to go in this direction. I'm going to offset it just a little bit. Hold down Control. And then I'm going to run it like this so I don't have to align it. I'm going to have it do the aligning for me. And I'm going to run out of plates again. Grab some of these, too. Don't worry, everybody. We'll let this server run. And tomorrow when I come in, if they've kept the power going, this will be absolutely filled with everything. And you can stop right now. You can stop right now. Just AFK. Make sure you got plenty of power. Put a bunch of power in all your power stuff. AFK. Come back in like 30 minutes. And guess what? You'll have tons of plates and tons of everything if your power had not gone off. Now, I would listen. I would listen for the sound, because then it's not doing anything because you're out of power. But okay, there we go. So we got those splitters going. We got the merger here. Let's go ahead and put a merger in here. Hold down Control. Automatically orients it for us. How awesome is that? If it actually aligned to the proper thing. There we go. And then we can run that right in there. And now these are going to go in here. And they're going to merge together. Now, one of the things you need to watch out for is that your output here is not faster than your belt. My belt right now is 60. My output is 30. So it's fine and whatnot. Now, you could commingle these together if you want to eventually use a smart splitter down the line. I don't want to do that right now. That's not how I roll. But let's do some stacking. Because I did... oh, we didn't unlock the stacker yet. Oh, okay. Well, then no stacking. Oh, I think I said that earlier. That I was going to run them in tandem. That's right. That's right. I'm going to run them in tandem, everybody. They have... Later on, they have this cool thing called the stacker, which I absolutely love. Really helps a lot. We do not have enough. We do have a bunch of this. Soup some of that in there. Now watch this, everybody. I get up on the belt. Gonna make me go just that much faster. Now what I need is I need some concrete. And guess what we've been doing this whole time? We've been making concrete. We've been making plates. And eventually we're going to be making tons and tons of rods. And so we can get right over here. And we can... Oh, really? 4 is all that's in there? Someone must have grabbed it out. I seriously doubt it was just 4. But that's okay. I suggest when you do grab it out, that you don't grab it all out. You grab like half of it out like this. So when other people are using it, they can have some too. Especially if you're not using a lot of it. If you're using just a little bit of it. Oh, I'm going to go down. It's okay. You can keep it right there. Brain freeze. Otis, you can keep it. I'm just going to go down and get the stuff down here. I'm just going to grab the stuff. Oh, there's none down here either. Man, you grabbed all of it, didn't you? Sorry, what was that? Okay, yeah, make sure you just grab like half. Just right-click it and grab half. I'll leave half of it in there, 130 back in. This way, when someone else is coming up, they don't do what I just did. Sorry, what was that? Oh, okay. All right, cool. Then I'll grab it. Again, yeah, I like to just grab half in case that happens right there where someone's running up and they need some too. All right. Have it. I don't know where. I'm sure it's habit. I have the same thing. I usually go and grab it all out, but when I'm working with a team, I try to just grab half. There we go. So this way, you know, when they run up, like I just ran all the way over there to grab it, and then he's already grabbed it all, right? Or if I run over there and I grab it all, and then he's running all the way over there to grab it, and there's nothing there for him, then he's got to wait, right? So you got to find a good balance between the two, where you're helping each other, you know, get stuff done. You know what I mean? This is going right down the center here. All right, nice. Oh, I think we got this, everybody. I think we got this on lock. And let's turn this way, move it this way a little bit. Nice little 90 there. Build out another line here. Now, eventually, this will be massively built out, everybody. But we're just kind of having some fun right now, just doing the basics over here. Just getting our basics going because we did reset our server now that Update 5 has gone into early access because it was on experimental. I get down without falling. All right, there we go. Out of plates. Plates, plates, and more plates. That's what's nice about having a pure node, everybody. You got plenty of plates. More plates. Look at all them rods coming through. Very nice. And you will see this massively scale up, everybody. We'll have, you know, lines and rows and rows and rows of these. And then we'll be hurting for some higher level materials like aluminum and other stuff later on. Now, eventually, once I have this done, and that's full, it'll then put the bulk of all of it over here. Oh, what the heck happened here? Looks like I went a little wonky now. A little wonky. Clean that up a little bit. There we go. Oh, I think you should. Someone just did one earlier. Give it a try again and see if... Yeah, hit the button, see what happens. Maybe it's bugged. Oh, there you go.
Milestone reached. You have been given early access to the...
That would suck if the person who... If I had to be on the server every time they wanted to upgrade. That would suck. That would suck big time.
Awesome resource sink, depending on their amount.
Okay, I am running this up. I'm making a ramp. That's what I'm doing.
Which can be exchanged for bonus.
I get it. I get distracted very easily, everybody.
Examples of bonus content are parts, walls, factory attachments, and cosmetics. Fixit is working hard to develop additional options, which will be added to the awesome store in the future.
Now there's a proper ramp, so you don't have to run up that thing every time and potentially die. All right. Now what the hard part is, I got to get this to go up and over. Now, normally I would use my lifters or my, what do you call it, my stackers, but I'm just going to move this up like this. So you click it once, it sets on the ground, and then you can move it up. Isn't that cool? That's been a game forever, but very, very cool nonetheless. And then I'm going to go ahead and try to line it up right over here as best I can, like this. And there we go. Now again, this is all temporary, everybody. We'll get it really going later on. And see, look, I need some plates. But guess what? I got some plates pumping in here. Whoa, look at how many plates we got in here now. Okay, now we're stacking them plates. And there we go. And now we can finally get our rods right into our rod section. All right, and now you can see the potential. And again, I love this kind of thing where you see a bunch of stuff going at the same time. Now, eventually, all of this will be replaced with hypertubes and lifters and all of that other stuff that will fine-tune it. We'll double up on the boxes, and we'll do all that, and you'll see us build out resources way out that way. Now, again, I'm not going to go out and adjust the copper and redo the copper and bring the copper in. I will leave that for LOC or someone else to work on. I'm just going to do my 3 basics just to give you a basic gist of how the game works and get those going, and then also to kind of establish what we're trying to do on the base. So we just need to build this out. And usually what I do is I do a U-shape where I kind of circle it around the outside of the base here. But let's just start with the basics straight out. I can always adjust it later and try to pipe those resources in. Now, there are plenty of more nodes out there, everybody. There are plenty of nodes all over. You can actually see them from right here. There's one right here. There's one right there. I believe there's one down in this little valley here. There's tons of them way over here as well. So their goal is to tap those other nodes, build a little mini factory over there, and then run it to the main thing. Now, if they want to go ahead and just run the end of that without adjusting his stuff over there, just run a line over here. Maybe I'll just do it here while I'm at it. And then he can come back and fine-tune it later. I'll just run a straight line so that won't be an issue. Actually, this needs to set back just a bit. Let's set this back just a little bit so we have enough room here. Run that. I got you. Whoever's up there, you can come back. Sorry, I was just rebuilding. You come back. You're good. I'm rebuilding it. Sorry, I was just setting it back a little bit further so I could put stuff in here. All right. Let's do it. Let's run some lines from over here. Oh, almost dead. Almost dead on that one. I love to push my luck, everybody. I really do. All right, let's actually back this up a little bit. We'll just build a ramp. They'll see me be at like 1 health all the time. Oh, okay. That might be a little too close there, but you know what? We do what we got to do. And then we're going to start spaghettiing this up where they can come back and make this more beautiful later on. Later on. We're going to do some spaghetti out here, everybody. Again, I don't want to adjust their stuff, right? But I do want to run some of this stuff over here. Oh, I don't want it to go through the ground, though. I do want to run it over here so peeps can start to use it. Now, when they log off, don't adjust their stuff, but you can run stuff. That's okay. Running it is okay as long as they can come back and modify it later on. In this case, I'm just going to run some dual stuff, and he'll come back and he'll work on this. Or maybe not. Maybe I'll come in tomorrow and he won't be here, and then I'll have to work on the copper. We'll see. I have the power to override anything. That's, you know, as the leader, you got to have that power. And we'll just keep running this stuff as far as we possibly can. So we don't have to run out there and grab it each time. Can't afford. I'm going to do one side, everybody. I'm going to do the other side exactly the same. I run them in tandem. It just takes less resources. Okay, so what else do we need? What am I running out? I'm running out of plates. Well, what a surprise to nobody. Oh, posture check. All right, let's check it. You're streaming late today. Yes. Lady, every time I play this game, I get addicted. By the way, lady, I forgot that Thursday was Thanksgiving, so we're not going to be streaming, obviously. I'm not going to force people to do team events on Thanksgiving. I totally zoned on it. So Thursday will be canceled, team events. I'm getting older, everybody. Just roll it. Roll with it when I do silly stuff like that. I definitely be spending that time with my family, so I won't be streaming on Thursday at all, so... Just a heads up. Just a heads up. All right, get some breathing in. Now you know why you need... is that crooked? No. Just looks crooked. This is why you need lots of plates, everybody. Our plate production is woefully undervalued right now. Now, another good thing you could do is you could go get on the server. Now, remember, the server's here for everybody as long as you work together. Do not touch other people's stuff. Do not rearrange other people's stuff. If you have to, rearrange some of the power, make sure their power is still on and all of that. But what you can do is you can go tap another iron node and make some more plates and take those plates and tie them into the plates that I've got. Go get another limestone node and convert that and get that tied into our limestone and whatnot. Because there's so many things you can be doing. You don't have to be doing the same thing that someone else is doing. And I feel like that's an important part of working together. We're also going to ask everybody to log out by the hub for now. And we're also going to have lockers for everybody in case I do need to kill you to rework that. I hope I don't have to. I hate killing peeps. I want them to add it where when you leave the server, your avatar leaves the server. That would be way better than me having to, you know, remove you from the game so I can build. Because people are going to be blocking where I was building. I was getting frustrated in the experimental version. I was trying to build, and I couldn't build because people in the way. That sucks. That sucks, horse. All right, let's put this over here. Put that right there. This one. More plates. We need more plate production. What are you doing? Get in there, plate. Awkward. I find that the conveyor belts are still a little awkward, like they stop and do weird stuff. That's not good. Look at this. Look at this ugliness. Now, at least to try to make it look nice, everybody. I mean, sometimes we spaghetti it up, but, you know, at least I try to put in some nice 90s, if you know what I mean. There we go. And then this one out. Not enough. Not enough. All right, back we go. Now, you don't want to run on the conveyor belts on the way back, obviously, because you don't want to be slowing yourself down. We'll get a whole bunch of stuff that'll help us go faster, like vehicles and all that. And one of the first things that I like to unlock in the Awesome Shop is that little car, because that really helps a lot for this kind of back and forth stuff. And sometimes I'll leave several cars just laying around to be used to go back and forth. Just leave them there, and you just make a bunch of them at some point. All right, now there's some extra plates in here. Luckily, we'll grab those, and now we will use this on the way back. In fact, let's use this one. Whee! And that will help us go faster. I should have already finished here, everybody, but again, going long. Thank you for that posture check reminder. I have a tendency to slip down in my chair, for sure. But it's just so comfy. Okay, so just trying to line these up. I can dual run these like this. Let's say out to the corner here for now. They can rework all this later. I put it up on the north side, toward that side over that way, toward where I have that concrete going. I just expand the whole north side of it and then build it out there, just to make it a little easier. All right, so as you can see, what I'm doing is I'm trying to move this away from where they could put... I put it up on the level with the hub. So just build out more foundations right there and just build it up at the hub level to the north. You know what I mean? Yeah. All right, he's on it. Got it covered. Okay, so now I did this, right? And now what a problem do I see, right? And I did this on purpose, everybody. I do a lot of stuff on purpose so you can see these issues that come up. Now look, they're going to add more of these, and what's going to happen? It's going to run it right into my thing, right? So now I have to go, wait a minute, I got to fix the thing now, right? So that's pretty easy. Now that you have a gist of what you want to do, you just get up here and you do your zip zoop. Just like that. We'll take all this back out. I'm going to hold down control. I'm going to try not to get the foundations, but if I get them, oh well. No biggie. I always put them back in by my zoop zoop. And there we go, taking all that out. And now we can run nice and straight lines. Then I also left some room here so that if he wants to run the, how do I have that offset by what? Okay. If he wants to run also the copper sheets, he can have enough room here on this foundation to run copper sheets as well. Probably want to back this up by 1. So we learned our lesson. We were too close before. There we go. Take this back out and he'll never know. He'll never know that I went in and did all of that. Hold down control, get all of those. You're like, Kismet, you're doing the spaghetti. Oh, that's clipping. You're doing that spaghetti. Well, the reason why I'm doing spaghetti for now is I know that he's going to come back and revamp all this, so no big deal. Because I mean, the thing I would do is I would take this and I would lift it up to a higher level, and then I'd build it all there and then run it, as opposed to working at the bottom level. But when you first start the game, you're going to do a lot of this working on the ground level because you don't have all the tools that you need that you're going to get later on for doing the more advanced stuff. Kind of went in and then went back out again. All right, whatever. I'll let them fine-tune all of that. I'm just trying to get these basic resources over here to get backlogged. Now, the cool thing is a lot of these resources are already backlogged, again, down here. Now, eventually, you'll get to a point where you won't come down here anymore because you don't need to. There's no reason to come to this particular spot because all of these resources you usually have in your inventory or they're at the main base. And so later on, what we'll do is we'll create a whole transport system which will allow us to get back to the main base or to get wherever we're working much faster. So we can pick up a bunch of stuff, zoom on over there, drop that stuff off in a box, and then zoom back and forth at a much higher rate than walking back and forth. One of my favorite things to do, too, is to watch the resources come down the line. It's very, very cool. So we'll give it a minute here while I catch up on chat a little bit. I forgot it was Halloween week, too, so no worries. Yeah, me too. Definitely going to try to connect tonight. Yeah, hey, no worries. Yeah, feel free to go ahead and try to connect it in. What you can also do, by the way, if you do want to tie into some more nodes, I suggest to get as many nodes going as possible. Make sure to add power, and then, of course, get more biofuel. But you can tap into those nodes, say, make a plate factory, and then have the plate factory, say you get one out there, right? Like, say there's one out there. Actually, I'll go look for one. Hold on. Say there's one out here. Another iron node. Now, I just did some of the basics, again, just to show off the game. I do it every time I start to play the game. Oh, I can crouch. I very rarely ever crouch in this game. Only when I'm in caves. So we can go out here and say... Ah! See, I was right. There's an iron node there. Here, I'll even clear the guy for you. Bring it. Jumping is your friend with those guys. It gets a lot harder later. So say you tap this node, and you're like, Kismet, we need more plates. We do not have enough plates. Now, just so you know, the server's going to run whether people are on it or not, right? So as long as it has power, it'll keep running and running and running. And really, I find the first goal, get your basics down, like the basics we have, right? Like the concrete, your rods, your plates, your wire, and your cable. You get all of those done, you've got the first section, GG, you're good. And, of course, also your power, your basic biofuel. Then your next goal is to get to coal. Because when you get to coal, you don't have to stop every 5 minutes and go and use your chainsaw to collect everything, right? Collect all the wood and leaves and all of that. You don't have to do that anymore. And then you can just keep adding more and more coal plants as you have more and more resources built up. And then you can keep scaling up. And then later you can come back and overclock your coal extraction and do what I did and build 160 coal plants like I did in my last playthrough. That was a lot of fun, man. That was a lot of power. That was literally 12,000 power I was just producing just from coal plants, which is very, very fun. And I've done it with nuclear power, too, where I've made tens of thousands of power, and the same thing with oil power. Of course, you have to balance your oil power along with making plastics and all that other stuff. But here, you come over here, say, Kismet, I'm going to work on this node. This is going to be my node. I'm going to work on it. You come over here, you get some more plates going or some more rods or whatever. You come over here, it's an impure node, so probably better plates. And then you take that and you run it over there where my plates are and you merge it with that line because instead of running it all the way back to the base, it'd be smarter to run it to the closest line and merge it into that line since it's only coming out at 20. In fact, you could go ahead and get a second node, another impure node, because it's going to be 20, 20, and 60, 20, 20, and 20, which would be 60. And try to find another iron node out here somewhere. I'm sure there's one out here somewhere. And then tap, oh, look, there's one over there. And then tap that one, and then connect it to this one, which then connects it to that one, which then connects it to the main base. You see what I mean? There's always so much more to do in this game, everybody. Again, if someone's working on stuff, don't do exactly what they're doing. Go and help out by tapping those other nodes, bringing those other nodes up. Now, I'm going to let you guys go, just 24/7, rock and roll. Again, you can go as fast as you want. You can unlock all the MAM stuff. You can unlock all of the stuff in the space elevator and all of that stuff. So feel free to go ahead and do that. Do your thing. Can I really crouch under there? I cannot. That is too low. That is too low. Hold on. Let me move this over just a bit. Oh, I don't have any plates. All right. Well, let's do the smart thing. We'll get up on top here. And then we can zoom our way up. So that's what I'm going to do, everybody. I'm going to take a break because I got a bunch of stuff I got to do. And then I'm going to be like later tonight playing with my crew in some New World. And then we'll come back tomorrow and we'll see how everybody's done. I'm sure they're going to be way, way further than this. And hopefully get that coal power going and all of that. Now, I would suggest to get into the Discord. If you are in the game, I suggest to get on Discord in voice so you could talk to Osis in there and say, hey, Osis, what are you working on? Hey, I'm working on the space elevator. Okay, cool, Osis. I'll go work on these other nodes that Kismet was talking about, or I'll go work on collecting some more biofuel, or whatever way you want to help out. Remember, you're trying to help each other, not try to outdo each other, all right? We don't do that on my servers. We don't do that on my team. You don't need to prove anything to nobody, all right? We work together. You're an important part of the team if you are working together with other peeps. Now, the cool thing about this, as long as he's got biofuel there, this is going to keep backlogging and backlogging and backlogging and whatnot. What's the thing for emotes in this game? I can't remember. Where's the emotes? I know, big love to you too, bro, if I can remember where they moved the emotes to. Where they moved the darn emotes? They moved them somewhere. T, all right, there it is. I always looking for G because that's the way it is in Fallout 76. All right, big love. Oh wait, hold on. I gotta properly aim. Big love. All right, I'm gonna leave you to it. Remember, the server runs 24/7. Feel free to go ahead. I'll be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, checking in on how you guys did. Do not move the hub. Do not move my stuff. Do not move anybody else's stuff. But feel free to tap more nodes. Feel free to build a space elevator on the north side. Feel free to unlock everything in the MAM and as much as you want in the research and in the hub here. Just don't move any of my stuff or move anybody's stuff that has already been built. Oh, that'd be awesome. Yeah, you want to build a bunch of coal power, you go to it. Now, there's also another person that loves to come on and work on power. His name's Reaper. So if you see him on, make sure to contact him, talk to him in chat and whatnot, and work together as a team. All right, awesome. Appreciate you joining us, man. I'll see you tomorrow. By the way, when you log out, try to log out in here where the MAM used to be. Then it's at least out of the way, so if I'm building out there, you won't be in the way and I won't have to kill you. I hate killing people. They should let you sit in this chair. Just sit right here. You're like supervising. I'm like in the supervised position. All right, see you later. Okay, I'm going to move down to mods. That's it for me, everybody. I'm going to go ahead. Oh, hopefully my family is not trying to get a hold of me. I don't see any messages unless they send it to the wrong email address or the wrong text address. Sometimes they do. Okay, that's it for me, everybody. Let's go to my office, give you guys some love, and then I will be back later. Man, that game is so addicting. I want to play it all night long. I want to go with everybody. I want to progress as everybody else is progressing also, but I'm a busy guy. Everybody, I got lots of things to do. I got to manage the family. I got to manage all my stuff I have going on. I got to manage my guild, all of that stuff. Oh, somebody sent me a message now. I hear a ding. I hear a ding-a-ding. All right. Let's see. Let's give you guys some love. There we go. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 caps right there. Maybe it was me. I was dinging it over here. 5,000 caps for you guys. And guess what, everybody? I'm going to be literally giving away hundreds of games. I'm not kidding. Hundreds of games worth thousands of dollars starting December 1st all the way to December 25th. Make sure to be lurking in this channel every minute that you possibly can. You get as many kids caps as you can. That's how you buy tickets for the giveaways, all right? And as we hit certain milestones, as we raise funds this year for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital, as we hit hit those milestones. Bethesda Gear and Bethesda themselves and a lot of other my supporters here. And of course, I put every penny back in the stream as well in the form of giveaways. And you guys are going to be getting all the benefit of all of that. So make sure to be building up the Kids Caps. You can never have too many. I'll be back tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to have lots of fun checking out the new PvP stuff that they've updated with a wonderful lady. She's going to give us a bit of a tour on the new things. You can capture forts. You can do all sorts of fun stuff. Probably going to die a lot. I don't know if the PvP really sets off, but that's part of the fun, everybody. Part of the fun of PvP is trying to be better at it and take on people who are better than you, because you want to be the best. You got to take on the best. There you go. And let me give an extra 1,000 Kids Cats for crushing those retweets. I saw you got 5 retweets. I saw it right over there. Got it over there for the thing. And that's it for me, everybody. Again, I'll be back tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. See you all then. Remember, that server's up 24/7, so feel free to jump on. Have some fun. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Norver. Thanks for watching. Press the subscribe button. We'll see you all next time. Bye.
Hey everybody, Kismet here. Thank you so much for watching this video. Make sure to hit that subscribe button right in the center of the screen. Also check me out live on twitch.tv/Kismet. I'll see you all next time.